This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents American Hero, The Life and Death of Audie Murphy, by Charles Whiting, narrated by Dallas Britt.
He is a gentle-eyed little killer. John Huston. Murphy really knew how to give 'em hell. I guess he was the best soldier we've had since George Washington. President Harry S. Truman. Audie took the hard way, cutting a swath through the Wehrmacht and then trying to do the same in Hollywood. There, in 20 years as an actor and producer, he found himself outflanked by people he called phonies who wouldn't fight his way. Long before his plane flew into a mountain, he was nibbled to death by ducks. Cartoonist Bill Malden. Audie Murphy belonged to an earlier, simpler time, one in which bravery was cardinal and killing was a virtue. Time Magazine. All men are born to die, and if one man must go a few turns of the earth sooner than the rest, what has he really lost? Audie Murphy.
Introduction. I never moved into combat without having the feeling of a cold hand reaching into my guts and twisting them into knots. Audie Murphy. Two young soldiers in France in the winter of 1945. The one, a coward. The other, a national hero. In a strange kind of way, they were to become the two best-known young soldiers to emerge from the U.S. Army in World War II. The one, because he had run away from a battle and would not fight, even on the pain of death. The other, because he simply could not run away. He had to stand and do battle against overwhelming odds, even though he faced almost certain death. Later, both of them would have books written about their wartime exploits. A film, too, would be made of each of their careers in combat. But that was later, long after the events of that winter that decided their fates and after they had gone their separate ways. The one to an unmarked grave in a military cemetery in northern France. The other to become America's most decorated hero. Ever. Of course, they never met, the two of them. Even if they had, they would probably have taken an instinctive dislike to one another. After all, one was a hero and the other a coward in the same bitter battle raging in that ravaged, snowbound wasteland. But for one short week in that January of the last year of the war, their fates were almost linked. The coward met his end at 10:30 on the morning of January 31st, 1945. He stood in the ankle-deep snow of a secluded villa where they were going to shoot him in front of his commanding general, huddled in a blanket, his hands free of chains at last. He told the priest who confessed him, "Father, I'm getting a break that the fellows up on the line don't get. Here, I get to sit with you, and I know I'm going to get it. I know I'm going to die in a few minutes, but up there on the line, you never know when it's coming, and it's that uncertainty that gets you. I guess that's what I couldn't take, that uncertainty." W. Huey, The Execution of Private Slovic, New York, Signet, 1953. A little later, with the priests intoning the act of contrition, they bound him to the firing post and shot him to death. The first American soldier to be executed for desertion in the face of the enemy since the Civil War. Afterward, one of the firing squad from his old outfit, the 109th Infantry of the U.S. 28th Infantry Division, commented in bewilderment, "I can't understand why a man who had the guts to face a firing squad like that wouldn't stay in the line with the rest of us." The priest thought the dead deserter was the bravest man in the garden this morning. The coward's name was Eddie Slovik, the only soldier of the 10 million men inducted into the U.S. Armed Forces in World War II to be shot for desertion on the orders of a future President of the United States. Eisenhower, then commanding in Europe. 5 days before, in that terrible last week of January, some 20 miles away from where the coward would be shot by his own comrades, the hero made his last stand. Wounded and limping, his uniform tattered and scorched, he took on a whole company of German infantry, supported by tanks, alone. Based on the deck of a knocked-out tank destroyer that was smoking and threatened to explode at any moment, the skinny young officer, he wasn't even old enough to vote, fought them off and in the end saved what was left of his decimated company. "There were times," he said later, "when our outfit was in battle 70 to 80 days without relief. You got mad and disgusted, and you didn't care what happened to you. This is the way I felt on that tank destroyer. They talk about bravery. Well, I'll tell you what bravery really is. Bravery is just determination to do a job that you know has to be done. If you throw in discomforts and lack of sleep and anger, it's easier to be brave." The New York Times, June 1945. The hero's name? Audie L. Murphy, the most decorated soldier in the history of the U.S. Armed Forces. There, it seemed, the fates of these two young soldiers with such divergent attitudes to war, the one 25 years of age, the other 20, parted. The coward had died violently and suddenly that last day of January 1945. The hero survived for another 26 years to attain high honors and national renown. And although he, too, died violently and suddenly in an air crash in 1971, there appears to be no possible link between the two of them. But there was. Both, in their very different ways, were victims of World War II. Both were fated to die. The coward, swiftly when he was young. The hero, a more lingering, living death over the years until he reached middle age, because of what happened to them when they had donned the uniform of their country. In retrospect, when one studies the careers of these two very different men, it seems almost as if the war in which they both participated produced not heroes or cowards, but merely victims. Audie Murphy, the hero, would never have run away in battle, of course.
Cowardice, although he was often afraid in combat, was anathema to him.
Indeed, once he had appeared for the prosecution in the court-martial of a comrade who had deserted his post during an action. Undoubtedly, he would not have hesitated to do the same at the trial of Private Slovik. Yet, as he grew older and wiser, Audie Murphy began to realize that the war and the high honors he had achieved in it had made him something he had not wanted to become. Just as the coward, Slovik, knew that the war had torn him from the only happiness he had known in his pathetic life, married to a crippled woman in a humdrum, dead-end job, the hero, Murphy, came to understand that the only happiness he had ever experienced had been those 30-odd months he had spent in combat. In the end, Murphy must have known that being labeled as a hero for all his mature life was just as much a stigma as the epithet yellow applied to Slovik. Once he had shared in that good feeling of being part of a great mass of human beings, working together, fighting together, suffering the same hardships and simple pleasures to achieve a common goal. The instinct for self-survival had been sublimated to a higher ideal and aim. The individual had meant little. The group, as small as it was, Company B, 15th Infantry, the 3rd Infantry Division, had meant everything. A certain kind of rough-and-ready idealism had developed. But then, suddenly, the war was over. Audie Murphy had found himself thrown back into the world of the civilian, where the old values still held sway. Money and position. As he told a friend, David McClure, "Over there, we really thought we had a hold of something. Then we came home to find that it was bang, bang, how the West was won all over again." Letter to an author. Or, as he once expressed it to a writer from Esquire magazine, "You have a comradeship, a rapport that you'll never have again, not in our society anyway. I suppose it comes from having nothing to gain except the end of the war. There's no competitiveness, no money values. You trust the man on your left and on your right with your life." From Who Made the Difference? Esquire, 1983. But he had been unable to accept the values of this civilian world. He had treated position and money with contempt, though he forever needed money to buy the toys he required to divert his troubled mind. To become an executioner, somebody cold and analytic, to be trained to kill, he told the Esquire interviewer, and then to come back into civilian life and be alone in the crowd. It takes a long time to get over it. Fear and depression come over you. The hero's legacy of World War II was what the head shrinkers, as he would have undoubtedly called them contemptuously, now diagnose as post-traumatic stress disorder. He had all the classic symptoms. He was an insomniac, eternally restless, suffered from nightmares and hallucinations, was unable to concentrate for more than short periods of time, and seemed apathetic about the values of civilian life. As his friend David McClure has remarked, his emotions, with the exception of anger, were practically dead. He had seen too much horror, too much combat, ever to be normal again. His struggle against it was mighty, but he could not win. He probably found more difficulty in the post-war years than he did in the service. In essence, he was a burned-out case. In the war, Audie Murphy was wounded 3 times, killed some 200-odd Germans, and won every medal for valor that the United States had to offer. One of them, the Silver Star, twice in 4 days. He became America's most decorated soldier ever, lauded by 2 presidents and millions of humbler folks. Yet he was unable to sleep 20 years after the war ended without the lights on and a loaded Walther automatic pistol beneath his pillow. As he told an interviewer once, who had asked how combat soldiers managed to survive war, "I don't think they ever do." On the same day that the first atomic bomb was exploded at Alamogordo, New Mexico, July 16, 1945, the front cover of Life featured a freckle-faced young officer smiling out from beneath a tilted, too large cap, headlined, "Most Decorated Soldier." It was the face of a happy, small-town kid coming home from the war as a hero, with not the least sign of anything remotely resembling a combat neurosis or trauma. Here, was the stuff that the American dream is made of. A sharecropper's son, later an orphan, who had overcome all kinds of obstacles and had won glory before he was old enough to vote. Murphy was a bright, very witty hero, in much the same mold as World War I's Sergeant York, who, when asked how he managed to capture 132 Germans single-handedly, replied, "I surrounded them." It can also be argued that he was the last American military hero. Neither Korea nor Vietnam had been productive of the breed, at least in the eyes of the public. Moreover, Murphy's feats did not disappear into the history books of World War II or into the yellowing pages of old newspapers kept in the files. For a quarter of a century after he had gained his military honors for valor in action, he was constantly in the public eye. As a movie star first, a writer of a best-selling autobiography, volunteer crime fighter, troublemaker, he was always publicized, for better or worse, by the media. The most decorated soldier of World War II, as he was invariably described, was still known to the general public when many other heroes had sunk into oblivion. But the public that idolized Audie Murphy's public image had no idea of the horror and heartache that Murphy suffered during and after the war, nor did it know anything of the permanent tension between the man and the image. The fact that those 25 years in Hollywood, his triumphs, his failures, could never seriously challenge the wartime legend. Even when, in 1970, he was put on trial for attempted murder, the media still focused on the fact that Murphy was America's most decorated soldier. How he must have hated it all in the end. War robs you, mentally and physically, Murphy once said. It drains you. Things don't thrill you anymore. It's a struggle every day to find something interesting to do. For 25 years, Audie Murphy fought valiantly to keep on living in that boring post-war world, going to a garage to watch mechanics work on cars, for example, simply to pass the time. Time and time again, try as he might, he failed to stave off that overwhelming ennui. For after combat, what comparable thrill could civilian life offer him? Perhaps, in the end, he welcomed that sudden, swift death the air crash offered him on that remote Mount Slope in Virginia. Like poor, cowardly Eddie Slovic back in 1945, the uncertainty was over. Audie Murphy, the last hero, could die. 1. The initiation. You watch out, Henry, and take good care of yourself in this here fighting business. Don't go thinking you can lick the whole rebel army at the start, because you can't. You're just one little feller amongst a whole lot of others, and you've got to keep quiet and do what they tell you. Stephen Crane, The Red Badge of Courage. 1. Now all was silence. In the far distance, the heavy guns rumbled. Closer by, the brooding silence was broken by the occasional chatter of a machine gun, the white glowing tracer splitting the inky darkness for a few moments. Now and then, flares sailed effortlessly into the night sky on the German side of the river line, but they were routine. It was obvious the enemy suspected nothing this freezing January night. Crouched in the ankle-deep snow or in the icy drainage ditches, the men of the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division's assault regiments, the 7th and the 30th, shivered and waited as the minutes ticked away remorselessly. An icy wind was blowing from the snowy peaks of the Vosges Mountains to the west and was racing straight across the barren Rhine plain. The temperature had now fallen to well below zero. 1 year before, to the day, January 22nd, 1944, the 3rd had also been waiting to go into the assault. The beach at Anzio in Italy. Back then, the doughboys of the Marne Division had quipped, "C-44 and win the war." Now, 12 months later, and after having suffered nearly 30,000 casualties in 2 years of combat, the weary veterans dolefully maintained, "C-45 and survive." This night, the veterans and the green replacements who had been pouring into the division since Christmas to fill the great gaps in its ranks were going to assault the German-held Fecht and D rivers. Once that was done, the 2 attack regiments were to push into the so-called Colmar Pocket, the German salient on the west bank of the Rhine River, centered on the French town of Colmar. If everything went well, the 3rd would advance on Colmar itself, or cut off the German line of retreat to the Rhine from there by capturing the fortress town of Neubrezek. But the whole bold plan was predicated on rushing up armor once the bridgehead on Fecht-Ill rivers had been secured. For without tanks, the lightly armed infantrymen would be at the mercy of the German counterattack, and the war-weary veterans knew the Krauts always counterattacked. At 10 o'clock that night, the leading battalion of the 30th Infantry Regiment, commanded by Colonel Lionel C. McCarr, started to cross the Fecht by stealth. With their equipment muffled, all of them clad in their spook suits, white, camouflaged uniforms made from pillows, mattress covers, sheets, anything white, the 1st Infantrymen stole across, stumbling up the muddy banks on the other side without encountering any opposition worthy of mention. Within the hour, 2 battalions were across and were advancing toward the Ill River. Here and there, the Germans were now beginning to react. There was the high-pitched hysterical burr of German Spandau, firing 1,000 rounds a minute, as the leading men bumped into enemy machine gun nests. One company, in the lead, stumbled into a German minefield, and the darkness was split by scarlet flame as the deadly mines exploded and hysterical voices screamed for the medics. But, in general, progress was excellent, and already before dawn, the leading elements of the 3rd were dug in on the west bank of the Ill River, waiting for bridging equipment to come. Some didn't wait. They got into the rubber boats they had dragged with them across the snowfields from the Fecht River and started to paddle across the 60-foot river. As the winter sky started to flush an ugly gray, heralding another bitter day of war, several companies were over the Dee and straggling forward through the knee-deep snow against sniper fire and those damned mines. The attack was going well, and now the order was flashed to the rear. Get the armor across, at the double. The site selected for throwing across the American armor to support the leading infantry was situated at the small hamlet of La Maison Rouge, the Red House, aptly named, for soon what was to happen there was going to result in the spilling of much American blood. While tire infantry had been advancing through the night, First Lieutenant Keith Miller and Sergeant Neil Wesson had volunteered to check out the French bridge supposed to be still standing at La Maison Rouge. They had found it intact. Checking for demolition charges with their hands in the freezing darkness, they had discovered to their dismay that it was a plain old country bridge that did not even have side railings. Without being reinforced, they realized the French bridge wouldn't support armor. Next, the 2 bold volunteers had scouted the area. They had come across an abandoned German armored car, its crew dead, but the 3 Germans they had found in the farmhouse at La Maison Rouge weren't. They had simply been asleep. Miller, who had honed up a steel file until it was as sharp as a razor, and Wesson, who was armed with a combat knife, swiftly dispatched them as they slept. "It was no time for conversation," Miller said afterwards. Then the two of them had settled in to wait for the arrival of the engineers and the American armor. Now, as the 30th Infantry Regiment started to attack toward the fortified villages of Hauteville and Riedville, the 10th Engineer Battalion, commanded by a Major Hayden, arrived. Miller and Hayden fell into a heated argument almost at once. Miller wanted to have a prefabricated Bailey Bridge brought up. Its parts were already loaded on trucks to the rear, waiting to be called up. Hayden, however, insisted on using the old French bridge. He thought he would save precious hours by reinforcing it with treadway. In the end, the Major won, and immediately his men set to work while Miller fumed in impotent, hot-blooded rage. By noon, the sound of tank engines and heavy infantry fire could be heard plainly on the other side of the Ill. The thick columns of black smoke started to ascend ominously above the fir forest that fringed the twin villages under assault. A hapless Miller told himself he didn't need a crystal ball to know what was going on. The 30th had run into German tanks. Now it was of utmost urgency to get American armor across the dammed river to the support of the hard-pressed infantry. But the 10th Engineers had run into a serious problem. They were 15 feet short of the vital treadway needed to shore up the rickety French structure. Worse, the roads to the rear were so clogged up with the division's stalled vehicles, all waiting to cross the Ill, that no additional treadway could be brought up in time. A harassed Major Hayden made his decision. As the Sherman tanks lined up along the riverbank, waiting for their orders, and the sound of the fighting in the forest grew ever louder and more alarming, he ordered the first tank, commanded by First Lieutenant John Hannon, up to the rickety bridge. Miller yelled, "Get that fucking tank off the bridge!" He rushed forward onto the bridge, waving his hands in an attempt to stop the 30-ton monster advancing any further. A tank colonel popped his head out of a second tank as the turret gun traversed around to point directly at the excited young lieutenant and snapped coldly, "Get your ass off the bridge or I'll blow it off." Reluctantly, Miller moved, and the 30-ton tank started to edge its way inch by inch onto the bridge. In the Sherman's lowest gear, the driver crawled across the unreinforced section of the structure. It held, Hayden breathed out with relief. The tank was going to do it. The armor was going to reach the 30th before it was too late. The Sherman moved on, watched by the tense engineers. Suddenly, startlingly, the vital bridge began to sway and tremble like a live thing. The engineers yelled their urgent warnings. Too late. There was a rending and a twisting, just as a truck carrying the missing treadway came churning its way through the mud and the slush. The bridge gave way altogether. "You're not going over the bridge," an irate Miller had just shouted. "You're going through it." Now he was proved right. With a great metallic thump, the Sherman dropped to the bed of the Ill River. The German counterattack, as one officer put it bitterly afterward, couldn't have been better timed if they'd had a liaison officer with us. D. Taggart, History of 3rd Division, Linz, Austria, privately printed in 1945. In the very same moment that the Maison Rouge bridge collapsed and effectively stopped the vital armor from being sent to the aid of the 30th Infantry, things went disastrously wrong. Around the villages of Hausen, Riedville, and Hauteville, a battle developed that the divisional history records as one of the most bitterly fought engagements in the history of the 3rd. As it started to grow dark, German infantry of the elite 2nd Mountain Division, newly arrived at the front, started to push forward, covered by enormous 60-ton Tiger tanks. There was absolutely no cover for the men of the 30th. The ground was frozen solid, and it would have taken TNT to blast a foxhole. Moreover, the 30th had still failed to establish radio communication with their artillery on the other side of the Ill, so these scared infantrymen now had to fight off the advancing Germans with what they carried, and their 2-inch bazookas were puny, impotent toys, their rockets bouncing off the Tiger's thick hides like glowing ping-pong balls. What happened next was predictable. Attacked on 3 sides by armor and infantry, the 30th's 3rd Battalion broke and retreated in disorder, some men abandoning their weapons in their flight and swimming the freezing Ill River in their panic. At 5 that terrible afternoon, it was the turn of the 1st Battalion. Again, the Tigers and the Jagdpanthers, with their infantry hugging their tails, rolled up the infantrymen of the 3rd. Here and there, brave, obscure men tried to stop them. Ineffectual Davids armed with grenades and bazookas, trying to fight off those metallic Goliaths. But there was no halting them. They came on, crushing all opposition in front of them. 2 young officers, Lieutenants Walker and Calvert, tried to make a standing in a wood, but when the enemy tanks entered and the firing ceased, the officers were dead, crushed to death. A Sergeant Murphy attempted to hold them up with his machine gun, ordering his men to withdraw while he fought on. The enemy tanks got within 50 yards of the lone non-com. Then he was cut down by a vicious burst of machine gun fire at point-blank range. Posthumously, he would be awarded the DSC. He wouldn't be the only Murphy to win high honors in those bitter woods this last terrible week of January 1945. Now, it was the turn of the 2nd Battalion. It was hit while working its way through some snowbound woods. The men divided into small groups by the clumps of trees. Confusion broke out immediately. The great lumbering German tanks came crashing through the trees, turret machine guns spitting fire. Men began to surrender on all sides. Others simply broke, flung away their weapons, and raced for the rear, crying out in their overwhelming panic, "The Krauts are coming! The Krauts are behind us!" By nightfall, the battalion had lost 350 men, most of them having surrendered to the enemy. Half a battalion had vanished in a matter of hours. By the time the fighting had begun to die out that terrible day, the shattered 30th Infantry Regiment, which had gone into the attack 3,000 strong, had been forced back across the Ill River everywhere, save for the handful of brave men still stubbornly holding out near Maison Rouge. Hurriedly, officers made an attempt to reorganize the badly hit regiment. Food, clothes, and rifles for those who had flung away their weapons in their panic-stricken flight were swiftly brought up from the rear. Straggler posts were set up along all possible routes to the rear. Here, officers, armed with carbines and grease guns, directed stragglers back into the line, whether they liked the prospect or not. According to the 3rd Division's history, these chilled, shocked men still had enough spirit to tell officers, "Yes, sir, we can hold. No goddamn crowd is going to kick the hell out of us and get by with it. We'll be here in the morning." The history of the 30th's sister regiment, the 7th, is more down to earth. It records bluntly that between the Fesch and the Ill Rivers, the 30th Infantry met with a catastrophe and was so badly hurt that it was kept out of offensive action for quite some time thereafter. E. Feller's edition, From Fidelia to Berchtesgaden, Washington, D.C., Infantry Press, 1947. Now, General Iron Mike O'Daniel, the tough, scar-faced commander of the 3rd Division, who had lost his only son, a 19-year-old paratrooper, in Holland the previous fall, and who had now become an embittered man, threw in his final reserve. The pressure was on from above, and O'Daniel brooked no failure. In later life, Lieutenant Miller always maintained that O'Daniel tried to get him lulled by giving him dangerous assignments because he knew too much about the Baton Rouge Bridge fiasco. He ordered the 15th Infantry Regiment to cross the Eel River and seize a bridgehead opposite Baton Rouge. There, covered by the fresh infantry, the engineers would attempt to throw across a new bridge so that this time armor could support the attacking infantry. The attack would commence on the night of January 23, 24, and this time the stern divisional commander expected the can-do regiment, a pidgin English phrase it adopted during its long service in China at the beginning of the century, to do exactly that. This time, General O'Daniel wanted the Krauts kicked out of the villages that were holding up the whole Corps advance once and for all, or he'd want to know the reason why, and Iron Mike was a dangerous man to tangle with. 2. At 3 o'clock on the morning of January 23rd, the 3rd Battalion of the Can-Do Regiment, laden down by equipment like pack animals, crossed the Eel River. Luck was on their side. At the start, at least. They made the crossing without serious opposition, although the Germans must have known they were coming, and started to make good progress. But, as always, the Germans didn't give up that easily. The 3rd had just emerged from some snow-heavy trees when the enemy counterattack struck them in full force. 4 heavy tanks, scuttling across the snow like evil black beetles, supported by infantry, yelling in wild triumph. 3 American tanks came rumbling up to support the suddenly stalled 3rd, to no avail. They were easy meat for the much superior German panzers, who could knock them out at twice the American tanks' effective range. One by one, they were shot into smoldering wrecks by German armor-piercing AP shells. It was too much for the 3rd, which already had begun to take serious casualties. The survivors, mauled and exhausted, as one observer reported, started to pull back to the Eel once more, leaving the snow field behind them, littered with their dead, sprawled out in the extravagant postures of those done to death violently. Iron Mike flung in his 2nd Battalion. By mid-morning, it was engaged in a desperate ding-dong battle with the Germans, taking casualties all the time. Frantically, a makeshift bridge was thrown across the Eel for a 2nd time. 2 Sherman tanks and a tank destroyer crossed it and rumbled up to the support of the hard-pressed infantry. Still, the Germans fought on stubbornly. They were going to make the Ammies, as they called the Americans contemptuously, pay for every inch of ground they gained. On the morning of January 25th, the Germans launched a full-scale counterattack against the Americans. The 2nd reeled under the impact. Reluctantly, the 2nd started to give ground. Desperately, they fought back, but the Germans exerted ever more pressure, forcing them ever nearer to the Eel. That day, the first member of the 3rd Division to gain the coveted Medal of Honor in the Battle of Colmar Pocket sacrificed his young life to do so. Private First Class Jose Valdez, again one of those underprivileged young men who so often won the highest award for bravery, was on outpost duty with 5 other men when he spotted a German tank approaching their position. Undaunted by the fact that they possessed no heavy weapons, Valdez managed to drive it off with automatic rifle fire. Some time passed in nervous anticipation. Valdez and the rest knew that the enemy knew where their position was now. Soon they would attack again. They did. 3 of them crawling through the snow, reconnoitering the American position. But not for long. Coolly, Valdez shot the German scouts one after another. Now, the enraged Germans flung in 2 full companies against the American position. The patrol leader decided it was high time to pull back as nearly 300 Germans advanced upon them. Valdez volunteered to cover his comrades. As his comrades sneaked out of their hiding place, one by one scuttling to the rear in safety, Valdez kept up a well-aimed and withering fire on the advancing Germans. In the end, of course, his luck ran out. The odds against the lone soldier were too great, as the citation for America's highest award for valor read afterward. He was struck by a bullet which entered his stomach, passing through his body, and emerged from the back. Overcoming agonizing pain, he regained control of himself and resumed his firing position. By field telephone, he called for artillery and mortar fire on the Germans and corrected the range until he had shells falling within 50 yards of his position. For 15 minutes, he refused to be dislodged by more than 200 of the enemy. Then, seeing the barrage had broken the counterattack, he dragged himself back to his own lines. Later, the brave young man died of his wounds in the hospital, unaware that he had won the Medal of Honor, dead before he had really begun to live. History would soon forget Private First Class Valdez. He would become merely a footnote in a divisional history of war long past. But time would not forget an equally young and equally brave young man who was engaged in that desperate battle on that same afternoon of January 25, 1945. The day before, Murphy's 1st Battalion of the Can-Do Regiment had moved through the positions of the 3rd Division. "It is our turn to move up and take a beating," he wrote about it later. "As we dog-trot through the snow, no smile appears on a face, no lip murmurs the customary wisecrack. As we move through an area littered with dead men and abandoned equipment, the soldiers mutter curses and speak bitterly of suicide missions." That night, the young man had attempted to sleep in the woods outside the embattled village of Redfield. He and his men taking turns to stay awake, for they expected a counterattack, of the kind that had decimated the 3rd at any moment. The young man had been able to keep his eyes open in spite of the freezing cold. A cannon had cracked nearby. Startled, he had raised his head from the ground and had yelped with pain, for his head had been frozen to the grass, and now he left patches of my hair in the ice. Now, the first light of a new day of war reluctantly illuminated this cruel lunar landscape, as if God on high hesitated to reveal its awfulness. The young man took his place at the head of Company B as they began to fight their way into Redfield. He limped badly, for he still bore a bandage on his hip, where in the fall 5 pounds of rotten flesh had been gouged from the wound he had already suffered in Alsace in previous October. He was a slight young man, very handsome in a boyish way, with a freckled, open face and a helmet that seemed much too large for him. Indeed, he seemed entirely out of place on this harsh, cruel battlefield. What was this teenage boy doing? Masquerading as an infantry officer? Leading desperate men into battle? In fact, the young man had been engaged in combat for nearly 2 years. He had fought in Sicily, Italy, and now for 4 long months in France. He had been wounded twice already and had been awarded a dozen medals for bravery, being granted a commission in the field for his valor and fighting ability. Only his eyes gave a clue to the real man. As he slogged doggedly toward the village, his men all around him with their skinny bodies bent, as if tensed for a sudden storm. They were sharp, quick, hard, constantly on the move, looking for danger and for victims, like those of some predatory animal seeking its prey. As one of his closest and oldest friends would say long afterward, his appearance is deceptive. Beneath that shy exterior, there is a keg of dynamite, with the fuse lit. Now, as the 1st Battalion, commanded by Major Potter, advanced ever closer to the fortified village, the German resistance stiffened. As always, there were German snipers everywhere, tied to the trees, concealed in ruined barns, taking advantage of what little cover they could find to carry out their deadly handiwork. The Germans had their feared multiple mortars right up front, too, and the gray air was twisted hideously with the obscene howl of their shells. Up front, with his Company B, the young man watched in horror as 2 of the young ex-enlisted men who had been commissioned with him the previous October rushed for cover into a steaming shell hole. It was struck by a mortar bomb the very next moment. Their bodies were ripped to shreds. The 2 of them had lasted as officers and gentlemen for exactly 3 months. But the young man had little time to concern himself with the fate of the other 2. A moment later, another mortar shrieked in from the sky. It exploded only yards away. The hot blast flung him from his feet. He yelped with pain, ears ringing. He had been hit once again. Hurriedly, he rolled into a hole and jerked up the bottoms of his ruined trousers. From the knees down, the flesh is peppered with tiny steel fragments. But the luck of the Irish is with me. The wounds are all superficial. The young man staggered on, dripping blood on the snow. But now it was growing dark again. The long winter night was beginning to descend upon the battlefield, and the 1st Battalion's ammunition was starting to run out. During the day's fighting, the 1st had penetrated 600 yards into the forest against fanatical resistance. Potter, as weary as his men, decided the battalion had had enough for the day. He ordered his men to take up defensive positions for the night. They would wait for fresh ammunition to be brought up and start to attack again at 2 in the morning. With luck, they might catch the Germans off guard, but Potter wasn't too confident on that. Still, it was a pious hope with which to encourage his hard-pressed GIs. Gratefully, the survivors of the day's action slumped down in the snow among the shattered firs. Little was said. Each man seemed wrapped in a black cocoon of his own thoughts. Company B had gone into action that morning with 155 men and 6 officers. Now it had been reduced to 2 officers and 28 men, plus a handful of bewildered, scared replacements who had suddenly found themselves in the middle of a battlefield in a place whose very name they did not know. They huddled in the snow in silence and dug their spoons into cans of greasy hash. At 1 o'clock on that morning in January, a day that would change his life irrevocably, the young man received his orders from the company commander. B Company would change direction. It would advance to the edge of some woods facing the Alsatian hamlet of Holzwehr. The town was no more than a church surrounded by a straggle of unkempt peasant houses running the length of a single road. There, what was left of the company would dig in and wait for a fresh outfit to attack through its positions. As the executive officer of the 15th Infantry, Colonel Keith Ware said later, control of the Bois de Revere had been wrested from the enemy at a heavy cost in blood. Now, somebody else was going to continue the fight. Company B would not be expected to pay the butcher's bill any more, or so the young man told himself. The advance through the freezing, inky forest toward Redvere was surprisingly easy. The young man and his weary survivors stumbled from tree to tree in the deep snow, firing occasionally into the darkness, but encountering no real resistance until they reached the position outside Redvere allotted to them. Here they tried to dig in, to no avail. The efforts are futile, the young man wrote later, but the exercise keeps us from freezing. When we finally give up trying to chew holes in the ground, we stamp up and down on a narrow road winding through the woods to stir up heat in our bodies. Another dawn. The infantrymen had forgotten their weariness, the freezing cold, the lack of hot food. They all know that this is the most critical part of the day. The Germans dearly love to counterattack at first light. They finger their weapons, casting anxious glances to their front. Here and there, the younger men urinate, the yellow liquid sending up hot steam in the icy air, a sure sign of extreme nervousness. Others yawn almost contemptuously, another sign of nerves. A few pray, but not many. Half an hour later, enemy mortars opened up. With their usual stomach-churning howl, the deadly little eggs began to fall from the gray winter sky, exploding in bursts of angry, ugly red flame, scattering silver-gleaming fragments of lethal metal everywhere. To the young man's front, the company commander fell to the ground with a groan. He had been hit by one of the red-hot shards. Hastily, he was carried away moaning, leaving the young man in charge. 2 years earlier, he had joined this same company as a baby-faced rookie. His then company commander had been so shocked at his boyish appearance that he had tried to get the young man appointed to the safe job of company clerk. He had seemed too frail for combat. Now he was the new CO of Company B, with not one single man left of those who had started out with him in North Africa back in 1942. Hastily, the young man made his dispositions. He established his command post in a drainage ditch behind one of the 2 tank destroyers that were supporting the infantry. Then he called the commander of the 2nd tank destroyer and told him he better find some cover. The Krauts could see him plainly from Holtzwehr with their glasses. The tanker refused. He felt safer with the infantry. He didn't like the idea of being alone off the road in the trees with some Kraut stalking him with his feared Panzerfaust. The German bazooka, which was more accurate and held more penetrative power than the U.S. equivalent. The young man accepted his reasons and now settled in to wait. Soon, the new battalion would pass through his thin line of defense to attack Holtzwehr, and his task would be completed. Perhaps then, after nearly 48 hours in action, he and what was left of Company B would finally be allowed to get some desperately needed sleep. But that wasn't to be. The morning dragged on, and still the new troops had not appeared. The nervousness of his men increased. The young man could see just how jittery they were and wished fervently they would be relieved. The Krauts would not simply sit tamely in Holtzwehr forever. Surely they knew already just how fragile his perimeter really was. Sometime that morning, a forward artillery observer, First Lieutenant Walter Weisfennig, made his appearance. He brought with him his own radio, but for some reason, Weisfennig was unable to make really good communication with the artillery farther to the rear. So, Company B had to rely on the young man's field telephone that linked him to the headquarters of the 1st Battalion. Time passed leadenly. The sky was gray and overcast and brooding now. The icy branches of the skeletal trees rattled in the cold wind. The very air seemed heavy with tension. The young man decided to contact the battalion command post. "What orders?" he asked over the field phone. The answer was cold and dogmatic. "No change. Hold your position." And that was that. The waiting continued. Midday came and went. Nervously, the unshaven, weary, freezing GIs, strung out in a series of shallow depressions or hiding behind trees as best they could, swallowed the cold rations from the olive drab cans. From the direction of Holtzwihr there came the muted sounds of many voices and the first rusty rattle of tank tracks. The men looked at each other in unspoken alarm. Were the Krauts coming at last? They were. At 2:00 in the afternoon, I see the Germans lining up for the attack. The young man wrote of that moment much later. 6 tanks rumbled to the outskirts of Holtzwihr, split into groups of 3s, and fan out toward either side of the clearing. Obviously, they intend an encirclement movement, using the fingers of trees for cover. I yelled to my men to get ready. The German tanks were fanning out. The first American tank destroyer took up the challenge. Smoke and fire erupted from its long, overhanging cannon. There was the sudden white blur of an AP shell hurtling toward its target. Later, the young man would swear he saw the shell strike one of the enemy tanks and not even cause it to falter. The German tanks took up the challenge, as the men on the leading tank destroyer alternated between firing the cannon and manning the turret machine gun, spraying the advancing German infantry with fire. Shells started to land all around the young man's position. The first tank destroyer tried to withdraw. The driver must have panicked, for suddenly the steel monster was slipping helplessly into the drainage ditch at the side of the road. In virtually that same moment, the second tank destroyer was struck in a sickening blow. There was a great echoing boom of metal striking metal, and the tank destroyer reeled crazily. Its commander and gunner killed outright. The rest of the crew bailed out madly as a fire broke out inside the wrecked vehicle. Thick black smoke began to pour from its open turret. Abruptly, the handful of frightened infantry realized that they were without their armored protection, and over 200 Germans dressed in spook suits and shrieking like demented men were advancing upon them. But they had not reckoned with their new company commander. He had been in tight situations like this before. He ordered his men to withdraw to a prearranged position about half a mile to the rear. Next, he commanded Weisfenning to pull back behind him and save the radio while he tried to contact the artillery boys through Battalion HQ by means of the field telephone. Later, the young man would say, the reason he sent his men back was that he couldn't see why all had to get killed when one man could do the job that had to be done, and it was up to him to do it. Now, the young man was all alone. Afterward, he would say he had no idea of how he would ever get out of the spot, but for some reason, he didn't care a damn. So, he waited there, armed only with his carbine and the field telephone, watching them come. A baby-faced 20-year-old boy who was going to go down in the history of the U.S. Army as its greatest fighting soldier. His hour of destiny had come at last. His name? Audie Leon Murphy. 3. What made Audie Murphy do what he did next? What had America ever done for the lone 20-year-old, standing there in the snow, armed solely with a carbine, facing up to 200-odd Germans and 6 60-ton steel monsters? His native Texas, as Audie Murphy once remarked cynically in later life, had given him nothing but free advice and malnutrition. His schooling hadn't gone beyond the 5th grade, and no authority had cared one bit when he had finally dropped out. Even now, the newly created officer and gentleman made mistake after mistake in his letters home, spelling I as lowercase I, and proudly informing his sister Corinne that he had been awarded the Distinguished Cross, i.e., Distinguished Service Cross. His family life had been no great shakes either. The son of an Irish-American sharecropper who had abandoned his long-suffering wife and 9 children when the boy had been in his teens, he had been thrown into the struggle for existence as soon as he had been old enough to handle a plow, an axe, or a hoe. The America of the Depression in rural Texas had certainly not heaped her favors on the boyish, freckle-faced second lieutenant. Certainly, at that moment of extreme danger, Audie Murphy would have been fully justified in surrendering, just as had many more senior and more privileged officers in the face of overwhelming odds in these last few terrible days of the attack into the Colmar pocket. After all, he had already been wounded once and was still limping from a previously wounded hip that had kept him in the hospital for nearly 3 months. It would have been easy. Yet, the lone officer didn't. He stayed and fought back, doing what an awed Lieutenant Walter Westfinnig later reported as being the bravest thing that I had ever seen a man do in combat, an action that would gain the 20-year-old America's highest honor for valor, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, Weisfinnig to the rear watched as the Kraut tanks rumbled past Murphy's position, passing within 50 yards of him and firing at him as they went by. They did not want to close in for the kill because they wanted to give our tank destroyer, which was burning but not in flames, as wide a berth as possible. But Murphy was not going to let them pass and strike his men to the rear. Blazing away with his carbine, he called down artillery fire onto the tanks. At first, battalion headquarters did not seem ready to comply with Murphy's request for fire. A lieutenant on the staff asked how close the Germans were. His Irish roused by now, Murphy, as he kept popping off shots at the stalled German infantry, cried above the vicious snap and crackle of small arms fire, "Just hold the phone and I'll let you talk to one of the bastards." That did it. As the men of Company B to the rear opened up with their bazookas and the first artillery rounds started to fall in the snowy fields all around, digging great, streaming brown holes like the work of giant moles, Murphy decided to take on the advancing German infantry. 2 companies of them, later calculated to be in full strength of 125 men each. With his carbine ammunition gone, he retreated to the slowly burning tank destroyer and clambered into the turret. Here, he manned the 50 caliber machine gun, spraying his front with bullets. An awed Weisfinnig later reported, "He was completely exposed and silhouetted against the background of bare trees and snow, with a fire under him that threatened to blow the destroyer to bits if it reached the gasoline and ammunition." The German infantry could not comprehend where this new hail of fire was coming from. The Americans had abandoned their positions. They knew, and they thought nobody was crazy enough or brave enough to be fighting back at them from the powder keg of the burning tank destroyer. So they milled around, taking casualties all the time. not the German tanks. They had spotted the source of the deadly fire. Now, the enemy tanks returned because Lieutenant Murphy had held up the supporting infantry, and they were apparently loath to advance further without infantry support, as other eyewitnesses, Sergeant Elmer Brawley, recorded later. These tanks added their murderous fire to that of the Kraut artillery and small arms fire that showered the lieutenants back without stopping. Back at battalion headquarters, they could now hear the thwack crack of the German 88 millimeters over the phone as Murphy telephoned his instructions to the artillery. One excited HQ sergeant cried, in between the booms of the explosions, "Are you still alive, Lieutenant?" Carried away by the crazy illogic and bloodlust of combat, Murphy, his clothes already smoldering and smoking, yelled back, "Momentarily, Sergeant, and what are your post-war plans?" Now, the infantry, too, had spotted the direction the deadly machine gun fire was coming from. 12 Germans detached themselves from the main force and tried to outflank the lone defender by stealing up a snow-filled gully to Murphy's right. But the young Texan, who once said that as a kid, if he didn't shoot accurately, he didn't eat, spotted them. Just in time. He swung the .50 caliber around and ripped into them with a vicious burst at 50 yards range. Other Germans were pressing home their attack on the lone soldier who, as Weisfennig reported later, was now enveloped in clouds of smoke and spurts of flame. His clothing was torn and riddled by flying shell fragments and bits of rock. Bullets ricocheted off the tank destroyer as the enemy concentrated the full fury of his fire on this one-man stronghold. Other enemy infantrymen started to crawl in on the tank destroyers from 3 sides, using what cover they could find, in part aided by the fog of war, as shells, American and their own, exploded on all sides. The German infantrymen got within 10 yards of the lieutenant, Sergeant Brawley recalled afterward, who killed them in the draws, in the meadows, in the woods, wherever he saw them, though wounded and covered with soot and dirt that must have obscured his vision at times. He held the enemy at bay, killing and wounding at least 35 during the next hour. Now, Murphy resorted to one final, desperate measure. He called the American artillery to the rear to bring down a barrage on what was virtually his own position. As he explained later, "I figured that I could luck out the barrage if those goddamn Germans could. With those shells bursting all around me, they couldn't even hear the machine gun, much less locate it." Perhaps that last correction saved his life, for a moment later, after he had shouted it through frantically above the roar of battle, the phone went dead in his hand. He was cut off from the rear. One of those inexplicable lulls that happen at the height of the most fierce of battles now occurred. It was as if both sides were winded and needed a few minutes to regain their strength. A good handful of the German infantrymen simply bypassed the lone figure on the burning tank destroyer and penetrated as far as the battalion headquarters, where clerics and cooks took up the challenge for a while. During this time, the gray afternoon cloud parted for a brief period. It was the opportunity the pilots of the American TAC Air Force had been waiting for. They had been buzzing the battlefield all afternoon, flying just above the cloud base, anxiously seeking a break in it. Now they found it, and they didn't hesitate. The feared American Jabos, as the Germans called them, swooped out of the sky, screaming, engines going all out. Immediately, they spotted the infantry and tanks milling around on Murphy's extreme left flank, cannon and machine guns blazing, spitting tracer towards the Germans. They surged into the attack at treetop height. The sight of the jabos tearing in, angry lights crackling the length of their wings, was too much for the German infantry. They started to pull back. The tankers wavered. They knew a direct hit from one of the AMI cannon could put them out of action, and they were afraid of losing the protection the infantry afforded them. It was slowly getting dark, and without infantry, they would be at the mercy of any lurking soldier armed with a bazooka, stalking them at close range. They decided they had had enough. Hesitantly, reluctantly, realizing that they had been held up by one lone AMI, they began to withdraw toward Holzwehr. It was then that Murphy dropped from the battered tank destroyer, its deck and turret gouged silver with the impact of the enemy shells, the holes like the symptoms of some loathsome skin disease covering its metal hide. It was then that he noticed his field map, which he had been holding in his outstretched hands to direct the artillery fire from the rear. It had been tattered by flying rocks and steel fragments. His raincoat was similarly full of holes, but not one fragment had penetrated his skin. It seemed he had come through that tremendous battle without being hit. Suddenly, he felt a dull throbbing in his right leg. "Looking down," he wrote much later, "I see that the trouser leg is bloody. That does not matter." As if under the influence of some drug, I slide off the tank destroyer and, without once looking back, walk down the road through the forest. If the Germans want to shoot me, let 'em. I'm too weak from fear and exhaustion to care. But Audie Murphy had not quite reached breaking point yet. That would come many years later. As the tank destroyer finally exploded with a muffled roar, sending a great circle of black smoke out of the turret into the darkening afternoon sky, he limped back to where what was left of Company B was positioned. His bravery in facing the German attack all by himself had inspired even the green replacements. Under his command, they surged back to attack the Germans still remaining in the woods. As Sergeant Brawley reported, Murphy refused medical treatment. Instead, he led his men in a strong attack against the enemy, dislodging the Germans from the whole area. That evening, Company B was dug in their old position in the woods just outside Holzwehr, where it would remain until it was relieved the following day. Thereupon, the Can-Do's 3rd Battalion assaulted the fortified hamlet, taking it with comparative ease, for the Germans had pulled out most of their strength. The great retreat of what was left of the German 19th Army had commenced from the Colmar pocket. The enemy was pulling back over the Rhine, their last natural bastion at last. Soon, the soil of France would be cleared of the German occupiers after 4 years of occupation. However, there would be German garrisons at such ports as Dunkirk and Lorient right up to the end of the war. We know little of Audie Murphy's thoughts and feelings at the end of the action that would make him famous. In his autobiography, he wrote, "Except for a vague pain in my leg, I feel nothing. No sense of triumph, no exhilaration at being alive. Even the weariness seems to have passed. Existence has taken on the quality of a dream in which I am detached from all that is present." To his longtime friend David McClure, he confessed later that what surprised him about the Holzwehr action was that he could understand why those German foot soldiers didn't get him, but added that he could never forgive those blasted tanks for missing him. Indeed, in later years, the whole subject of how he won his Medal of Honor seemed to bore Murphy totally, and he appears to have given different accounts of the action to different people, just as the mood took him. In the end, the story of the events at Holtzweiler became so fantastic as to be almost unbelievable. Could one lone 20-year-old have stopped the attack of 2 whole German companies, supported by 6 heavy tanks, from the deck of a burning tank destroyer that threatened to explode at any moment? But 4 years after the action, that eyewitness who was closest to the scene of the action, former First Lieutenant Walter Westpfennig, the artillery observer, confirmed that they really did take place. Asked after the Ralph Edwards show, This Is Your Life, featuring Audie Murphy, whether the events had really been portrayed accurately, he answered, "They were as accurate as could be under the circumstances. When a man is figuring on getting his ass shot any minute, and I did, he doesn't think how the situation is going to look in writing." But Audie Murphy earned the Medal of Honor time and time again, and I was only too happy that my testimony finally helped him get it. As for the young man who would soon receive the country's most coveted award for valor, he maintained, as he told a Texas historian in 1953, that the only thing they, medals, ever meant to me during the war was another 5 points toward coming home. By the time the war was over, Murphy had acquired 146 such points. Surely a very high score indeed for such a young man who was not even 21 in May 1945. Even to his family, the young officer did not indulge in any boasting, justifiable as it might have been. Writing to his sister Corinne 1 month after the Holtzweiler battle, he says vaguely, "I may get some sort of award pretty soon. I don't know what it'll be yet. I haven't gotten my purple yet. It takes quite some time to get them. I have 2 oak leaf cluster coming. Also, I didn't tell you I got hit again, did I? It wasn't bad. It only had me limping around for a week or so. I didn't even go to the hosp. Well, sis, that's all about for now, so be good and write often. Love all, Audie." What does one make of such a young man? How could he remain so modest, so seemingly unconcerned about the medal that was to change his whole life? Was Murphy simply just another Texan redneck, lacking in any kind of imagination? Just another barroom brawler to whom fate happened to give a rifle and a war in which he could legitimately kill his fellow human beings? But if Murphy was that sort of coarse, unfeeling roughneck, would he have written to a friend, Henny Lee, even as far back as early 1944? "Jen, do you ever go hunting?" "I guess not. Too much walking, huh? Remember how I used to bug you to go with me? Oh well, when I get home, I'll not get out of the house far enough to shoot a squirrel. I've seen so much blood and I don't think I ever want to shoot anything else." Could a fighting Texan redneck have felt, as he states in his autobiography, that "I may be branded by war, but I will not be defeated by it"? These are not the thoughts or feelings of some hard-hearted glory hunter, and for the rest of his life, Murphy remained exceedingly careless about his medals, giving some away, losing others. One visitor to his house in 1967 noted that his second wife, Pamela, had gathered up a selection of her husband's medals and put them in a glass case to preserve them for their 2 sons. But I saw the Medal of Honor was awry and looking tacky. Murphy's premier Purple Heart had slipped down to the bottom of the case and turned over on its face. For his part, Murphy maintained right to the end of his short life about the medals. "I feel they belong to a lot of people and not just me." So, what did motivate him? What made him fight like he did for a country that had given him so little, save hardship, suffering, pain? Why should this semi-literate son of Texas sharecroppers become America's most celebrated combat soldier? Henry James once wrote, "We are all ready to be savage in some cause. The difference between a good man and a bad one is the choice of the cause." What was the course, consciously or unconsciously, that Audie Leon Murphy chose back in those forgotten 30s in the northwestern part of Hunt County, Texas, where, as a boyhood friend William Bowen recalled long afterward, Murphy never tried to start a fight, but he never ran away from one. 4. In those days, they said, Texas was a place where life was simple and people had not yet developed doubts. It was a place where you needed a mousetrap to catch a mosquito. Texans were so tough and hard-boiled that they slept in sandpaper sheets. Where David Crockett fanned himself with a hurricane. Texas was a place where canaries sang bass, where if you spilled some nails, you'd harvest a crop of crowbars, where houseflies carried dog tags for identification, and where that legendary creature Pecos Bill, the Texas equivalent of Paul Bunyan, could rope and horse tie a streak of lightning. Texas was big, loud, virile, and rich. But not where Audie Leon Murphy was born in Hunt County on Bowles Farm, near the township of Kingston, on June 20, 1924. Here, 50 miles below the Red River that divides Texas and Oklahoma, the soil was black and fertile. Cotton was the crop, and it was farmed by tenants working by hand on small tracts. It was into such a family of tenant sharecroppers that Murphy was born to Josie Murphy, who, before she deserted by her husband, Emmett, would have 11 children, of which 9 grew into adulthood. Emmett, known as Pat Murphy, was in the year of Audie's birth a tenant farmer in the employ of W. Foster Bowles, and he lived with his ever-growing family in a 4-room clapboard house heated by a fireplace on which the cooking was done and lit by coal oil. There was a cistern outside for drinking water. The Murphy family lived and worked in conditions little different from those that their forefathers in Ireland had wanted to get away from when they left the old sod back in the 19th century to start a new life in America. The Murphys were typical sharecroppers of their time, improvident, breeding too many children for their circumstances, scratching a poor living from the soil in an area of backward people like themselves. Here, prejudice thrived, as it always does among poor folk who desperately need to have someone they can look down upon. They hated black people and hated Mexicans. An honest Mexican is one who stays bald. They joked cruelly about the Mexican vote. Naturally, religion, the Baptist creed, and a harking back to past traditions and lost glories thrived. On the day Audie Murphy was born, the local newspapers reported that the Federation of Women's Clubs was agitating for the suppression of bathing girl reviews, beauty contests, and similar parades of feminine pulchritude, and that the local chapter of the Daughters of the Confederacy, named after the Civil War hero General Thomas Greene, had raised enough money, 60 years after the war had ended, to put up a statue to that sad, lost cause on the lawn of the county courthouse at nearby Greenville. "We were sharecrop farmers," Murphy wrote many years later. And to say the family was poor would be an understatement. Poverty dogged our every step. Year after year, the babies would come until there were 9 of us children living. Getting food for our stomachs and clothes for our backs was an ever-present problem. As soon as we grew old enough to handle a plow, an axe, or a hoe, we were thrown into the struggle for existence. The problem of getting food and clothes for Josie Murphy's ever-growing family was not helped by Pat. Throughout the time he lived with his hard-working wife, he was never a good provider. Short, black-haired, heavy-set, barely literate. He was addicted to those 3 evils that the Black Irish had brought with them when they had immigrated to the United States: drink, gambling, and the fostering of too many children without a care about their future. If he had been a Catholic like his forefathers had once been, he would have thrown up his big hands in an easy gesture and exclaimed carelessly, "Och, the good Lord will provide." But the good Lord didn't. As the 20s gave way to the 30s and the Great Depression started to bite home, the lot of the Murphy family became even worse. In 1933, Pat moved his family to the small town of Celeste, where first they lived in a converted railroad boxcar, and then in a rundown shack like all the other rundown shacks that the Murphys had lived in. For the 4 years that the family stayed in Celeste, they lived on relief, aided by the handouts of food and cast-offs given to them by the good ladies of the local Baptist and Methodist churches, who undoubtedly wrinkled their noses and frowned in disapproval at these improvident Irish with all those children. Thus, for most of the 30s, the Murphys lived on a monotonous diet of biscuits and gravy, which a growing Audie would demand even for his breakfast, which was usually just cornbread and molasses. Occasionally, there would be hog meat or fish and, naturally, game, for as soon as he was old enough to handle a rifle, Audie went hunting, developing an uncanny knack for killing a bird or animal with the first shot, because if I missed, we didn't eat. Pat Murphy, who had been going away for years now on mysterious trips and staying away for weeks, only to return to his long-suffering wife without an explanation, now departed for longer and longer trips, leaving Josie to manage the best she could. The result was that Audie turned more and more to his mother, who at 35 looked like 50. He idolized her and tried to help her out when she was sick. Perhaps that close son and mother relationship was to blight his relationship with other women for the rest of his life. For Audie Murphy, who remained handsome and attractive to women almost to the end of his days, never seemed able to find one who measured up to his mother's standards. It seemed women were to be taken and then forgotten. In spite of his hard life, the freckle-faced kid with the infectious smile had his dreams. Hoeing the weeds on one of the farms that his parents and their children labored, the weeds became the enemy, and my hoe a mysterious weapon. I was on a faraway battlefield where bugles blew, banners streamed, and men charged gallantly across flaming hills, where the temperature always stood at 80 and our side was always victorious, where the dying were but impersonal shadows and the wounded never cried, where enemy bullets always miraculously missed me, and my trusty rifle forever hit home. I was only 12 years old, and the dream was my one escape from a grimly realistic world. One day, he would realize that boyhood dream of being a hero on the battlefield, though then the wounded would cry, and the enemy bullets wouldn't always miss him, miraculously. But already his hard life as a young sharecropper was training him for the battlefield to come. He was a born hunter, for example, displaying unusual accuracy with his ancient small-bore rifle, his reflexes uncannily swift. As his longtime friend David McClure, another American Irishman from a similar poor, rural background, noted after the war, "I have never seen a man with such fast reflexes. With him, to think is to act. Audie fires on instinct and is deadly accurate. His vision is fabulous. It must be better than 20/20. He often points out tiny objects to me at night, and even with his help, I cannot see them except upon close inspection. His sense of smell is very acute. During the war, he was sent out to capture prisoners for intelligence on night patrols and was able to locate the Germans by the smell of the tobacco they smoked, and thus gained the advantage of surprise. He had developed a hot Irish temper, too, which flared up and vanished as quickly as it came, a compound of pent-up emotions and a feeling of having been wronged. Perhaps there was also the knowledge that he was smaller and skinnier than most of his fellows and had to compensate by being quicker off the mark with his fists, always ready to see or sense an insult, whether it was intended or not. "God knows where my pride came from," he wrote later, "but I had it, and it was constantly getting me into trouble. My temper was explosive, and my moods, typically Irish, swung from the heights to the depths. At school, I fought a great deal. Perhaps I was trying to level with my fists what I assumed fate had put above me." One of his teachers in grade school, Ruth Rutherford, who nicknamed Audie "My Little Pat," also remembers his poverty, pride, and pugnacity. "He seemed to carry a chip on his shoulder," she recalled many years later. "I always thought of him as my fighting Irishman, and many, many times I had to be referee. After I had learned of his home background, I could more easily understand his feelings and attitude." Later, Audie Murphy would say himself, "I never seek trouble. Trouble has a way of looking me up." But, as his friend McClure wrote, Audie has a flaring temper, but is incapable of prolonged anger. He has too much humor. So, as he grew into a wiry, handsome little teenager, Audie Murphy seemed to be a typical product of his time and background. A semi-literate boy, the son of a father who would soon desert the family, and an adored mother who was already dying. A child who had learned to take on the responsibility for his own fate early. He had been hungry many a time and demeaned just as often by the attention of the local Lady Bountifuls, whose prissy Baptist morals were accompanied by sanctimonious tut-tuttings as they gave handouts to the undeserving poor. Yet the hardness of his life was animated by his temperament, his moods that swung from the heights to the depths, easily given to laughter and to anger. To it was allied the daydreaming that was an escape from the soulless hardness of his life. As he wrote himself, "I was never so happy as when alone. In solitude, my dreams made sense. Nobody was there to dispute or destroy them." And a loner Murphy was going to remain. In the service, after he had some combat experience, he shunned close relationships. All too often, they were suddenly and violently destroyed in battle. Once his original buddies of his old platoon had been killed and wounded, he never seemed to make any more. It was the same later when he had become a movie star. More often than once, Lillian Ross, observing him during the making of perhaps his best movie, the red badge of courage, noticed just how absent he was. Staring out of the window during important discussions with the director, John Huston, eyes far away, having to be dragged back into the conversation by an infinitely patient Huston. It was no different with his own family. Neither of his wives could reach him. A womanizer, a compulsive gambler, he remained apart from them. Just like his father, Pat, going off on those long, mysterious trips, he stayed a loner to the very end. In November 1940, Pat Murphy disappeared for good. Behind him in Farmersville, Texas, where the family was now living, he left Josie and the 3 children who were still at home. Now, Audie's mother became bedridden, her condition weakening rapidly. In the spring of 1941, her serious heart condition was complicated by pneumonia. She was dying, and on the evening of May 23rd, she passed away in her sleep while Audie sat at her bedside, with tears streaming down his cheeks. At the age of 16, Audie Murphy was on his own. The family broken up, the younger children placed in an orphanage. He himself, a 5th grade dropout, earning his keep as a clerk in a combination grocery store gasoline station in Greenville, owned by a Mr. Snow Warren. Later, Ms. Warren would recall the teenager with the ready smile but sad eyes as being honest, humble, shy, proud, and neat as a pin. He was a good worker and tried on what little he had to keep his family. He was a sad type person, but always wanted to do the best he could. He was also a very sensitive person and could have a temper, and he could be hurt very easily. We loved him very much. And there Audie Murphy could have been fated to remain an obscure young man in an obscure rural Texas township, destined for an early marriage, a lot of children, and a lifetime of unremitting poverty and menial work until death mercifully put an end to the sheer boredom of it all. But even in that remote Texas township, the far trumpets sounding the call to war could be faintly heard. 5,000 miles away in Europe, there had been something called the Blitzkrieg, France, which some of the old-timers whom Audie had worked with in the cotton fields still remembered, had fallen. Over Britain, the decisive Battle of Britain had taken place. Already adventurous Texans in their scores, their hundreds, had trekked to Canada to enlist in the RCAF, so that Montreal wags talked of the Royal Canadian Texas Air Force. The draft had come to the United States, and Sam Rayburn, that veteran Texan, had quipped, "The real reason Congress passed selective service was to get someone in the Army, not a Texan." We do not know just how much Audie Murphy burned to get into the fighting. Even to the semi-literate youth who could barely read the newspapers, it was clear from the radio bulletins that the time would not be far off when America would be in what was called then the shooting war. Men were being drafted everywhere. With the new markets being offered by Europe, the Depression was coming to a rapid end, and the home armaments industry was thriving. With new factories, plants, shipyards being opened daily, the isolationists were fighting a losing battle, and the coming war not only threatened death and destruction, but also promised profits and excitement. As one female Red Cross worker recorded later, "The war was fun for Americans. I'm not talking about the poor souls who lost their sons and daughters, but for the rest of us, the war was a hell of a good time. Farmers in South Dakota, whom I administered relief to and gave bully beef and $4 a week to feed their families, when I came home, were worth $250,000. We do know, however, that Murphy ate vegetables he didn't like so he could grow big enough to get into the Army, and that he would weigh himself every few days to see how close he was to the minimum weight acceptable for military service. When Pearl Harbor struck the nation, Murphy was half wild with frustration. Here was a war itself, and I was too young to enlist. I was sure that it would all be over in a few months, and I would be robbed of the great adventure that had haunted my imagination. His turn would come, for the first time being the skinny, undersized youth who looked more like 13 than 17, burned with impatience. Like so many other callow, enthusiastic youths all over the world that fateful winter of 1941-42, he fretted at the leash, impatient for some desperate glory, even if it led to death. But then, young bold men never think they will die in battle. How leaden time must have seemed until he reached his 18th birthday and he could volunteer for the service legally. What torments he must have suffered as, in the Pacific, America suffered one black defeat after another. Her fleet sunk, her prestige in ruins, her garrisons annihilated, kicked off one remote island after another ignominiously. On his 18th birthday, June 20, 1942, with America facing defeat on every front, Audie Murphy hurried to the Army recruiting office in the basement of Greenville's local post office. Already, the Marines and the paratroops had turned him down as being underweight and undersized. Now, all that remained was the U.S. Army. There, the recruiting sergeant was not too keen about this enthusiastic volunteer either. Not only was he a mere 5 foot 5 inches and weighed a bare 110 pounds, but he also seemed distinctly underaged. The recruiter turned the enraged youth away and told him before he could be inducted, he had to prove that he really was 18. He returned with a certified copy of his birth certificate and a letter from his sister Corinne stating his age. They were accepted. He was told to report back on June 30 for the bus ride to the Federal Building on Dallas's Commerce Street, where his formal induction would take place. Previously, he had never been further than 100 miles from home. Now, with a pocket full of holes, a head full of dreams, and an ignorance beyond many years, he boarded the bus that would take him to Dallas. That afternoon, Audie Leon Murphy was accepted into the infantry. The U.S. Army had just inducted its most famous soldier ever. 5. Audie Murphy took to the U.S. Army from the first, and that in spite of the fact that his first sergeant at the training camp, Camp Walters, 4 miles east of Mineral Wells, Texas, called him Baby on account of his size and looks, and succeeding company commanders, taking pity on his puny physique, tried to get him transferred from the rigors of the infantry to the cook's detail or service outfit. Murphy persisted in wanting to be a fighting soldier. As he said many years later, "I have to admit I loved the damned Army. It was father, mother, brother to me for years. It made me somebody, gave me self-respect. And I was proud of being a tough soldier." His start in the infantry was hardly auspicious. One of his fellow rookies at the training camp, Corliss Rowe, remembered he looked no bigger than a guinea and was skinny and pale, like he suffered from malnutrition. Nor had he reckoned with realistic Army training during my first session of close order drill, he wrote in his autobiography. I, the late candidate for the Marines and the paratroops, passed out cold. Again, a well-meaning officer tried to have him transferred from the infantry to the cooks and baker's school, but he would not go. Murphy swore that I would take the guard room first, and thus the Army was spared the disaster of having another fourth-class cook in its rank. But after the initial difficulties, Murphy started to fill out on the good Army food, although he was still drilling in shoes several sizes too large for his small feet. In his first letter home to his sister Corinne, he informed her that he liked the Army fine so far. They let you sleep till 5:30. On the farm, I had to get up at 4. After 13 weeks at Walters, he was transferred to Fort Meade, Maryland, for advanced infantry training, though he and many others would discover once they actually got into combat, the U.S. Army's idea of advanced infantry training in the summer of 1942 was hopelessly out of date. In the bitter future ahead, some would die, and the others would learn their advanced infantry training from the Germans. It was at Fort Meade that Baby, as Murphy was still being called by some of his comrades, first gave an inkling that he had the makings of a soldier. As Jane Wilkie, a West Coast writer, reported in 1956, according to the story that Audie told her, he was detailed to escort 2 prisoners to the quartermaster to draw shoes. One man was a murderer, and the other a rapist, and both dwarfed their puny and nervous escort. Undoubtedly, they miscalculated the steely purpose of the 18-year-old, who had absorbed the quite erroneous barrack room lore that if a guard let a prisoner escape, he, the guard, would have to serve the rest of the escaped prisoner's sentence. Murphy trailed them with his shotgun at the ready, watching the 2 hulking, cynical prisoners like a hawk, waiting for the first wrong move. Something told him that they were going to try something, and he swallowed hard and flicked off the shotgun's safety catch. One of the 2 heard the sound and turned. "What would you do if we tried to get away?" he demanded, staring down at the boy. Audie said quite coolly, "I'd shoot you. Both of you." The prisoner saw the look in those green eyes that had changed from Murphy's usual good-humored look to a killer's hard, relentless glint, and realized the kid was not joking. Later, Audie's CO asked him, "What would you have done?" "I told you, sir," Audie drawled in his most incomprehensible Texan accent. "I'd have killed 'em. I don't cotton to spending the rest of my life in jail for something other guys did." Murphy's freckled-faced innocence had again proved deceptive. People who saw him for the first time seldom recognized how he had been shaped by the hardship and bitterness of his youth, and by the knowledge that he was, to all intents and purposes, an orphan who could rely on no one but himself. That innocence fooled not only men. Women fell for it too, and always would throughout his short life. As his post-war friend David McClure points out, there was something about Audie that few women could resist. When Audie relaxed, his facial muscles produced a sad and wistful look. I called it the little boy look. He might be cursing a blue streak under his breath, but this did not interfere with the little boy lost look. He had a voice to go with the look too. Women wanted to save that little lost boy. Audie seduced more girls than any man I ever knew, with the possible exception of Errol Flynn. He might even have topped Flynn. A well-meaning officer tried to do Audie a favor and, while his comrades awaited shipment overseas at the end of their training, had Audie transferred to work in Fort Meade's post exchange. Perhaps he thought Audie would remain behind in the permanent cadre and not be subjected to the rigors of combat. Murphy made the most of the opportunities open to him in the PX, staffed mostly by young women recruited locally, and, having struck up a friendship with one of the clerks, seduced her easily as 1942 gave way to 1943. Thus, while many of his comrades went overseas virgins to die before they ever lost their cherry, as the parlance of the time had it, Audie Murphy became a full-grown man. That didn't change the fact that he didn't want to stay behind in the permanent cadre, however alluring that prospect might have seemed to some of his less martial comrades. He harassed the overworked clerks and officers in the company office, demanding to be sent overseas. In the end, the persistence of this youth, who actually wanted to go over there and have his head blown off, paid off. On January 23, 1943, he was posted with the men who had trained with him to Camp Kilmer. Now, Audie Murphy, no longer called Baby by his comrades, but Murph, had 2 more weeks left in the United States. Soon, he would be leaving a land that had remained and would remain virtually untouched by the total war that had been raging elsewhere since 1939. Behind him, Murphy left a cozy, comfortable America, whose concept of the war was so fashioned by the media that the men and women who stayed behind would never even begin to comprehend what Audie Murphy and his comrades went through. Much of it was the patriotic, small-town America that responded so naturally to Kate Smith singing "God Bless America" on the radio, where Andy Hardy still reigned, as did Dagwood, Blondie, and Baby Dumpling, a land that was all sweetness and light and happy endings, where Norman Rockwell still interpreted America to itself on the front cover of the Saturday Evening Post. For Hollywood, which would one day mean so much to the young man now locked in his camp under armed guard, for the authorities did not allow any word of their sailing to be mentioned. The German U-boats were still very active off America's eastern seaboard. The war was a simple matter of black and white. The old pre-war formulas were applied to the new sensations. Uncle Sam was now engaged in a straightforward melodrama made up of heroes and villains, and Uncle Sam was the knight in shining armor, mounted on a white charger, coming to save the fair damsel of democracy. About the only thing we know of Audie Murphy's activities while he was waiting for shipment overseas at Camp Kilmer was that he saw Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca. With perfect timing, it had been released the previous November to coincide with the Allied landings in North Africa. It was ironic, in view of what the young man was going to experience in Europe in the years to come, that his last real contact with America should be this celluloid dream of patriotism, liberal idealism, and heady, unashamed romanticism. How could Murphy, with his head full of heroics, resist Humphrey Bogart as the embittered introvert changed by the European Elsa, Bergman, and her love into a champion of democracy? Bogart's brand of self-sacrificial heroism crackling with hard-bitten dialogue. "What's your nationality?" "I'm a drunkard," must have appealed totally, epitomizing for the callow, semi-literate youth the dreams, the ideals, the style of wartime America. The reality was to be very different. On February 8, 1943, Private, Acting Corporal, Audie Leon Murphy staggered up the gangplank of his troop transport, together with hundreds of other young men. They were laden like pack animals with their weapons and rifles, and each man was marked with a number chalked on his helmet. The troop transport was the Hawaiian Skipper, a 7,000-ton cargo steamer that had crossed the Atlantic many times already in the employ of the British Ministry of War Transport. There were the usual jeers, wolf whistles, and calls of, "You'll be sorry!" But down below, the military policemen in their white painted helmets, swinging their billy sticks, and the port officials with their checkboards remained unmoved. They had seen it all before, and they weren't going. The war over there would soon take the piss and vinegar out of these cocky young men. Silently, that evening the transport slipped out past the Statue of Liberty into the Atlantic. For security, it is likely that the young men were kept below deck and were not even able to wave farewell to the statue. The convoy for the long, dangerous voyage ahead had already begun to form up. Slowly, America became a dark smudge on the horizon. Then it vanished altogether, and they were alone. Dark specks on the tossing green sea, heading into the unknown. All we know of Audie Murphy's long voyage to war was that he was constantly seasick, as were many of his comrades. Most of them had never been on the sea before, and the North Atlantic in winter is not the calmest of oceans. For 11 days, the convoy battled the waves, the destroyer zigzagging busily to port and starboard, always on the lookout for a German periscope. But there was none. At this time of the year, the rough weather made it hard for the German wolf packs to find their prey. On Saturday, February 20, 1943, they sighted land, and for the first time, the young soldiers learned that they were sailing for Casablanca in French North Africa. Here, on November 11, 1942, General Patton's 7th Army had come ashore, hoping to be greeted with flags and flowers by the oppressed French. They had even brought their regimental bands ashore with them in the first wave. Instead, the French had stubbornly resisted the Americans and British who had come to liberate them and had succeeded in killing and wounding 1,000 of their liberators before the ceasefire was sounded. The first American casualties suffered by the U.S. Army in the European theater in World War II were inflicted by an erstwhile ally. That was 3 months before. Now Murphy and the rest of his unit disembarked into a strange and, for them, exotic world. A world of Arabs, in what looked like mattress covers, riding barefoot on skinny-ribbed donkeys, while their black-clad veiled wives walked behind them, carrying heavy loads. Watched by French colonial officers who wore their capes tilted to one side at a jaunty angle, cigarettes glued to the corner of their cynical mouths, looking just like Claude Rains in Casablanca, gawping like country yokels, sweating in the unaccustomed heat, pestered by dark-skinned, fresh little kids begging for cigarettes for papa and chewing's gun, and making obscene gestures that promised other, less innocuous pleasures. The young soldiers staggered to the gleaming white railroad station. Here they boarded what their latter called cattle cars, the same kind of primitive rolling stock that had taken their fathers to the front in France back in 1918. Hanging out of the open door, they watched as the fertile littoral swung by, crying out with excitement at their first sight of a camel, or shouting at the barefoot kids goading blind donkeys around and around in an endless circle to draw water from the primitive wells needed to irrigate the fields. Theirs was not a long journey, which was fortunate, for there was neither water nor sanitation in the cattle cars, and some of them were already beginning to suffer from the squirters. It was going to be the lot of most of them soon. 60 miles up the line, the train stopped at Rabat. They were hauled out of the train by the waiting non-coms and officers and marched to the new replacement center, recently set up just outside the Arab town. Here, they spent a few days finding their bearings before being allotted to their new units. Murphy was delighted to be made an infantryman. He was to be assigned to Company B, the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division located at Port-Léoté, named after the great French soldier of the previous century who had made Morocco French. It would be some 28 months later, his skinny chest adorned with 25 awards before First Lieutenant Audie Murphy, the only surviving member of that original Company B, 15th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Division, would return to the United States. 6. The 3rd Infantry Division had first gone into action in World War II on November 11, 1942, under the command of General George S. Patton's 7th Army, which had sailed for North Africa directly from the States. The leading battalions had hit the beach at Fadala. It had been dark, and the landing had been a hopeless shambles. Landing a little after the first assault wave, Major General Lucien K. Truscott, a dashing ex-cavalryman in the Patton mold, who affected riding breeches, a leather jacket, and a jaunty silk scarf, found himself in the midst of total confusion. In the darkness, stabbed here and there by the scarlet spurts of French artillery, for the French were resisting their would-be liberators manfully, he found soldiers burrowing into the wet sand on all sides. They neither knew nor cared what their next objective was supposed to be. They had done their bit. They had hit the beach. Now, let the war take care of itself. In disgust, Truscott, who had been empowered by Patton himself to supervise the initial advance inland, decided to ride to the sound of the guns, as every self-respecting cavalry general should. He commandeered the beachmaster's personal half-track and set off into the darkness to find the front. Hardly had he started when the nervous soldier manning the half-inch machine gun behind him loosed off a sudden burst and nearly took his head off. Grimly, Truscott told himself it had been a long time since 1918. He had forgotten that more soldiers were killed by battlefield accidents than by the enemy. Later, he recalled his attempt to find out what was going on at Fadala. As far as I could see along the beach, there was chaos. Landing craft were breaching in the pounding surf, broaching to the waves and spilling men and equipment into the water. Men wandered around aimlessly, hopelessly lost, calling to each other and for their units, swearing at each other, and nothing. Truscott decided he couldn't do much till dawn. Moodily, he squatted in the wet sand, dearly wishing he could light a cigarette. Patton had forbidden any lights to be struck in the hours of darkness. Finally, the temptation was too great, and he succumbed. Immediately, all around him in the darkness, other soldiers lit up. Squatting there moodily, feeling very lonely and wondering what to do next, with the totally disorganized 3rd Division, Truscott was suddenly startled by a strange, lumbering figure who cried in an alien accent, "Hey, give me a cigarette?" Dutifully, Truscott held out a cigarette. As out of the darkness, one of his staff loomed up and thrust a Tommy gun into the stranger's stomach, yelling the password for the assault, "George!" But he didn't receive the expected answer, which was Patton. "George?" came the indignant answer in a strange sing-song. "George hell! Me no George. My name, Lee. Cook, Company C, 540th Engineers." The stranger was a Chinese-American who had lost his outfit. Lee became General Truscott's cook, then latter served General Patton. Squatting in the sand, Truscott didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The U.S. 3rd Infantry Division's first taste of combat in World War II had not been an overwhelming success. The 3rd Division, made up of the 7th, 15th, and 30th Regiments, of which the 7th could trace its history back to the War of 1812, and which had in its ranks no less a person than the Chief of the Army, General Marshall, had gained an outstanding record in its short fighting career in World War I. Formed in Texas in 1917, it had been assaulted 1 year later by 3 German divisions. Under the German pressure, it had been forced to retire, and its commander, General Dickman, had declared fervently, "The American flag has been forced to retire. This is unendurable. We are going to attack." E. Rickman, Soldier, New York, Harper and Row, 1953. Attack they did, with First Lieutenant George Price winning the division's first Medal of Honor. For its steadfast stand on the Marne River, the outfit gained the nickname the Rock of Marne. Thereafter, the men of the division would call themselves Marnemen, and their division the Rock. When the new replacements arrived at 3rd Division, there was little of the rock about it, and its new commander, General Lucian Truscott. Its first commander, General Jonathan Anderson, had been relieved after the poor showing at Fadala, was determined to retain his division before it went into action again. Thus, while the fighting in North Africa raged hundreds of miles away in Tunisia, where the Africa Corps was fighting its last desperate battles, Audie Murphy found to his disgust that instead of the combat he dreamed of, we were given another long, monotonous period of training. Ahead of the 3rd would be over 500 days in combat, which would gain it a staggering 46 Medals of Honor, more than any other outfit in the whole of the U.S. Armed Services, at a cost of over 30,000 casualties. Again, more than any other unit in the American service, i.e., 300% casualties. But the 18-year-old replacement posted to the 15th Can-Do Regiment chafed at the bit. He had not come all this way to start training again. However, he did not let his chagrin show through in his first letter home to his sister Corinne. Dated February 26, 1943, and headed somewhere in Africa, it states baldly, "Will write you a few lines to let you know that I am okay. It is nice here in Africa. Am glad to be here. How are all the folks? Hope they are all well. I never felt better in my life. Well, there isn't much to write at this time. I hope to see a little action soon. Well, I had better sign 30 for now. Love all, Leon." Murphy would often end his letters with the phrase "sign 30," which was the sign-off trademark of a popular pre-war news commentator, Earl Garner. For a boy who, up to his induction into the service, had never been farther than 100 miles from the small town that he called home, the fact that he was now serving in an exotic country some 5,000 miles away seemed to have registered not at all. "It is nice here in Africa" did little justice, even for a person with Audie Murphy's lack of formal education, to the new surroundings in which he now found himself. Still, General Truscott undoubtedly did not give his men such time for sightseeing and reflecting on the new country in which they were located. Truscott was one of the few American generals, most of whom who had last experienced combat as junior grade officers in the trenches back in 1918, who had studied the British Army's more realistic training methods. The year before, he had spent 4 months in that country,
where he had conceived the idea of a Ranger Battalion based on the British commandos. Now, he introduced the British idea of the battle school to the 3rd. His predecessor, General Anderson, had not trained his men hard enough, and, as a result, they had gone to ground far too early in their first experience of combat. Truscott wanted his men to train hard and fight soft. So, Audie Murphy, together with the rest of his new buddies of the 15th Infantry Regiment, was now introduced to the Truscott Trot. This entailed marching 5 miles per hour for 1 hour, 4 miles per hour for the next 2 hours, and then marching the rest of the 30-mile hike at 3.5 miles per hour. That under a blazing hot African sun. At the end of that ordeal, the marmen were required to crawl under a field of barbed wire on their bellies while live ammunition fired by the regiment's sharpshooters cut the air above their helmeted heads. At the time, Murphy and the rest roundly cursed Truscott. Later, however, in the rugged mountainous terrain of Sicily and Italy, they would come to appreciate the hardening that their commander had inflicted upon them. Truscott knew what faced his division soon. Under the command of General Patton, the 3rd would be one of the U.S. 7th Army's assault divisions attacking the mainland of Feston Europa on the coast of Sicily. Most of Patton's intelligence staff were confident, perhaps too confident, Truscott thought, that the Italians defending the coast of the island would fold up easily. But, in Truscott's opinion, the staff had not taken into consideration the Germans in Sicily. Just as they were currently doing in Tunisia, they might well fight to the bitter end. Truscott wanted his division to be prepared to take up the German challenge. While General Frednall's U.S. Second Corps was smashed and routed at the Kasserine Pass by Rommel, the men of the 3rd Division enjoyed the off-duty pleasures that Morocco offered. There was plenty of potent local red wine at 5 cents a glass, and in the cities there were eager, adoring French women, the wives and daughters of the Collins. Soon, GIs armed with the olive drab-colored Army phrase book were out everywhere, trying out the same old weary phrases their fathers had used in France. And so much in a hurry were the young soldiers that soon "Voulez-vous promener avec moi?" was being replaced by the more basic "Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?" Arab women, however, had to be treated with respect. The GI guide that had been handed to every soldier on board ship made it quite clear that the soldier should never stare at one, never jostle her in a crowd, never speak to her in public, never try to remove her veil. North Africa, Washington, D.C., Department of the Army, 1942. A few of the bolder soldiers who ignored that advice found out what it meant to offend the local women. Their dead bodies would be discovered in alleyways with their testicles sewn into their mouths. The wine meant nothing to Audie. He did not drink. As for the local women, we know nothing of his dealings with them. He seemed to have confined himself to gambling during his off-duty time, both with cards and dice. One of his comrades recalls him cleaning out everyone in the game. Like his father, with whom he had now had no contact for over 3 years, Audie Murphy had a passion for games of chance. In combat, that gambler's instinct of his paid off many times. In civilian life, it would become something that was a serious problem, one that Audie would never be able to quite cope with. In early May, the hard training was interrupted for the 3rd Division. Truscott was alerted for action in Tunisia.
Murphy was overjoyed. Finally, the great news came. He would write in his autobiography, "We were to go into action in the Tunis area. We oiled our guns, double-checked our gear, and prayed or cursed according to our natures. But before we could move out, the order was canceled. The Germans in the area had surrendered," Audie recorded. "I took no part in the general sigh of relief." Now it was back to training. By June 21st, 1943, the day after Murphy's 19th birthday, the training program for the amphibious landing in Sicily was complete. On the following day, a full-scale rehearsal was held. It was so realistic that some of the men taking part in the trial landing thought it was the real thing. Senior observers stated later, with the confidence born of inexperience, that never anywhere was a combat division more fit for combat, more in readiness to close with the enemy than the 3rd Infantry Division. But the 3rd had not met the Germans yet. 1 month later, only a few days before Operation Husky, as the assault on Sicily was codenamed, was launched, the 3rd Division passed in review before its commanding general. It was July 4th, 1943. Back home, it was a public holiday. There would be fireworks, plenty of drinking, picnics, and all the rest of the easygoing, mindless celebrations that went with the country's most important holiday. But here, the mood was somber and grave. Soon, these sweating young men, parading under the harsh North African sun, their red faces glazed as if with grease, their uniforms already black with perspiration, would be among the first American troops to land on the mainland of Europe. The British had been waiting for this moment for over 3 bitter years. The new boys had not had such a long wait, but they had not gained the combat experience the British had had those long months since the Germans had thrown them out of Europe at Dunkirk. Admittedly, some of the 3rd had had 3 days of combat back in November fighting against the French, but the latter's resistance had been half-hearted and the French weapons had been out of date. Now they were going to attack the first team, for although most of the defenders of the island were Italian, there were among their ranks the soldiers of 2 crack, full-strength, experienced German divisions. The 15th Panzer, which had fought all throughout the Desert Campaign, and the Hermann Göring Panzer, recently returned from Russia. The latter division was named after the flamboyant, roly-poly head of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring, who was known jokingly behind his back as Fat Herman. But Truscott knew there would be nothing to joke about the way they would fight once the Allies had landed. Now, Lucian Truscott stared down at his young soldiers under the burning sun of Africa. He knew full well his responsibilities to them. Soon he would order them into battle, and undoubtedly, before this month of July 1943 was over, some of these earnest young men blinking up at him would be dead at his orders. But he was a general, cut in the patent mold, given to bold, dashing phrases, so he kept his doubts to himself and kept his speech short and spirited. "You are going to meet the bush," he rasped in that throaty voice of his that would gain him the nickname of Old Gravelmouth, with his British colleagues later in the campaign in Italy. "Carve your name on his face." 7. Friday, July 9th, 1943. The great wind struck the largest seaborne assault force the world had ever seen till then with savage fury. In an instant, The ugly, awkward landing craft rode up and down the white-capped waves as if they were on a giant roller coaster. For their part, the bigger ships in the Great Armada strained to keep the timetable. Desperately, they punched their way through the vicious, howling storm, shipping tons of cold, green water. Now, the storm rose steadily as the 2,500 transports, merchantmen, liners, oilers, battleships, and other vessels grew ever closer to the enemy coast. It shrieked and roared to an ear-splitting crescendo. Force 4, 5, Force 6. Would it never stop? Within the hour, the convoys that had converged here in this wild, angry sea from North Africa, Britain, the United States were being tossed and buffeted by a Force 7 gale. It looked as if God himself were conspiring to stop this Allied invasion of Hitler's vaunted Festung Europa. Now, the huge invasion fleet was racked by a terrible, stomach-churning, nauseating outbreak of seasickness. Even some of the sailors were green and hanging on to stanchions, unable to carry out their duties, as the Sirocco flung the sea at the ships and swept their decks so that they looked like half-awash submarines. Soldiers lay helpless in their own vomit everywhere. The heads were clogged, and the decks between the roof-high bunks were awash in puke. Even the rumor that the whole operation had been ordered canceled by no less a person than the Supreme Commander Eisenhower, if the weather did not improve soon, had no effect. All the green soldiers wanted to do was die, and have done with the whole miserable business. Audie Murphy was no exception. After the war, he admitted that he, like the rest of his company, had been green to the gills that terrible Friday as the invasion fleet, and with it the plan of attack, was put in jeopardy by the storm. Then, as a worried Eisenhower in nearby Malta really began to seriously consider what to do about Operation Husky, the luck of the Allies changed. As abruptly as the storm had blown up, it began to calm down in the strange manner of the Sirocco. There was a sudden transformation. The hot, fierce wind that had started hundreds of miles away to the south in the Sahara Desert ceased with startling suddenness. Instead of the great, raging, white-capped waves, there was a calm sea, gently ruffled by a fatigued breeze under a heaven full of silver stars. The invasion was on. Now, the serials began to move across the deck in an awkward, stiff-legged gait to the waiting boats, each man's fingers hooked under the belt of the man in front. Platoon linked to platoon, until a whole company coiled in and out across the wet deck like a human snake. Laden like pack animals with rifles, automatics, picks, shovels, packs, almost 100 pounds of equipment, the men clambered down the swaying rope ladders and cargo nets to the wildly bobbing landing craft. Among the Americans of Patton's two assault divisions, the 3rd and the 45th Infantry, was Audie Murphy, feeling scared and seasick. Now, at 5 o'clock on the morning of Saturday, July 10, he climbed out of the landing craft and began to wade ashore at Yellow Beach, just east of the Sicilian town of Licata. Both divisions landed with little opposition. After firing a few shells, the Italian coastal artillerymen fled into the interior, leaving the Americanos to stumble up the sand virtually unopposed. Indeed, So easy was the landing that the beach engineers, supposedly preparing the beaches for the second wave, forgot their duties altogether and set about looting the personal effects of the men of the 45th Thunderbird Division, which didn't endear the rear echelon men to the infantry. Audie Murphy had no time to concern himself with the inequities of the canteen commandos of the rear echelon. His B Company had just lost one man to shell fire. Now they were being hurried inland by their officers, with Murphy grudgingly carrying out an assignment he bitterly disliked. Just prior to the invasion, he had been given the job of company runner. Again, his youthful looks had caught up with him, and now he felt himself little better than an officer's dog's body. Not for long, however. Driving from the coastal township of Licata toward the bigger town of Kanikati, Murphy came under enemy fire for the first time. The youngster, who had declared a few days before that he had felt scared and seasick, suddenly forgot all his fears. According to his first platoon commander, Lieutenant W.H. Reeves, just as the platoon was pinned down on a hillside, Murphy jumped up, starting firing from the hip and yelling for the rest of us to follow. He was that kind of soldier. Soon after, Murphy was promoted to corporal and put back on combat duty. Now, he would never leave frontline action until he finally won his Medal of Honor in 1945, and the top brass decided he had had enough. Even then, they would find it exceedingly difficult to keep him out of the firing line. It was at about this time that the 19-year-old killed his first men. He was ahead of Company B together with the scouts, when two Italian officers tried to make a break for it to their front. They should have surrendered, he wrote in his autobiography. Unfortunately for them, they didn't. Instead, they mount two magnificent white horses and gallop madly away. My act is instinctive. Dropping to one knee, I fire twice. The men tumble from the horses, roll over, and lie still. The young officer in charge of the patrol was horrified. "Now why did you do that?" he demanded. "What should I have done?" Audie countered, seemingly unmoved by the fact that he had just killed two fellow human beings. "Stood there with egg on my face, waving them goodbye?" "You shouldn't have fired," the officer persisted. "That's our job," Audie said hotly. "They would have killed us if they'd had the chance. That's their job. Or have I been wrongly informed?" The officer gave up. He shrugged and said, "To hell with it. I guess you did the right thing." Later, he would write, "Now I have shed my first blood, I feel no qualms, no pride, no remorse. There is only a weary indifference that will follow me throughout the war." A quarter of a century afterward, he would tell an interviewer, "The way I remember it, the first shock of combat numbs your senses. That's a good thing because numbness keeps you from running away. The shock in combat is a little like the shock after a wound. You don't feel the pain right away. Then, after another little while, you sit down and appreciate the situation. You realize you're going to do what you have to do. Once you accept the fact that you're going to get it, if you're going to get it, your mind clears up. You become decisive. That is important because indecision kills people in war more often than anything else. Indecisive, Audie Murphy would never be. Perhaps that is why he survived so long. Still, he paid a terrible price for that survival. While those who hesitated died, Audie Murphy would live on to be tormented to the end of his days, always sleeping with a loaded pistol beneath his pillow, tortured by nightmares of the war. There was the nightmare, the recurrent nightmare, he would tell the same interviewer 5 years before his death. I would dream I am on a hill and all these faceless people are charging at me. I am holding a grand rifle, the kind of rifle that I used to take apart blindfolded. And in the dream, every time I shoot one of these people, a piece of the rifle flies off until all I have left is the trigger guard. In all the long months of planning for the invasion of Sicily, the planners had basically concentrated on landing the troops. Little consideration had been given to the future strategy once that objective had been obtained. Now, the Italo-German defenses on the coast had been overcome with surprising speed, especially on the American front. What were the Allies going to do next? With the Supreme Commander far away in Algiers in North Africa, the man on the spot knew what he was going to do. General Patton, the commander of the U.S. 7th Army, decided he wanted the headlines. He would capture Palermo, a major city, but with no strategic importance. To do this, Patton formed a provisional corps consisting of the U.S. 82nd Airborne Division, the 2nd Armored Division, nicknamed the Hell on Wheels, and 100 miles under the burning hot sun of midsummer Sicily. Although later the official U.S. history of the war characterized the march as little more than a road march, Colonel Slim Jim Gavin of the 82nd Airborne thought, "It was a strange business unlike anything else I encountered during the war. Suddenly, a machine gun or anti-tank weapon would open up, and then the white flags would appear. A shot had been fired for honor, but it was just as likely to cause casualties as a shot fired in anger." J. Gavin, On to Berlin, New York, Viking, 1978. A very sick Audie Murphy toiled up the dusty roads under the burning sun, trying all the time not to vomit, but not succeeding. The march toward Palermo became virtually a foot race, he wrote later. We had to average 25 to 30 miles a day over rugged terrain. Dust lay over the highways like a smokescreen. Not a cloud appeared in the sky. Often, we could not stop even to eat. We gulped our rations as we walked. The dust-stained infantrymen, their shirts wet with sweat, plodded on. Patton, living off his nerves and now in a state almost bordering on hysteria. Soon he would strike the first of the 2 soldiers he would assault during the Sicilian campaign, was always urging them forward, harassing their commanders, and threatening court-martial if his orders were not carried out. Audie knew nothing of Patton's ambitions. All he was concerned with was his frail body, which was now giving him serious trouble. My brain swam, and my internal organs rumbled. Finally, I could take it no longer. I fell out of the ranks, lay down on the roadside, and heaved until I thought I would lose my stomach. At that moment, a jeep halted near him, and the major called out, "What's wrong? Are you sick, soldier?" According to Murphy, in his autobiography, he answered, "No, sir. I'm just spilling my guts for the hell of it." The major wasn't offended. "Maybe you'd better report to the medics," he said. "Yes, sir," Murphy answered. But I did not. I rose to my feet, staggered up the road, cursing the war in detail. Next day, he blacked out completely. One day before the commanding general's deadline, the Provisional Corps took Palermo, and Patton made his triumphal entrance to be greeted by the wildly enthusiastic Sicilianos, who had long experience in changing sides swiftly. But the flowers and cheers didn't elate Patton. The Sicilians went to the bottom of his personal shit list, even below the hated Arabs. Audie Murphy knew nothing of Patton's triumph, for he was in hospital suffering from what he later reported to be malaria, lathered in sweat. In fact, he had been taken to Palermo Military Hospital suffering from nasopharyngitis. The would-be hero had been struck down by the kiddies' complaint, inflammation of the nose and throat. For 5 days, Audie languished in the hospital, while the wards started to fill up with real casualties. For the first time, Patton's army had met the A-Team, the Germans, and they were hitting back hard, unlike their erstwhile ally, the Italians. After a week, Audie Murphy was again past fit for duty and was on his way back to a hard-pressed 3rd Division. As we passed through Palermo, he recorded later, on the way to the front, the streets swarm with our men. The natives gape, and supply trucks sped through the town. Lines of soldiers, with their weapons slung on their shoulders, stand before brothels, patiently awaiting their turn. Individual dignity has been transformed to fit the nature of war. The young soldier had no time for the dubious pleasures of the Sicilian city, with its truculent, fawning men, ancient crones, big-bosomed, dark-haired ragazzi, and the children flashing their winning, dark-eyed smiles at the American innocents, hands out for caramali and gum, offering under their voices to sell their sisters the next moment. "Good girl. Nice chick-chick," naturally for an appropriate fee. For General Patton had decided he would indulge himself in another race against Montgomery, the British general whom he was wont to call the little limey fart, disgruntled by the fact that General Bernard Montgomery's 8th Army seemed to be making all the headlines, and that the BBC had reported the British were doing most of the fighting, while his men rested in the shade of the olive trees. Patton now wanted to win what he considered was a race for the last major objective in Sicily, Messina. Montgomery's chief of staff, Freddie de Guingad, protested there was no such thing as a fucking race, but Patton thought otherwise. In his opinion, Montgomery was going all out to beat him to the city. He ordered Truscott's 3rd Division, which had been resting for a week, into action. It would relieve the weary GIs of the 45th Division and capture Messina first. 8. On August 1st, the regrouped 3rd Division was concentrated, ready for the final attack on Messina. With the 30th Infantry in the lead, the division attacked across a river position that had previously held up for the men of the Thunderbird Division. By the afternoon of the 2nd day of the assault, they were across. Now it was the turn of the Can-Do Regiment. They advanced up to the bank of the Foriano River, where, as Audie Murphy described it later, "We are caught in a concentration of artillery and mortar fire. The earth shudders, and the screaming of the shells intermingles with the screaming of men. We fall back, reorganize, and again storm forward. Again, the German barrage descended upon the assault infantry, and once again the disorganized 15th pulled back. In spite of Truscott's urging, pressured as he was by an increasingly impatient Patton, his men were forced to dig in. The Germans were determined to hold the Friulano line as long as possible. Behind it, they were swiftly withdrawing the rest of their men from Messina across the straits to the mainland. In Sicily, there was not going to be the same kind of mass surrender that had taken place in North Africa only 3 months before. German public opinion would not tolerate yet another Stalingrad. So, the men of the 3rd Division and elements of 2 German panzer divisions slogged it out for 5 long, bloody days on the Friulano. On the 4th day of the desperate American attempts to cross the river, Audie was pulled out of the fighting to guard a machine gun post, while the rest of the regiment attacked under the cover of a smoke screen. "The assignment suits me," he wrote later. "I now see that the fighting will not run out." So, while his comrades struggled desperately to turn the German flank, the young infantryman sat out the battle, viewing the fighting beyond as if he were in a movie theater watching a newsreel, whiling away the time, eating the plump, black grapes that he had found growing on some abandoned vines near the machine gun post. Then, as his comrades battled and died, Audie began to suffer too. He had stuffed himself with too many of the juicy grapes, and he was attacked by a bad case of diarrhea. First the kitty's complaint, and now the squirters? For a future hero? This was a poor initiation into the glory of the battlefield. But then the whole Sicilian campaign was now turning into something of a farce. On August 16, after successfully breaking through, the Germans, the leading elements of the 3rd, started to enter the suburbs of Messina. Hurriedly, the nervous local dignitaries offered to surrender the city to General Truscott. The 3rd's commander was forced to decline, although he would have dearly loved to accept. But that wasn't to be. Patton had ordered that there would be a parade and then a formal surrender, and the 3rd Division would be led in by no less a person than the 7th Army commander himself. Patton was not about to let the newspaper headlines back in the States escape him. The glory of capturing Messina was going to be George S. Patton's. Angrily, the men of the 3rd Division did as ordered, waiting on the outskirts, watching in helpless rage as the Germans ferried ever more troops across the Straits of Messina to Italy, where they would fight another day. Bradley, one of Patton's corps commanders, was so angry, he wrote later, at Patton's megalomania that I was half tempted to enter the city myself and greet him on a street corner when he arrived. O. Bradley. Bradley, A Soldier's Story. New York, Random House, 1978. At 10 o'clock on August 17, 1943, Patton drove up in his command car, sirens shrieking as usual, and demanding of the waiting motorman, "What in hell are you all standing around for?" He waved his swagger stick at the dusty, shabby infantrymen. The men of the 3rd started to move into the seaport. Messina no longer had anything worth bombing, one eyewitness reported later. It was just a pile of rubble where people used to live. But as we came in, life had come back to the rubble. The people were streaming out of their caves, marching through the streets, yelling and cheering, drowning out their small bands whose members were playing on their battered instruments. In the back streets, we could see old people and kids and pregnant women loaded down with sacks of flour and boxes of canned goods. Too long starved, they had broken into an Italian warehouse, almost rioting, grabbing as much as they could carry. Patton, every inch the conqueror, did not seem to notice either the fact that the enemy civilians were cheering him as a liberator, or that behind the scene in this military farce, mass looting was taking place unhindered. Standing upright in his command car, as immaculate as ever, he wore his war face number 1, a stern, imperious look which he practiced audaciously in front of the mirror in the privacy of his own quarters. By now, a token British force had arrived at the other end of the city, for as Truscott remarked maliciously, General Montgomery had no doubt been anxious to beat General Patton into Messina, for he had landed a patrol a few miles down the coast for the purpose of being here before us. Well, if the little limey fart had, he had failed. Now the British officer in charge, Brigadier D.V. Curry of the 4th Armored Brigade, treated his defeat gallantly. He saluted, extended his hand, and said, "I congratulate you, sir. It was a jolly good race." Thus, the campaign in Sicily ended on a note of farce. The jolly good race had cost the Allies in 30 days of combat 22,000 young men, British, Canadian, and American, in dead and wounded. Already the 3rd Infantry Division had begun to live up to its mournful record, for of those 22,000 casualties, 5,000 of them came from that one division alone, and over 250,000 Allied soldiers had been involved in the campaign. And for what? Admittedly, the Allies now had a toehold in Festung Europa, but the great majority of the German enemy had escaped. 40,000 of the Führer's most experienced troops had now decamped to the mainland, where they would continue to fight the Third for many a month to come. A few days later, Audie Murphy missed the opportunity of listening to Old Blood and Guts give his celebrated, blistering, fighting speech to the officers and sergeants of the victorious 3rd Division. He was still a corporal and lacked the necessary stripes. Not that the matter bothered him greatly. In that strange, apathetic limbo that afflicts a writing man after combat ceases and he slowly begins to come out of the nightmare of the most recent battle, he was starting to assess himself. He had survived his first campaign without a scratch, although it was clear that he was not as physically tough as he should be. Within the month, he had fallen sick twice. He had seen his first men killed violently, and he, too, had killed men. He had been involved in several firefights and an amphibious landing. In a way, he was already a veteran, in comparison with the pale-faced, wet noses coming to Sicily straight from the States to fill up the gaping holes in the ranks of the 3rd Division. But already his first campaign had begun to take its toll on the 19-year-old. "The Sicilian campaign has taken the vigor out of my spirit," he wrote later. "I have seen war as it actually is, and I do not like it." Now, it seemed, as one biographer put it, once he had killed, Murphy's spirit seemed to fade. He fell into a kind of existential void. That void would become a kind of protective armor for Audie Murphy for the rest of the war. His naturally quick reflexes, his gambler's luck and love of risk, both bred in the black dirt of his native Texas, would not have been enough. He had to possess something else. In Murphy's case, it was not that cynical hardening, that shell that the average infantryman acquires. He was not one who appears to become accustomed to the horrendous noise, the danger, the hardship, and who then abruptly, startlingly, is one day completely out of control. He weeps, he vomits, he shakes, unable to hold his rifle or make his legs move another step. Combat fatigue. Or he reaches that state where he simply no longer cares whether he lives or dies. He becomes slow and careless under fire, exposing himself recklessly, almost as if he is glad to have it done with and be finished with the whole damned, noisy, miserable business of combat. Murphy had to possess something different, which saw him through those weeks, months, years of constant combat. Over the next 2 years, Audie Murphy would be in combat virtually all of the time in a division that was always in the forefront of the fighting. Hence, the 3rd Division's tremendous, appalling casualties. In Italy, southern France, Alsace, Germany, Austria, he would be wounded 3 times, and each time he would return to the front, his nerve unbroken. Once a mortar shell landed at his feet, and the 2 men on either side of him were killed. Yet he remained unscathed physically, and, so far as anyone could see, emotionally as well. Never once did he crack. Never once did his great spirit let him down. Even when his best friend, Laddie Tipton, was killed at his side in southern France, after his initial rage and feeling of loss, he could tell himself, again, I look at the Germans to be hated only impersonally. Again, I see the war as it is, an endless series of problems involving the blood and guts of men. I do not want to think beyond this. I need to march, to shoot, to destroy. In his autobiography, To Hell and Back, Murphy uses pseudonyms for Tipton and the other men who served with him in war, but in this book, I use their real names. For all the terrible, bloody months to come, Audie Murphy would be constantly on his toes, reflexes hyperactive, skinny little body always tensed for action and the next potentially lethal move. Where tougher and older men cracked, broke down, and wept, refused to fight any longer, he would keep going to the bitter end. 1943, 1944, 1945. The years would slip by, and not one single time did Audie Murphy fail. In the 4 decades that have passed since the end of World War II, when Audie Murphy became a public figure, and thus a legitimate target for skeptical questioning about his conduct as a soldier and his official record as America's most heroic soldier, not one of his former comrades or those who served under him as a platoon leader ever came forward to accuse him of unworthy conduct of any kind. Not that he was without fear as a soldier. Once he told his friend David McClure that when moving into a fight, he had the feeling that somebody had stuck a cold hand in the middle of his intestines and was twisting them into knots. But the feeling went away usually once he got into his action. He also told McClure that it seemed that he had been grappling with fear all of his life. He and fear had each other by the throat, and he never knew which was going to conquer. In the event, Audie Murphy constantly conquered that fear. But what was the price? Of his original 235-man company, which set off for Sicily in July 1943, only one other man besides Murphy was going to survive the whole war. All the others were killed or invalided home. What effect did the killing in combat of an estimated 240 Germans have on the young Texan? The years to come were to show that, whatever his conduct under fire, the war did not leave him unscathed. 2. Tough old gut. You've got to believe you are right to be a good soldier. That's why mercenaries are no good. It's emotion that makes a good fighting man, and knowing you are fighting for a good cause. Audie Murphy. 9. My American Eagle, Churchill called him jovially the first time they had met in England, drinking brandy into the small hours, happy that the Americans were finally going to get into the war. It was on account of his huge beak of a nose that dominated the craggy face set on a long, lean, rangy body. Now, after 30 years or more in the U.S. Army, the American Eagle had achieved a combat command at last. His experience was very limited, his sum total of combat being one afternoon back in France in 1917. He had been feeding his company of the U.S. 11th Infantry into the trenches when the new boys had been hit by a Fritz barrage. He was struck by a shell fragment before he fired a single shot in anger and was evacuated immediately. Thereafter, he spent the rest of World War I in supply. At the beginning of World War II, he had been an obscure lieutenant colonel, but after Pearl Harbor, his rise had been meteoric, easily overtaking that of officers much older and more senior than himself, including Patton. Patton, 5 years older than he, hated him with a passion, for old blood and guts, the American Eagle, was a no-good, unreliable son of a bitch. Now, this general, who was vain, ambitious, and totally devoted to furthering his own career, was to be the arbiter of Audie Murphy's fate for the rest of the time the latter spent in Italy. His name was Mark Clark. His command was the newly formed Fifth Army, which together with Montgomery's Eighth Army was going to slice its way up the soft underbelly, as Churchill called Italy, with unwarranted optimism. Soon that soft underbelly was going to be transformed into a tough old gut. As August gave way to September 1943, it became clear that after the downfall of Mussolini, Italy would get out of the way. As a result, the Allied commanders agreed that a mere landing in the toe of Italy would be too tame a response to the opportunity now offered them. In addition to Montgomery's routine crossing of the Straits of Messina in the extreme south of Italy, a much more daring operation was needed. Thus it was decided to land 3 divisions, 2 of them British, under the command of General Clark, at the pretty Italian coastal resort of Salerno. Once ashore, this force would strike north for Naples. Naples would then become the Allies' most important supply port in southern Italy, from which they would supply the whole lightning campaign. Montgomery didn't like the idea. He thought it too risky. With 18 German divisions still in Italy, all of which could be speedily rushed south, what chance did a mere 3 Allied divisions stand? But after the Eighth Army's own successful landing on September 3, when the most serious opposition to the Canadian 1st Division had come from a puma and a monkey that had escaped from the zoo at Reggio and had bitten a Canadian infantryman, the sole casualty, Montgomery's doubts vanished. It was decided to go ahead with the bold operation, in spite of the fact that Montgomery's army would be separated from the landing site at Salerno by 300 miles of very rugged terrain. Thus, if Clark's Fifth Army ran into trouble, Montgomery's Eighth Army would find it very difficult to go to the aid of the mixed Anglo-American force. Clark was unconcerned. After a lifetime waiting for this chance, he was not going to be put off by any risk, imagined or otherwise. That night, September 8, 1943, as the convoy carrying his army approached the Italian mainland, he read a prayer, as was his custom, just before he went to bed. It read, "With thee I am unafraid, for on thee my mind is stayed. Though 1,000 foes surround, safe in thee I shall be found, in the air, on sea, or land. Thy sure protection is at hand." M. Bloomington, Mark Clark, New York, Congdon and Weed, 1984. It is recorded that the commanding general slept soundly. At the start, everything seemed to be going well, perhaps too well. The 100,000 British and 69,000 Americans, some 10 miles off the Italian shore, were mostly in a state of high elation. The BBC from London had just announced some tremendous news. Italy had surrendered. Moments later, the news had been followed by an extract from a speech made by Eisenhower from Radio Algiers. In it, he stated, "The Italian government has surrendered its armed forces unconditionally. Hostilities will cease at once, and the Italians can now have the assistance and support of the United Nations to expel the German oppressors from Italian soil." Daily Express, July 1943. For several seconds, the infantrymen had simply stood there stunned, unable to comprehend the news. Then it had registered. Now spontaneous cheering broke out. Beer and bottles of Algerian red wine passed from hand to hand. Officers consumed their monthly drink allowance in one go. Sing-songs were organized. On the American ships, some of the jubilant troops asked their padres for impromptu services of Thanksgiving. Everywhere there was laughter and happiness. The faces that had been tense and strained were now smooth and relaxed. The war was over. Their optimism was misplaced. Already the day before, Smiling Albert, as Field Marshal Kesselring, the German commander in Italy, was known to his troops, due to the fact that his broad, ugly face always seemed to set in a smile, had issued 2 orders. 1. To disarm the treacherous Italian army. 2. To prepare to repel an Allied landing in the area around Naples. It had not taken his intelligence men long to discover Clark's intentions. The Luftwaffe had already spotted the invasion fleet in its North African harbor of Bezrit. Lax Allied security had aided the Germans. It was recorded that onlookers and well-wishers seeing the invaders off had called jokingly, "See Naples and live, boys." Indeed, one British Major General was sent home in disgrace just before the fleet departed because the censor caught him writing to his wife that he would be celebrating their wedding anniversary in Italy. As for the local Italians around Naples, it was too obvious where the Americanos were going to land. For nearly a week, their bombers had been dropping their deadly little eggs all over the area, including the town of Salerno itself. But the place's docks had been left untouched. Wasn't that indication enough that the Americanos were going to land there? In that first week of September 1943, the question asked by the locals was not where, but simply when. Now, as Clark's men prepared to land, unopposed, the German 16th Panzer Division received the code word Orkan, hurricane, from Kesselring's HQ. Immediately, the plan worked out days before went into operation. The Tankers Reconnaissance Unit, under the command of Major von Alvensleben, drove to the coast and disarmed the staff of the Italian 22nd Coastal Division. Its commander refused to hand over his pistol to the hard-faced German aristocrat, crying, "A Gonzaga never lays down his arms." R. Trevelyan, Rome, 44, London, Collins, 1984. It was a dramatic 19th century gesture, but von Alvensleben's troopers had no sense of occasion. One of them jerked up his Schmeisser machine gun pistol and ripped the old Italian general's chest apart with a cruel burst. Almost immediately, the advanced elements of the 16th Panzer began to take over the demoralized Italians' positions, as down below in the beautiful bay, the unsuspecting, jubilant Allies sailed straight into the trap. For nearly 2 weeks, the 16th Panzer Division held the 36 miles of the Salerno Gulf against the whole weight of nearly 5 Anglo-American divisions, while Smiling Albert poured more and more men southward. See Naples and die had now become more than a tired wisecrack for most of the hard-pressed infantrymen edging their way up the beach at Salerno. A desperate Clark, panicking as he often did when things began to go wrong, as always putting the blame on the failings of other generals, starting to bring up more reserves, as the British grew closer to Naples, the vital supply port. On September 17, Audie Murphy's 3rd Division was alerted for action. Truscott sailed with his 30th Regiment on the night of September 17-18, followed 2 days later by the 7th Regiment. Then, on September 21, Colonel Ritter's 15th Regiment, including Corporal Audie Murphy, waded ashore at Battipaglia, a few miles south of Salerno. Here, the 15th went into action immediately, being sent into the mountains that overlooked the Gulf to protect the 3rd's left flank. Murphy, like the rest of his buddies of Company B, had thought that now that Italy had surrendered, it was going to be easy. He recorded later, "We land with undue optimism. We are prepared for a quick dash to Rome." Almost immediately, the 3rd ran into the enemy, some of the best troops that Smiling Albert had under command, including his feared elite paratroopers, the Green Devils. Now, for 50 long days, a staggering 7 weeks, the Marnemen would be in constant action. The quick dash would soon slow to a walk, and the walk to a push. Finally, as far as Company B was concerned, it stopped altogether. For to their immediate front there was a German machine gun nest hidden in some reeds near the bank of a stream. Here, for the first time, Murphy engaged in what was virtually hand-to-hand combat, a foretaste of what was to come. Together with his best friend Lath Tipton, a skinny, long-necked, homely man with a Tennessee ring to his voice, as Murphy described him after the war, he decided to knock out the German post. The Saturday Evening Post, September 1955. The rains of the winter had not come yet, and the stream was virtually dried out, so the two of them, supported by other members of Company B, advanced along it toward the waiting Germans. Murphy's nerves were tense as they crept through the brittle, dusty reeds, which seemed to make a hellish racket. But Tipton, married and much older, seemed quite calm. As he often proclaimed in his plaintive accent, "Come on, they can kill us, but they can't eat us. It's agin the law." He pushed forward almost eagerly. Suddenly, startlingly, a helmeted head popped up from a hole to Murphy's front. There was no mistaking that helmet. He dropped to his knees in the dust and fired in the same instant. Tipton reacted equally quickly. Ripping out the pin of his grenade, he hurled it toward the German position. It exploded in a flash of ugly yellow flame and smoke. Even before the smoke had cleared, he had thrown two more. Now, Tipton, carried away by the crazy bloodlust of battle, decided to go it alone. Lanky body crouched, his last grenade clutched in his dirty hand. He walked along the bank, while behind him Murphy shouted urgently, "Keep down! Keep down! Are you nuts?" But Tipton didn't seem to hear. Suddenly he wheeled around, lobbed the grenade expertly to the other side of the road, and dropped swiftly. There was the familiar, muffled sound of a grenade exploding, then silence. Hastily, Murphy scrambled to his feet and dashed forward. Tipton had risen too and was staring down at the men he had killed. 5 of them, sprawled out in the violent, extravagant posture of those killed in battle. Tipton's bold one-man attack on the German machine gun nest that day confirmed Murphy's admiration for the older soldier, who, he said, taught me the meaning of courage, and who he thought the bravest man I ever knew. He began to develop a very close friendship with Tipton, who was married and had a 9-year-old daughter, whose photograph in pigtails he was never tired of showing to anyone who was remotely interested. After the war, Murphy would tell a magazine correspondent that, "I guess I was closer to Tipton than anyone else, with a friendship that you usually tried to avoid because most likely it was going to end tomorrow." It was the kind of friendship that two buddies could only develop in combat. If, as the wartime cliché had it, there are no atheists in a foxhole, there are no heroes either. The men of Murphy's platoon, who were going to share the next miserable months together in the Italian campaign, had no secrets from each other. Under the daily strains, stresses, and dangers of combat, a man's true personality had to emerge. Perhaps it is significant that it was to be after Tipton was killed in action at Murphy's side, tricked into being shot by a German offering to surrender, that old trick in combat that Tipton should not have fallen for, that Murphy turned into a fighting demon. Thereafter, when the death of Tipton made the war more real to me, Audie Murphy would win all his major medals for bravery in the short space of 5 months. But for now, Tipton remained alive, and the war in southern Italy developed into a hard slogging match. Smiling Albert retreated admittedly, but he made the Anglo-Americans pay dearly for every yard of ground they gained. As one weary intelligence officer put it, every 500 yards there is a new defensive position for a company. Every 5 miles, a new line for a division. BBC War Report, London, 1945. So after the capture of Naples by the British, the battle for the boot became one more river to assault and one more mountain peak to be captured. Murphy remembered later, as we plowed through the country seeking contact with the enemy, the rain slashes down, wetting us to the skin. In the first days of October, with the thin, bitter rain still falling, Murphy's 15th Regiment reached the first great river line, one of the many that Smiling Albert was going to use so expertly during the long campaign in Italy. Here, while General Truscott decided how he was going to attack the swollen river, Murphy, Tipton, and 3 other members of his platoon were ordered to set up a forward observation post in an abandoned German dugout. With the Germans dug in within hailing distance on the other side of the Volturno, the 5 of them spent a miserable and interminable 5 days. They had nothing to do save to pull our shifts and fight insects. After 3 days of this clandestine underground existence, their spirits were low, even those of Tipton. Water was short in spite of the river being close by, and we dare not eat lest the food increase our thirst. Nerves stand on edge. We growl at one another and quarrel over trifles. Red eyes gleam like the eyes of caged animals. In the end, one of the little group could not stand the strain. In spite of the protests of the others, he determined that they would have water from the river. He didn't get far. The enemy on the other side of the Volturno spotted him almost immediately, and he was shot dead before he had gone more than a few yards, clutching the empty canteen to his ruined body as if it were the Holy Grail. A few hours later, the exhausted forward patrol was relieved. The 3rd was crossing the Volturno in force, but already another natural barrier. The Rapido River and the surrounding mountain peaks were awaiting the weary dog faces. It seemed there was no end to them, and Audie Murphy was beginning to learn that war was not a place where bugles blew, banners streamed, and men charged gallantly across flaming hills. The youth, desperate for glory, was now realizing that battle was a dirty, hard, unrelenting slog, where men die obscurely for no apparent purpose and no apparent reason. 10. Winter came with extraordinary abruptness. One moment, all had been bright sunshine and brilliant white dust. Next, the showers fell. And then suddenly, everything was mud and snow. With the winter, there came the pitched battles, no longer the skirmishes of the road north. Hundreds died daily, and the corroding, bitter cold made it hellish for those who clung to life. That winter, an American Corps commander wrote, It has rained for 2 days, and is due to rain 2 more. It is as cold as hell. I don't see how our men stand what they do. Their life became more primitive and less satisfying than that of prehistoric man. One officer recalled, "After the first couple of days, we had to stretch ground sheets to catch rainwater for drinking. No chance of shaving, as any cut would have become infected. But I had a good wash in a shell hole. Men's feet and hands were swollen after rain and exposure. Had only 1 blanket each, and had to sleep 2 or 3 together to keep warm." Chest and lung complaints became epidemic. Trench foot was a major problem. This type of foot rot that older officers remembered from the trenches in the Old War could immobilize a man for days, or for good. In the Fifth Army, it became the major source of casualties. Too many of the dog faces kept their shoes on for weeks. Tissue died, sores broke out, and then the gangrene set in. It was not uncommon in the forward dressing stations to see long lines of men spread out on stretchers, with wads of purple-tinged cotton stuck between their toes, while harassed doctors went down the rows smelling each man's feet for the sweet stench of the putrefaction. Shoes had to be cut off swollen feet, and sometimes the feet themselves were cut off too. As the American war correspondent Ernie Pyle, who would be killed by a sniper's bullet in the Pacific before the war was over, noted at the time, "Our troops were living in almost inconceivable misery. The fertile Black Valleys were knee-deep in mud. Thousands of men had not been dry for weeks. Others lay at night in the high mountains with the temperatures below freezing, and the thin snow sifting over them. They dug into the stones and slept in little chasms and behind rocks and in half-calves. They lived like men of prehistoric times. How they survived the dreadful winter was beyond us." Stars and Stripes, October 2, 1943. Naturally, Murphy and the men of the 3rd Division were, as usual, in the thick of it, fighting in the mountains against fresh German troops. The division battled its way toward the Rapido River, yet another of Kesselring's natural defensive positions. It was a struggle that the divisional history characterized as the most bitter and heartbreaking the division had ever undertaken. The enemy was dug in on solid rock, the only approaches to his strongholds being over heavily mined, narrow, slippery roads, deep gorges, and along sheer precipices. In his autobiography, Murphy makes more of the difficulties of the ground than the opposition, writing, "The terrain over which we advance is a nightmare for offensive troops. The narrow trails over which we advance are so treacherous that pack mules often lose their footing and tumble to their death. Sometimes the mules cannot make it at all. Supplies have to be dragged up the slope by men inching their way on all fours. The Germans holed up among the rocks are difficult to locate until we are upon them. The ground is slippery with mud, and visibility is cut drastically by a heavy autumn mist that lies over the land." Slowly, as if pushing a gigantic boulder up a steep mountainside, the Third, in conjunction with the rest of the Allied armies, ground its way up the boot of Italy. Mount Lungo, Hill 193, Mount Rotunda, Mount della Defensa, remote grim mountains where scores of men died daily to gain a handful of ground, dying before they even knew the name of the place where fate overtook them. During that period, Murphy wrote only one letter home that survived. It was scrawled on a V-mail form in a labored hand in pencil, reading, "Just a line to let you know I'm fine and hope you are the same. I am in Italy and it's similar to Sicily.
I really don't know of what to write at the present, but intend to write you a longer letter soon. So I'm going to close for now, saying goodbye and good luck." It gave no indication of the kind of life the 19-year-old was living so far away from the black dirt of Texas. Men were being killed all around him, and he was doing his share of killing too. But all he could say was, "I really don't know of what to write," as if he were deliberately bottling it all up within himself, or as if he could not find the words to depict the immensity of the horror through which he was going. No doubt he paid later for his deliberate suppression of what was happening to him, as he would confess to a reporter after the conflict was over. War robs you, mentally and physically. It drains you. Things don't thrill you anymore. It's a struggle every day to find something interesting to do. It made me grow up too fast. You live so much on nervous excitement that when it is over, you fall apart. By now, the 3rd had lost 683 men killed, 2,412 wounded, and 170 missing in action, nearly 1/5 of its original strength. Again, the Rock of the Marne Division had paid a heavy price for a few square miles of barren real estate. Suddenly, without any real explanation, Truscott was ordered to pull his outfit out of the line. The Rapido River, overshadowed by Cassino, was still not crossed. The 3rd was relieved by the 36th Infantry Division, a National Guard unit from Texas, to which Murphy would belong after the war. In due course, the 36th would be decimated in the crossing of the Rapido, and a secret coven of its officers, embittered by what they thought of Butcher Clark's strategy, swore they would bring the commanding general to trial after the war. They attempted to do so, but the Supreme Court turned them down. But all that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the survivors of the 3rd Division's Salerno campaign were trucked to a swampy area outside Naples, where they were told they would undergo a period of rigorous training. Why? Neither they nor their commanding general knew. They settled into their tented camp, wondering what it was all about. "Twice daily we have hot chow," Murphy wrote after the war, "and we slept on cots in pyramidal tents. Weariness drains from our flesh, and the mystery deepens." The truth was that the first invasion of the European mainland, which had started with such high hopes, had bogged down and become a liability, eating up battalions, regiments, even whole divisions. Soon, Clark would have a dozen different nationalities, from Brazilians to New Zealanders, fighting under his command. The front urgently needed new bodies. One day, in the strictly segregated U.S. Army of the time, there would be a whole black U.S. infantry division fighting in his army, something that would have been absolutely unthinkable only a year before. Now, the top brass who would command the invasion of France were leaving the theater. Eisenhower first, then Bradley, and the disgraced Patton. Finally, Montgomery himself. Behind them, they left the second-rater Clark. But the campaign in Italy still had one very important and enthusiastic supporter, Winston Churchill. As he lay ill in North Africa that winter and the fever flickered in and out, the problem of Italy was very much on his mind. He was the one who had campaigned most strongly for the attack on the soft underbelly that had turned out to be a tough old gut. He wondered as he fought gamely to live, were we to leave it at a stagnant pool from which we had drawn every fish we wanted? He felt not. All the fish had not yet been caught. Churchill, sick as he was, wanted a great new offensive to bring new life to the static Italian campaign. He wanted Rome itself captured, for he felt that the taking of the Italian capital would be a natural curtain raiser to the invasion of France. Churchill did not want any more of the hard, bitter, costly slogging up both coasts of the boot. He saw the stagnation of the campaign in Italy as scandalous. One decisive blow was needed to break the German hold on the country for good. Churchill had long been an advocate of naval landings. Back in 1915, he had been the prime mover in the disastrous Gallipoli landing that had cost him his ministry and set him out into the wilderness for the first time. Now he wanted to use sea power once more to turn the campaign in Italy in the Allies' favor. Soon, he knew, 9/10 of the existing Allied landing craft currently in the Mediterranean would be diverted to the Pacific and Far East, and to England for the coming invasion of France. Now, sick as he was, Churchill advocated that these craft assigned to Britain should be kept a few weeks longer in their African and Italian harbors for one last great seaborne operation. The plan was simple. While Clark's Fifth Army assaulted the current German front-line positions, known as the Gustav Line, another Anglo-American force, under the command of American Corps Commander General John Lucas, would turn Kesselring's right flank by an amphibious landing to its rear. Two divisions, the British 1st and the American 3rd, would land at a spot only 35 miles from Rome itself. Once the landing had been successfully completed, the assault force would head for Rome and, at the same time, cut off Kesselring's German 10th Army, holding the Gustav Line. It was a bold, daring plan, and the code name for this rapier-like thrust was apt enough: Operation Shingle. Later, the Tommies and the Dogfaces, who would carry it out, would have another name for it. They called it Bloody Anzio. For the time being, Murphy and his comrades of the 3rd were being trained for the slaughter to come. The young soldiers knew that they were being prepared for something unpleasant. The infantry always knew. "The men are in a dark mood," he wrote after the war. "They are certain we are being prepared for slaughter. We pick fights with rear echelon troops, tempers snap, and fists fly among old comrades at little provocation. Rumors buzz throughout the 3rd's tented camps, of course. We are to spearhead an assault on a new beachhead. We are to invade southern France. We are to be sent to England for a cross-channel D-Day." And some of the depressed dog-faces even got perilously close to the truth. And despite the amphibious training, some say we are to lead an all-out drive on Rome. In the end, the young infantrymen of Murphy's Company B forgot their fears of the future, briefly at least, in the usual anodyne of the combat soldier: drink and women. Like the rest of his buddies, Murphy went to Naples during his off-duty hours, trying desperately to find some solace and to escape the ever-present company of males. At the San Carlo Opera House, untouched by the bombs and delayed action mines the retreating Germans had left behind, some went off months after they had left. A good company was playing The Barber of Seville and Lucia di Lammermoor in the quays below the Excelsior Hotel. Exclusive little black market restaurants served the kind of food most other European cities had not seen for years. There were even musicians in evening dress strolling from table to table, serenading the Allied officers and their plump, dark-eyed Italian mistresses. For while typhus raged in the back streets and the majority of the Neapolitans eked out a miserable existence on potatoes, chestnuts, and figs, corruption among the base troops and the black market in American goods flourished. The canteen commandos, as the frontline troops called the men of the rear echelon contemptuously, waxed fat and prosperous. One correspondent, Australian Alan Moorhead, thought the whole motif was that of a gaudy tropical flower that springs out of decay and smells rotten to the heart. A. Moorhead, Eclipse, London, Collins, 1952. But not for Murphy and his comrades. Together with his friend Kelly, he strolled down the darkening streets, listening idly to the hawkers offering their wares with Italian persistence. "Hey, Joe, you want a fried eggs? You want a scrambled eggs? You want a beef stick?" But it wasn't food that the young soldiers sought that evening. Many years later, Murphy's ghostwriter, David McClure, made up a bittersweet Hollywood-type story about his subject's leave in Naples for his autobiography To Hell and Back. There was a sweet little Italian girl. Naturally, she was called Maria. "La guerra male," she told Murphy plaintively, as they held hands at the humble kitchen table under the suspicious gaze of her parents. Fortunately, just before he was supposed to go, the air raid siren. Thus, it ended in the purple dawn with Murphy protesting that, "I'll write. I swear, I'll write." But of course, she didn't believe him. His Maria, she had seen it all before. "A soldier never writes, never come back. It is not the first time," she told him sadly. Thus they parted, star-crossed lovers. The truth was, however, that for Murphy and his kind, there were only the paid flesh spots. Good girls were not interested in young American infantrymen. Murphy and his comrades took their pleasures in the manner of the usual combat soldier, brutalized by the life he was forced to lead, and knowing that he was tolerated only for what he could pay, not for himself. Then drunk, sober, maudlin or happy, desperate or relaxed, they staggered back to the deuce and a half, which would take them back to the war and the bloody battle to come. Once again, the newly promoted Staff Sergeant Murphy's frail body caught up with him. One day after the 3rd Division was alerted for the great attack on Anzio, Murphy fell ill yet once more. Desperately he tried to conceal his illness, as he tossed and turned on his cot in a high fever. "The malarial attack puts me in an embarrassing situation. If I go to the infirmary, I think that it will seem I am deliberately trying to avoid the coming action. I lack the guts to take being drawed a coward." In the end, his good friend, Sergeant Kelly, reported Murphy's illness to the battalion commander. The latter ordered Murphy to report sick. Thus, while the 3rd's ships stole out into the January darkness for the landing at Anzio, Murphy, the would-be hero, was left behind in Naples in the hospital with a raging fever and a temperature of 105. 11. A thin slice of moon took the edge off of the January darkness as the great invasion came to anchor. It was now 1 o'clock on the morning of January 22, 1944. The Anglo-American force was less than a mile off the Italian shore. At 2, the British 1st Infantry Division would land between Anzio and Nettuno. To the south of them, the American 3rd Division would do the same. First, however, the American Rangers would storm Anzio itself. Suicidal was the opinion of most of those waiting to land. Indeed,
Most of those who had been through Salerno 4 months before thought the whole business would be a bloodbath. This included their commander, U.S. General Lucas, Old Corncob, as he was known to some of his officers due to the corncob pipe that he affected. Now, the invaders waited tensely. Any moment they could be discovered. In a flash, the shore dark, brooding and sinister, could well explode into flame. Here, out in the bay, packed together like sardines in their ships, they would be sitting ducks. Each man was wrapped up in a cocoon of his own anxious thoughts. What in God's name was going to happen? Suddenly, the heavy stillness was broken by a tremendous ear-splitting burst of fire. The British rocket ships had opened up. In less than 10 minutes, they fired 780 rockets, which blasted away the mines, the barbed wire, and any other obstacle facing the Rangers on the beaches. For those minutes, all was noise, eerie flame, confusion. Then, as abruptly as it had commenced, the barrage stopped, leaving behind a loud, echoing silence. Again, the waiting infantry tensed. It was going to happen now. It had to. Nothing, absolutely nothing, happened. The shore and the town beyond remained totally silent. Not a single shot was fired at the invasion fleet. Not one. Slowly it dawned on the watchers. This was not going to be another Salerno. Smiling Albert had been caught out. The Germans had been taken by surprise. The first of the British started to land. Again, no opposition, save that here and there the remaining mines untouched by the rockets exploded. Hastily, the combat engineers were whistled up. They went to work at once, clearing a path for the stalled infantrymen. But that was about all the opposition the British met. A few odd mines. Even the pillboxes built by the Italians were unmanned by the enemy. It was no different on the American beach. Truscott's Third landed according to plan. Its war journal for that dawn reads like the account of some peacetime maneuver. 0145, rocket ships fired. 0220, second wave hit Red Beach, landed dry. 0229, no opposition met by first and second waves. 0335, 1st Battalion, 7th Infantry reports. All companies now fairly well together, no opposition. The journal's last entry reads simply 0450, congratulatory message from Commanding General 6th Corps. Above the Americans of the 3rd, as the light grew ever brighter that January morning, the sky began to fill with more and more Allied fighters, forming an umbrella over the invaders. The only sign of German resistance was one lone cannon, sighted further inland, firing at the beaches at regular intervals, but it was already being engaged by a British destroyer. Even the slaughter of Colonel Darby's Rangers did not take place as they advanced inland. Back at Clark's headquarters in the great echoing palace at Caserta, Darby had told the planners that his only hope of capturing his objectives would be to go in quick and fast. When I run out of the landing craft, I don't want to have to look right or left. I'll be moving too fast. Now, however, the burly colonel of the Rangers, who would be dead before the year was out, advancing at the head of his men into Anzio, found there was no opposition. The only Germans he found there were dead, sprawled out in the dirt, or were ashen-faced and terrified from the rocket bombardment, only too eager to throw up their hands and yell, "Kamerad!" Within the hour, all 3 Ranger battalions were passing through Anzio without a single casualty. It was all just too easy. Indeed, Truscott felt there was no need to go to the front to visit his forward elements. He decided to enjoy a good breakfast on the eggs that his cook, Private Lee Hong, had hoarded so zealously for him. Hardly had the general started to eat his eggs and bacon on the hood of a jeep, watching his troops pouring ashore, when the top brass, in the shape of General Clark and staff, arrived. Hong was ordered to rustle up more eggs and bacon, and he went on his way grumbling. "God damn! General's fresh eggs all gone to hell." But what did it matter this fine January morning with victory in the air? Rome was just over the hills, and there would be eggs aplenty for the victorious Anglo-Americans in the Italian capital soon. Back in Africa, Field Marshal Harold Alexander, the British overall land commander, told Churchill, who was the father of Operation Shingle, "We appear to have got almost complete surprise. I have stressed the importance of strong, hitting mobile patrols being boldly pushed out to gain contact with the enemy, but so far I have not received reports of their activities." Delighted that the operation was not going to turn out to be another Salerno, Churchill replied, "Thank you for your messages. I am very glad you are pegging out claims rather than digging in beachheads." E. Linkletter, The Campaign in Italy, London, HMSO, 1951. Meanwhile, Colonel Darby told his opposite number, Colonel Churchill of the British Commandos, who had also landed unopposed. They, the brass, seem to think it will all be free love and nickel beer. I'm not so optimistic. British war correspondent Winford Vaughan Thomas was also uneasy. He wrote to a colleague with the Eighth Army, "It is just the normal military fuck-up with an American accent. We are commanded by a dear old pussycat who purrs away, that we are all happy on the beachhead, and in a sense we are." W. Vaughan Thomas, Anzio, New York, Holt, Reinert, and Winston, 1955. That dear old pussycat was the Sixth Corps Commander General John Lucas, who was now 54. On the day of his birthday, he wrote in his diary, "I am afraid I feel every year of it." The following day, he confided in the diary, "I must keep from thinking of the fact that my order will send these men into a desperate attack." For Lucas had no confidence in the success of the Anzio landings. The shadow of the Salerno hung heavily over him. Indeed, as he had embarked for Anzio, Clark had told him, "Don't stick your neck out, Johnny. I did at Salerno and got into trouble." Now, his patrols started to probe inland. Lucas decided he was not about to stick his neck out. Having gained surprise at the landing, he completely disregarded the advantage it gave him. Instead, he dug his feet in. 2 days after the landing, he was still thinking of pushing out of the beachhead. "I must keep in motion if my first success is to be of any value," he noted in his journal. Meanwhile, Kesselring was frantically summoning up reinforcements and fresh troops from all over Italy, and not only from his own command, but also from France and the Reich itself. Hitler personally ordered him to wipe out the sore of Anzio, and that he was determined to do, cost what it may. All this time, old Corncob continued to consolidate his beachhead, personally supervising the construction of the airfield and the air raid and anti-aircraft systems. He was greatly concerned that his sea route and connection with Naples should not be cut off. Another day passed. The British played cards and brewed up endless cups of char on their little gasoline cookers. The Guards, in particular, had hoped for a bold dash to the Italian capital. The Irish Guards had declared happily, "We'll give the Holy Father a holiday and make Father Brooks," the Catholic chaplain, "acting unpaid pope." Now they squatted on the beach and waited. It was little different on the American front. Truscott sent out a reconnaissance patrol, which prepared the bridges over the Mussolini Canal to the division's front for demolition. But that was all. They, too, waited impatiently for what was to come. On the fourth day, Lucas decided at last it was time to move. He ordered his mixed force of Rangers, paratroopers, and infantrymen, British and American, to start pushing inland. Here, the advancing troops noticed that the hastily abandoned farmhouses and barns would have made excellent defensive positions for the Germans, if they had been there waiting for the invaders. Even the outside bakehouses that most farms possessed, with their stout stone walls and roofs, would have made cannon-proof pillboxes. But there were no Germans. Another day passed in maneuvering and displacing, as the history of the 3rd Division put it. There were occasional small patrol actions, but that was all. Darby's Rangers hardly saw a German. Then, at the end of the 5th day, the full force of the Luftwaffe fell on the beachhead, as fighters swept across the sands, dragging their evil shadows behind them, going all out. Cannon chattering, the dive bombers arrived above the invasion fleet. The first into action were the antiquated Stukas. They fell out of the hard blue sky at a tremendous rate, sirens howling hideously, hurtling down vertically as if hell-bent on destruction. Only at the very last moment did their pilots pull out of that death-defying dive to release a straggle of bombs at the fleet anchored virtually powerless below. But while the ships threw up a tremendous barrage at the Stukas, so that the sky was peppered with drifting blobs of black smoke, other German planes circled the fleet warily, like wolves looking for a stray sheep. When they found one, some unfortunate vessel unprotected by the flak, they went into action. The pilots released the glider bomb that was slung under their wings and steered it unerringly toward the intended victim by radio beam. There was little that the fleet gunners could do against this new secret weapon that they had first experienced at Salerno. The German pilots kept well out of range, and the flying bomb was too small a target to hit, unless by sheer luck. First, the Germans struck the British destroyer HMS Janus. She went under within 20 minutes, taking with her the skipper and 150 men of her crew. The rest were picked up singing the popular marching song of that sad year, "Roll Out the Barrel, for the gang's all here." Their next victim was the fully illuminated, white-painted British hospital ship, St. David. She took a direct hit and began to sink immediately. Next, the Leinster was hit as she was loading wounded, both Allied and German. A fire started, but the crew went into action immediately, calmed the terrified patients, and controlled the fire as the ship limped into the bay. Meanwhile, the St. David was sinking rapidly, with only 6 minutes left before she went under for good. The harassed British nursing sisters and the doctors hurried back and forth, fitting their wounded patients into life preservers and convincing them to jump from the tilting deck into the freezing water below. One, with both eyes bandaged, was fitted with a preserver and thrown into the sea. He survived. Another, who had just received major abdominal surgery to rectify a wounded stomach, somehow managed to haul himself onto a raft. He also survived. "Wait for the sisters!" The captain of the stricken ship yelled urgently as the St. David's bows rose dramatically and frighteningly out of the water, for she was going down stern first. But there was no further waiting. The boats began to pull away quickly before they too were submerged by the rapidly sinking hospital ship. She went down, taking with her the captain, several nurses, and the senior doctors, plus most of the medical staff. Bobbing up and down in the freezing water, an American soldier, who was wounded in the arm, noted the Red Cross brassards worn by the nurses floating next to him, and gasped, "I guess you're the only ones who believe in God here today." Daily Telegraph, Diary of the War, the First Quarter, London, 1944. The Battle of Anzio had begun. The Germans were bombing and bombarding the beachhead with artillery, and they could hardly miss. There were 18,000 vehicles and 70,000 men packed in a tight area with little cover. Radio Berlin called it a prison camp where the inmates feed themselves. At Anzio, there was no rear echelon. Everyone, including the nurses, was in the front line. Both General Truscott and General Penny of the British 1st Infantry were hit and wounded. On January 30, the Germans launched their first counterattack. They killed both battalion commanders of the Rangers and decimated their ranks. Desperately, Darby flung in his reserve battalion. It had no better luck, although Truscott, who had raised and trained the Rangers, tried to help. They, too, ran right into a trap and either surrendered, died, or fled. By the end of the day, Darby's Rangers no longer existed. From the 1st and 3rd Battalions, only 6 men came back. It was recorded that Darby, who had commanded them through North Africa, Sicily, and now Italy, and who was now without a command, went into a farmhouse and wept. This was the state of the beach at Bloody Anzio when Audie Murphy arrived there 1 week after the landing to rejoin his battalion. 12. Audie Murphy arrived at Anzio with a boatload of anxious replacements, some of whom had been just released from hospital like himself. One man complained that he had not been cured of his dose, i.e., of gonorrhea, and that he still had a run. "That's the only kind of discharge you'll get in this army," someone commented unfeelingly. To Murphy, the beachhead seemed calm enough. Trucks moved back and forth. Boats came sailing in, bringing fresh supplies. But the calm was deceptive. Hardly had he stepped ashore when 5 German dive bombers came zooming in low. The new men scattered like frightened chickens, but he kept on plodding up the beach. An experienced eye can see that the Krauts are after the boats. Murphy was right. Within 5 minutes, the German dive bombers had dropped their load on the boats and had vanished back to their own lines. As they moved further inland, Murphy came across the true face of war once again. Jeeps drawing trailer loads of corpses past us. The bodies, stacked like wood, are covered with shelter halves, but arms and legs bobble grotesquely over the sides of the vehicles. Evidently, graves registration lacks either time or mattress covers in which to stack the bodies. What the young staff sergeant was viewing was the daily transport of bodies to the huge, sprawling cemetery close to the place where replacements always landed. It was not a very encouraging sight for the wet-noses, nor for Murphy. My step quickens. I have an urgent need to learn how my comrades have fared. Behind him, Murphy left the cemetery and Hell's Half-Acre, the evacuation hospital that was constantly bombed and shelled. Some GIs would conceal their wounds rather than be sent to the most hazardous spot on the beach. The old heads, Tipton, Kelly, and the rest, were still in the line. Veterans that they were, they had learned how to survive and look after each other. But virtually, the rest of Company B was made up of replacements. It was with these new men that Murphy now went into action in the 3rd's abortive attempt to capture the key township of Cisterna. The attack failed, and Murphy retained bitter memories of the German defenders turning their multiple 20mm flak cannon on the attackers and firing a steady stream of white tracer that made it look as if they were advancing into a brilliant, white, lethal fog. After that first failure, Murphy was assigned as platoon sergeant to take over Company B's 3rd Platoon, a post usually held by a second lieutenant. Now, at the age of 19, still looking like an undernourished 16-year-old, he was in charge of nearly 40 men, when the company was up to full strength, which was not often, divided into 4 squads, each commanded by a sergeant. It was a tough assignment, especially since most of the men under his command were older than he. But he managed it well and continued to command a platoon for another 9 months until he was finally commissioned in the field as a second lieutenant. His senior officers knew they could rely on the freckle-faced kid. Already, his conduct at Cisterna had been noted by his CO, Lieutenant Colonel Pollock, who told a reporter 10 years after the war, "It was at Cisterna that I came upon Audie's company with the company commander wounded and only 2 inexperienced lieutenants left. I took command of the company and we continued to attack for 3 days. Fewer than 30 men survived. Audie was the only non-commissioned officer left, and there were no officers except myself. If I had never seen Audie Murphy again, I would remember him from that action. He was a soldier, a born leader, potentially a fine officer." The whole terrible month of February, Murphy, in company with the rest of the 3rd, went on the defense, dug in along the Mussolini Canal, which could have been taken easily if Lucas, who was soon to be relieved by a wounded Truscott, had moved swiftly on that first day. Time and time again, the Germans attacked the 3rd's positions. Covered by massive artillery bombardments, including the much-feared Anzio-Annie, which fired a tremendous shell from somewhere miles to the German rear. The German soldiers raced forward behind their tanks, trying to overcome the Americans' resistance, to no avail. Although the 3rd suffered awesome casualties, they held their positions. But by the time February came to an end and the German attack faltered, the average strength of a company in the 15th Infantry Regiment had been reduced from over 100 men to a pitiful 25. Murphy's platoon alone lost 12 men, a frightful toll. And it was not only the Germans who turned that February 1944 into a living hell. Living conditions were execrable. For days on end, the dog faces crouched, ankle-deep in freezing rainwater in their muddy foxholes, not daring to move during daylight hours for fear of snipers. Moodily eating cold sea rations flung into their holes at night by frightened supply sergeants. If they were hit, they were forced to lie there where they had been struck down, for the medics were often unable to reach wounded men until nightfall. Trench foot, as at Salerno, became epidemic, and after the war Murphy told his elder sister, Corinne, that he had avoided the complaint, which was now the biggest source of casualties in the American Army, by constantly wringing out his soaking socks. Unlike the British Army, where at the day's end it was the platoon officer's duty to have his men bare their feet so he could inspect them for signs that the wrinkled flesh was beginning to turn blue, the American Army took no precautions. It was left to the men to find their own salvation. Murphy was outraged by the treatment the men of his platoon received when he sent them to the rear, suffering from trench foot. The men are given cans of foot powder and promptly return to the lines, still shivering and hobbling. He called the aid station on his field phone and complained to the medical officer. "God damn it," he shouted. "Don't shove them back up here with a couple of aspirin and a pack of foot powder." The medical officer asked him angrily whether he realized he was talking to an officer and concluded with the ominous words, "Remember that you may be through here yourself." "God spare me," Murphy yelled. The receiver went dead in his hand. Murphy not only led from the front during combat, but he also took good care of his soldiers, trying to ensure they received the best possible rations and medical treatment. Indeed, for a 19-year-old, he was extraordinarily adult. On March 2nd, after he had been on Bloody Anzio for just over a month, Murphy won the first of his many decorations for valor, the Bronze Star. That day, he spotted a German tank from the top floor of a ruined Italian cottage that Company B was using as an observation post. In all, there were 20 tanks advancing on the 1st Battalion's positions. With hands that trembled, Murphy lowered his binoculars and yelled back the coordinates to the waiting divisional gunners. A minute later, the 105 millimeter, the Long Toms, as they were called, thundered into action. The sky flared bright red. The shells hissed above the crouching men of Company B and came smacking down just short of the advancing German armor. Great, steaming brown holes appeared in the soil, but the German Mark IVs still rumbled forward, turrets moving like the heads of primeval monsters sniffing out their prey. Frantically, Murphy, in the cottage, corrected the gunner's aim. The tanks were almost on him now. Then the first enemy tank was hit. With smoke pouring, thick and black from its ruptured engine, it squealed to a stop. Almost immediately, its black-clad crew began to bail out. Murphy went into action. He squinted along his sights and pressed the trigger. The first German faltered in flight. Throwing up his hands as if he were climbing the rungs of an invisible ladder, and flopped down dead. Another was hit. Then Murphy stopped firing, not out of compassion, but because he didn't want to give his advanced party position away. Moments later, as the artillery continued to fire, the other tanks started to withdraw, leaving the young platoon sergeant still at his post, trembling with relief. As the day dragged on, the crippled German tank began to worry him. During the night, a German tank retriever might sneak up, as they often did, hitch the crippled Marie IV to its tail, and tow it away to fight another day. Colonel Edson, now commanding the 1st Battalion, thought the same. He ordered Murphy to take out a patrol and finish off the German tank. In spite of the butterflies in his stomach that the young platoon commander always experienced before action, he was eager enough to carry out his CO's order. He picked a small patrol, which included his best friend, Laddie Tipton, and they armed themselves with homemade Molotov cocktails, wine bottles filled with gasoline, and set off on their mission. The crippled tank was not hard to find in the inky March darkness, for the crew, believing that the Mark IV would be towed away later, had placed some kind of lantern in the turret. It could now be seen quite clearly by the Americans advancing along the ditch. When Murphy was within 15 yards of the tank,
He flung one Molotov cocktail and then the other. Both crashed against the turret, but failed to ignite. Perhaps the homemade fuses were at fault. In that same instant, the little group of GIs were startled by the sound of gruff voices speaking German nearby. Murphy knew he had to work fast. He pulled out a grenade and ripped out the pin. In one and the same movement, he flung up his right arm and hurled the grenade at the tank. It landed squarely on the turret and fell inside. Next moment, it exploded with a muffled crump. Still, the damned lantern inside didn't go out, and already the alerted Germans were coming closer. Murphy dropped to one knee, heart beating frantically, and started to blast away at the tank's tracks with rifle grenades. While tracers cut the darkness, there was the familiar high-speed burr of a Spandau. It was time to retreat. Hastily, he ordered the little patrol to fall back. They needed no urging. As Murphy confessed after the war, in overtaking them, he did the fastest 200-yard sprint in history. The next morning, the ruined tank was still visible, but evidently it was no longer worth repairing. The Germans never retrieved it. Audie Murphy had won his Bronze Star, complete with the V for Valor. It was just after the episode with the tank that Murphy's frail constitution, which seemed so strangely indestructible in battle, let him down again. On the evening of March 13, Murphy was checking a forward gun position near the ruined farmhouse, when, not far from the ruins, my knees give way. I collapse in the mud, and darkness blots out the mind. Later he learned that 2 members of his platoon had carried him to the aid station on a door. There he came to. A face floats over me. I argue with it that my feet are bursting out of my shoes. Then I faint again. When he came to, Murphy found himself in hell's half-acre. But since he was not sufficiently ill to be evacuated to Naples, dawn would reveal lines of nurses advancing on the open latrines, carrying cans that they had used during the night to carry out their natural functions. Here, Murphy remained for a week, tormented by high fever. All the time, the shells came thumping down with predictable regularity, turning those who were already suffering from combat fatigue into babbling, trembling wrecks who were sometimes gagged by the medics so they would not panic the others. Every night at precisely 11 o'clock, those who were on duty turned into Radio Roma. Over the airwaves, the fat, ugly woman from Brooklyn, already 6 months pregnant by her married Italian lover, whom they knew as Axis Sally, would breathe in that husky, seductive voice of hers that so belied her real appearance. Beachhead, Death's Head. There would be a slight pause while she reached for the record, a scratch of the needle as she placed it on the phonograph, and then it would come, the record that they had all been expecting, the catchy little foxhole number of that year, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. 13. I had hoped, Churchill lamented that March, that we were hurling a wild cat onto the shore, but all we had got was a stranded whale. In Nicholson, Alex, London, Pan, 1974. The British Prime Minister was right. Now the stalemate had been reached. The Anglo-Americans could not break out of the Anzio beachhead, and the Germans could not drive them off it. So the latter contented themselves with cutting their enemies off, their only connection with the Allied rear, the sea route to Naples. Thus, from the middle of March until the final breakout in May, conditions at Anzio strongly resembled the trenches
in World War I. Forward positions were stabilized and remained practically unchanged for 3 months. The only activity was in the air and in aggressive fighting patrols. The troops made themselves as comfortable as they could in the sprawling mess of trenches, caves, ruins, dugouts, barbed wire, and barricades. They lived underground for the most part, for protection from the German shell fire was more important than light and comfort. Some of the troops even sank enormous Italian wine barrels that they had looted into the earth and lived in them. The American tankers dug in their Shermans and then hollowed under them to form caves in which they lived. Above them, only the turrets of their tanks showed. As their fathers had done in the trenches in the Old War, the infantry tried to create the illusion of normalcy in this crazy world in which they lived. In the British sector, it was beetle racing, which spread like wildfire. Large sums changed hands on favorite beetles, and a champion might fetch as much as 3,000 lire, the equivalent to a month's pay for a private soldier in His Majesty's army in those days. The racing was simple. Colors were painted on the beetles' backs, and the runners were paraded around the enclosure in jam jars while bets were made. Then all of them were put under one jar in the center of the course, a circle 6 feet in diameter. At the go, the jar was raised, and the first beetle out of the circle was the winner. Naturally, the Yanks went one better. An American engineer, Sergeant Bill Harr, laid out a race course using the white tape the engineers employed to mark paths through minefields, collected enough horses and mules for a race, and set up a public address system. He even recruited some pretty nurses to give away the prizes to the winners. The odd part of it was that the Derby was in plain view of the German gunners, and they never fired a single shell at the tempting target. Perhaps they were betting too. Generals had barbecues with GI magicians performing. One such was Private Roland Ormsby, known on the stage as the Baron, who had brought his own tuxedo with him to the beachhead. When the armored commander, General E. Harmon, gave such a party, his guests were entertained by a full pipe band borrowed from the British. Afterward, the general turned to the pipe major, who was a great tall Scotsman, and handed him, as was the custom, a huge glass of whiskey. The Scot swallowed the not very good whiskey in one gulp, without batting an eyelid. Many years later, the general commented, "The British seem to have a lot of old customs. This was one of which I thoroughly approved." E. Hannon, Combat Commander, New York, Prentice Hall, 1970. All over the beachhead, there were signs announcing 42nd Street and Broadway, the Good Eats Cafe, Beachhead Hotel, special rates to new arrivals. In such places, crude, Dago red, manufactured in some underground still, was sold, or a potent kind of black market brandy manufactured in a still made with copper tubing taken from a shot-down German plane. Meals were also served in these places, mostly hamburgers made from Italian cattle that just happened to trip over a mine. In the American sector of the beach, sheep seemed rarely to trip over a mine, mainly because the Americans didn't seem to like lamb. The authorities did not inquire too closely about the source of the wine or the meat. It was hard enough to keep the men in the line under the terrible conditions existing at the front. And if a slug of illegal vino helped the men to go to sleep, or gave the people on the beach enough catacomb courage to face the anguish waiting for them the next morning, well, That was all right with the brass. Indeed, some soldiers walked around in an alcoholic daze for days on end. It was recorded that one GI got so drunk on Dago Red that he staggered, watched by his awed, apprehensive comrades, right into the German front line. Instead of shooting the GI, the German Lancers laughed, dusted him off, and obligingly pointed him in the direction of his own line. There were women, too. Some men were bold or sex-starved enough to sneak through the German lines to the Italian farmhouses and hamlets beyond where they were willing peasant girls or farmers' wives who were prepared to oblige them for a can of Spam or a couple of Hershey bars. Indeed, there was an outbreak of VD on the beachhead, and the hard-pressed medical authorities, who had their hands full with the daily intake of wounded, had to provide a prophylactic station on the beach to keep the VD rate down. In the end, the Germans solved the problem for the medics. They sewed all the gaps in their line with anti-personnel mines and debollickers, a primitive homemade mine that, when stepped on, triggered off a bullet that rose to about the height of a man's crotch. And that was that. However, all was not lost. One enterprising sergeant of the 1st Special Service Force, a mixed Canadian and American commando outfit that liked to believe it was called the Black Devils by the Germans, landed on the beach, accompanied by some professional ladies from Naples. The brigade was shifted to a remote section of the front where the sergeant, staff sergeant, Wachtmeister, pimped for his girls from an ambulance known throughout Anzio as Wachtmeister's portable whorehouse. Later, when he was really established, El Sargente, as he was known to his young ladies, arranged that his girls would be available for parties, festivals, or anything needed to take the minds of the big brass off their duties for a few hours. For a small monetary consideration, naturally. C. Whiting, The Long March on Rome, London, Century Hutchinson, 1987. For Audie Murphy, now back in the line, the drinking dens, the black market restaurants, the generals' parties, the duck shoots organized by the top brass, the whorehouses, were a matter of heresy, a tall tale to while away the long, dreary hours in the foxholes. Immediately after his return to the front, the young Texan got his first mention in the media. Some enterprising PR man made up a story for the benefit of Murphy's local paper, which stated that a 48-hour rest was recently given to Staff Sergeant Audie L. Murphy, Route 2, Greenville, Texas, a platoon guide who had spent 3 weeks almost motionless in a wet, slit trench 200 yards from German positions in the Allied Fifth Army, Anzio, Nettuno beachhead in Italy. It is doubtful whether Murphy ever saw the little article, but his response to the PR's statement that he and his comrades could enjoy, out of the line, such comforts as hot meals, movies, and morning religious services, would certainly have been unprintable. He had developed a vitriolic tongue and could curse with the best of the veterans by now. Although the Anzio front had quieted down now, the 3rd Division still had to undergo long, comfortless, and sometimes dangerous spells in the line. And everyone knew that one day they would have to break out of the Anzio beachhead, and that would mean the infantry would pay the butcher's bill yet again. The weather began to grow warmer, and the rains ceased. "Spring comes to the beachhead," Murphy wrote after the war, "and on the ruined land new green glistens in the sunlight. When the guns are quiet, we can hear the song of birds. Mate calls to mate, their voices swelling uncertainly." In the spring, Murphy's platoon was brought up to strength. Everyone knew that the great breakout was not far away, and Murphy recorded, "No longer do we feel like orphaned underdogs. Our forces are driving up from the south to link up with the beachhead, and the beachhead bristles with accumulated power." Murphy, for one, was anxious to get on with it, counting the days until the all-out attack commenced. "We are eager for it to begin. Our every thought and action is concentrated on getting the war over before another winter comes." April gave way to May. The 3rd Division was pulled out of the line for training near the township of Torre Astra. Now, the Marnemen knew the day of the breakout was growing closer. The division was training all out, particularly in methods of attacking a pillbox and in house-to-house fighting. The new commander of the 3rd Division, General Iron Mike O'Daniel, a scar-faced, tough-looking soldier who would be Murphy's commanding general till the end of the war, had been ordered to prepare for the offensive that would break the beachhead stalemate. In the 3rd week of May, Clark came to Anzio. There, he gave a press conference at Truscott's Corps HQ. The Army commander let the assembled correspondents into a secret. There was going to be an offensive, and it would be under his personal command. He gave them a few details, stating that the 3rd Division was to be given the task of capturing Cisterna, from which it had been driven in what now seemed another age. He also remarked that he would remain flexible during the coming battle. The correspondents who had been at Anzio for 4 months and knew the battle situation extremely well concluded that after Cisterna was captured, the 5th Army would be ordered into Valmonte Gap, thus cutting off the German 10th Army. Clark had other plans. He knew that within a couple of weeks Eisenhower would launch his great cross-channel Normandy invasion, and Clark didn't want his new campaign to be upstaged by Bradley and Montgomery, the generals who would be commanding the ground forces on D-Day. On the evening of May 21st, the 3rd Division received the command they had been waiting for. "Move up tonight." This they did, marching off into the dark, serenaded on their way to battle by the divisional brass band of the 3rd. Whether it encouraged the heavily laden soldiers, many of them replacements going into battle for the first time, is not recorded. Doggedly, they slogged on. Soon, the infantry was in position, and there was nothing to do but wait. A strange silence fell over Anzio, disturbed only by the muted thunder of the guns on the Gustav line where their comrades were trying to break through. Tanks and trucks were crammed into farmyards and orchards on all sides. The gunners tensed behind their cannon, huge piles of shells to left and right. Further back, the ambulance drivers smoked moodily, waiting for it all to begin. And, in their tented hospitals, the nurses and surgeons laid out the instruments, preparing for the broken, bloody bodies that would soon be flooding into them. Even the top brass came up front, talking in whispers as if afraid to break the brooding silence. Dawn approached with a threat of rain in the air. Even Clark was up, having risen at 4:30, and now he squatted in a forward command post, waiting for the great attack to commence. He wore his steel helmet, but this morning he did not remove it and replace it with his overseas cap as he did when he posed for the photographers in order to show just how contemptuous he was of danger. This dawn, there was danger in the very air, and he was taking no chances. Over 160,000 men, British and American, were crammed behind the line, watching, waiting, wondering. Some of them wishing desperately that the hands of their watches would reach 0 hour so they could finally be released from the awesome tension. At 14 minutes to 6 that morning, the beachhead artillery thundered. It was a tremendous bombardment, with 5,000 guns pouring shells down upon the surprised Germans. BBC correspondent Vaughan Thomas thought it awe-inspiring. American journalist Eric Severid felt the earth begin to tremble. Shells poured over our heads and our jackets flipped from concussions. D. Congdon, editor, Combat, New York, Dale Books, 1955. Next, the dive bombers joined in. Dazzling silver streaks, they hurtled down as if intent on suicide, shrieking toward the German positions, and then leveling out at the very last moment. In crazy profusion, their deadly black eggs fell from their blue bellies. The armor, Harmon's 1st Armored Division, went in. The tanks came clanking up the highway, moving very slowly and well apart, Eric Severin recorded. Their radio antennae nodding behind like drooping pennants of armored horses and knights, jolting slowly to take the field. In and out of their ranks, courier jeeps scuttled like agitated beetles. It was the turn of the 3rd. The grinning infantrymen thought it was going to be a walkover. Our final barrage is so intense, Murphy wrote after the war, that it seems nothing could be left of the German lines. We turn from the holes in which we have cowered for nearly 4 months and march toward the enemy. The breakout had commenced. 14. The task set Audie Murphy's Company B was to cut the railroad south of Cisterna and isolate the town. Here, the German defenses were the strongest, for they knew that Cisterna was the key to their whole position. Every house and every barn had been turned into a strong point. There were minefields and machine guns firing along fixed sights on all sides. Murphy's company was the first to cross the railroad tracks, firing from the hip as they advanced and taking intense fire in return, not only from German machine guns, but from self-propelled guns the Germans had brought up. These were now blasting away with their 75mm cannon. At the railroad tracks, it had developed into a nasty firefight, but Tipton, Kelly, and their sections managed to cross the embankment safely. They turned and gave awaiting Murphy the thumbs-up signal. It was his turn to take the rest of the platoon across the tracks and down the embankment on the other side. "Let's go," Murphy ordered. They surged forward. One of his young soldiers hesitated and was mowed down by a machine gun. Murphy came last. Scanning the banks, I pick my path, draw a deep breath, and start sliding. The handle of a trench shovel fastened to my back wedges between 2 protruding rocks, and I hang like a pigeon upon the bank with lead splattering all about me. Rock dust from the bullets fills my nostrils. My throbbing temples seem ready to burst. The trap sergeant looked up and saw his friend, Kelly, preparing to jump down and rescue him. And at that moment, he managed to shake free. Yelling to Kelly to stay where he was, he bolted across the tracks to safety. Not all of Company B got through unharmed. That day, the only other member of the company to win the coveted Medal of Honor besides Murphy, Sergeant Sylvester Antelak, single-handedly silenced several German machine gun posts so that his platoon could get across the tracks. He was not so lucky, as his fellow platoon leader, as he silenced the last of the enemy machine guns. He was riddled with German bullets, and not knowing he would win America's highest decoration, died and lies forgotten these 40 years or more. Murphy's 15th Infantry Regiment began to advance up Highway 15 beyond Cisterna. The young platoon leader abandoned his favorite carbine for a Tommy gun, which he preferred for house-to-house fighting. As Company B cleared up the straggle of dirty white houses that lined both sides of the highway, the battalions of the 3rd were radioing back the details of their success to an anxious General Clark, but they were paying a heavy price for reducing the defenses around Cisterna. Private Gunsberg, an 18-year-old replacement to the 15th, recalled later that, while we waited to advance down the ditch, the first wounded came filing past in the opposite direction. Those with light wounds seemed to have a silly smirk on their faces, as if they had won their tickets back to the U.S. However, once they got to the scene of battle, Gunsberg saw the casualties who had not received that desirable $1 million wound that would take them out of action. Now, I had to make my way gingerly between remains of corpses, dismembered limbs, scraps of bodies. A shell must have dropped short. We were too numb to give this any thought. We climbed out of a ditch and crossed a field. A few German soldiers began running towards us, waving their hands high in the air and calling out, "Comrade!" They were terrified. But in spite of the casualties, Corps Commander Truscott urged the 3rd on, knowing that if the Marnemen progressed at this rate, he stood a good chance of cutting off the whole German army in Italy. The end of the war in the boot was within grasping distance. Yet another member of the 3rd won honors in the engagement. A Private John Burko charged a group of German machine gun positions, telling his sergeant he was going to use his heater, his BAR automatic rifle, on the enemy. He did so very successfully, advancing on a dug-in German 88mm cannon. Luck was with him, and he knocked it out, too. The young soldier, wounded now, was so caught up in the fury of battle that he charged yet another enemy machine gun post. He killed the crew, but fell dead across a German gunner. Again, the Medal of Honor, posthumously. Still, the new offensive was going exceedingly well. After 36 hours, the Americans had taken 1,000 prisoners. Cisterna had almost fallen, and the shaken Germans were beginning their retreat northward. As Murphy wrote after the war, "With the hard crust of his defenses broken, the enemy begins a withdrawal. Though reeling like a punch-drunk fighter, he pounds us with cannon and harasses us with small arms. We are deathly tired, but we must keep hitting the Germans while they are still off balance." The threat of sudden death came not only from the enemy. On the afternoon of May 25, as the 15th Infantry Regiment was advancing along the Corey-Giulianello Road, its verges littered with abandoned German equipment and what looked like dirty bundles of gray rags, which had once been soldiers. 5 planes dive at us. They strafe and bomb our ranks fiercely. We spurt for cover, leaping over the soft shoulders of the road to avoid possible mines. Trembling and shaken, the men of Company B pressed their bodies to the warm Italian earth as if it were a lover. Then the victorious planes zoomed up into the sky, and for the first time the decimated infantry could see the white stars that marked them as their own. The column had been attacked by planes of the U.S. Army Air Corps. The cost was high. More than 100 dead and wounded. Several jeeps carrying 57mm anti-tank shells and small arms ammunition had blown up, adding to the casualties. The highway is strewn with the dead and wounded. It was one of those purposeless mistakes that happen in the confusion of battle. Exasperated beyond speech, Murphy wrote later, "The unharmed men stare blankly at the destruction. Occasionally one gets control of his tongue and sputters a volley of oaths against the Air Corps. That was about all the cynical, war-weary grunts could do. The actual link-up between the men making the breakout from Anzio and those fighting their war from the south caught everybody by surprise. At a small bridge that had been blown up by the retreating Germans, Captain Ben Souza of Truscott's Sixth Corps encountered a Lieutenant Francis Buckley strolling casually up the road. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Souza cried. Buckley looked at the captain. "I've come to make contact with the Anzio forces," Buckley declared. "Well," Souza snarled, "you've made it." Clark's publicity machine sprang into action. This was tremendous news, an event for which they had been waiting for 4 months. Clark was hurried to the bridgehead by his PR men, and the whole business was reenacted with due formality for the benefit of the correspondents and photographers. Eric Severid, the American correspondent and Clark's most bitter critic, was there that historic day and recorded, "The Fifth Army publicity machine promptly issued a statement saying that Anzio was now justified, and broadly implying that the commanders responsible for the landing there had been right all along, always knew they were, and that, in fact, the whole operation proved the wisdom of the High Command, whose subtle methods were frequently misunderstood by grosser minds." Cynically, Severid added, "If any correspondents sent off the statement, I did not observe them." On the evening of that historic link-up, which meant now that there was a unified Allied front in Italy at long last, Clark, in high good humor, asked Truscott, "Have you considered changing the direction of your attack toward Rome?" Truscott was puzzled by the Army commander's question. His attack was going exceedingly well. Why not continue the drive toward Valmontone? Elements of General Harmon's 1st Armored Division were only 10 miles away from the Italian town, and resistance to their front was crumpling fast. Meanwhile, the British of the 8th Army were 40 miles off. If the two forces could link up, the German 10th Army would be cut off, which was the original strategy. Why now this talk of diverting the attack away from Valmontone in the direction of Rome? What use was the Italian capital? But that evening, the American Eagle did not enlighten his corps commander. Instead, he left for his HQ at Caserta and let Truscott ponder this strange question. Meanwhile, the battered 3rd Division had been relieved in the line by the U.S. 85th Division and was now trucked forward to attack Valmontone and Highway 6. Both were defended by the fresh Hermann Göring Panzer Division, which the 3rd had first encountered in Sicily. On June 1, Audie Murphy's 1st Battalion attacked on both sides of the road, leading to a railroad station just south of Valmontone. The station was defended by infantry and 5 German tanks, and it took 2 full companies, including Murphy's B, to finally capture the place, leaving their dead scattered on the road behind. By nightfall, the 15th Infantry had pushed on and taken up defensive positions to the north of Highway 6 and just east of the key town of Valmontone. The news made Truscott feel rather jubilant, but not for long. Back at his headquarters, he was met by Colonel Dan Brune of the 5th Army Staff. Brune said, "The boss wants you to mount the assault you discussed with him in the northwest, i.e. towards Rome, as soon as you can." Truscott was dumbfounded. This was not the time to drive to the northwest, he wrote after the war, where the enemy was still strong. We should pour our maximum power into the Valmontone Gap to ensure the destruction of the retreating German army. Brun was adamant. Truscott told the colonel he couldn't comply with the order. He would have to talk to General Clark first. Clark was not available. Brun answered smugly. He was neither on the beachhead nor could he be reached by radio. Truscott, angry and impotent, understood. Clark was ducking out of sight in order to avoid awkward questions. Reluctantly, Truscott gave in, leaving the weakened Third to continue the Valmontone attack to no real purpose. He turned the bulk of his corps in the direction of the Italian capital. Sadly, he called together his senior commanders and, feigning enthusiasm, told them that the new direction of attack would bring them easy gains. They weren't convinced. Iron Mike O'Daniel, commanding the 3rd, was particularly bitter, while Colonel Halsey of the 1st Armor called it one of the worst decisions I ever knew. Truscott hoped that Supreme Land Commander Field Marshal Alexander might, in the end, overrule Clark. The urbane, elegant ex-guardsman, who was basically a very brave but lazy man, allowed the Clark decision to stand, perhaps not realizing that the 5th Army commander was not concerned with cutting off the retreating German army. Victory in Italy, after so much bitter fighting and so many deaths, was going to be sacrificed for personal prestige. After the war, when he had more freedom to speak and write openly, General Truscott wrote, "There has never been in any doubt in my mind that had General Clark held loyally to General Alexander's instructions, had he not changed the direction of my attack to the northwest, the strategic objective of Anzio would have been accomplished in full. To be first in Rome was poor compensation for this lost opportunity." On June 2, 1944, Valmontone fell to the 3rd. Immediately, according to the new directive from Clark, the direction of the division's attack was changed. Now, Murphy's 15th Regiment was sent against Rome, motoring along the hotly fought-for Highway 6 by truck, but not for long. Smiling Albert Kesselring had already decided to withdraw, hardly believing the good fortune that made it possible to escape the trap set for his 10th Army. But he still greatly feared a mass rising by the Roman population before he cleared the Eternal City. So, Kesselring ordered that the bridges across the Tiber River should be manned in force by his troops to convince the Romans that he was going to make a fight for it. At the same time, he commanded his rear guard to hold up the Amies for as long as they could. Dutifully, the mixed group of paratroopers and German stubble-hoppers, as the wary infantrymen called themselves cynically, did just that, making the Americans pay for whatever gains they made. Later, Murphy recorded, "As we approach Rome, the enemy rear guard stiffens its defense. Our rout is punctuated by merciless firefights." Clark, who was coolly throwing away the fruits of victory gained at the cost of so many young men's lives, was frantic. Back in the States, his ancient, doting mother wrote to her son, "Please take Rome soon. I can't stand the wait much longer. I'm all frazzled out." 15. The great advance on the Italian capital was in trouble. By now, Clark knew Eisenhower's cross-channel assault was scheduled for June 6. He had only a matter of days left if he were going to beat Ike. Yet his attack was being held up all along the line outside Rome. He ordered Truscott to put some steam into the stalled attack. As Truscott was discussing the situation with barrel-chested General Harmon, commander of the 1st Armored, a German machine gunner opened up close by and sprayed the area with slugs. The two old commanders, who had been in the fight together since North Africa, hit the dirt. Later, Harmon reflected ruefully. This, I thought, was the ultimate anticlimax. The two of us, who had gone through so much together, were to be killed by fire from an Italian privy. The battered 3rd was once again in the van of the attack. As they slogged it out ever closer to Rome's Tiber River, the division came under repeated attack. On June 3, while Clark sweated it out, yet another 2 young men of the 3rd won their country's highest award. With his leg shattered, Private First Class Christian and Private Eldon Johnson saved a trapped patrol of the 15th Regiment by attacking the Germans while the rest of their comrades withdrew. They saved the patrol and were awarded the Medal of Honor for their bravery in doing so. But again, it was awarded to them posthumously. As they dragged back the 2 soldiers' shattered bodies, Clark was more concerned that no other troops than his should enter Rome first, for he had just heard that the Poles had asked to be allowed to send a detachment into the capital once it had been captured. He signaled Alexander, his chief, "Please politely tell everybody, including the Swedes if necessary, that I am not framing the tactical entrance of troops into Rome. God and the bush are dictating that." One day later, Rome was still not captured. Clark now had only 48 hours left. That day, he flew with his personal pilot to a factory some 5 miles from the city's center. Here, he met tough old General Keyes, another of his corps commanders, cut in the patent mold, and General Frederick, head of the 1st Special Service Force. Together, they walked to the top of a hill where there was a huge blue and white sign announcing Roma. Before Clark's arrival, Keyes had demanded of Frederick, "What is holding you up here?" "The Germans, sir," Frederick had replied. "How long will it take you to get across the city limits?" "The rest of the day," Frederick said. He explained he was being held up by several self-propelled guns that he wanted to outflank to save casualties. "That won't do," Keyes snapped. "General Clark has to be in the city by 4 o'clock. "Why?" the veteran officer, who had been wounded 4 times, asked. "Because he wants to have his photograph taken," Keyes said solemnly. Frederick stared at him, wondering if Keyes were serious. Finally he said, "Give me an hour." Clark, Keyes, and Frederick had their photograph taken by the newspaper correspondents posing in front of the Roma, till, as Clark wrote later, a German sniper put a bullet through the sign with a bang. The trio of generals fled. Afterward, General Frederick and a soldier returned at Clark's orders to retrieve the road sign. Clark shipped it home to the States, where it remained as a precious reminder of his combat career. If Clark obtained his souvenir that day, he still had not won the capital. The resistance along Highway 6 to Rome was too intense for Frederick's men to take the city within the hour. A frustrated Clark departed for Naples. But it wouldn't take much longer now. Kesselring was pulling his troops back through Rome ever more rapidly, intent on setting up yet another defensive line in the mountains to the north of the capital. Now, after being ambushed twice, the 3rd 7th Regiment, the Cotton Balers, penetrated the city limits by nightfall on June 4. they set up their command post at the San Lorenzo Railroad yards and established a perimeter around the station located there. That same night, the 3 battalions of their sister regiment, the 30th, started to push into the city, heading for the Tiber River, where it was thought the Germans had set up a last-ditch defensive position. They were ordered to use nothing but small arms. Clark had issued the order himself. There would be no second casino here. The Eternal City's monuments would not be damaged. The bad casino publicity after the bombing of the famous Abbey by Allied planes a few months before had done the commanding general's reputation little good in the States, especially among Catholics. The 30th Infantry's progress was slow. They were held up well into the next day by a handful of defenders, a few German tanks and self-propelled guns, and, if rumors were to be believed, by some well-intentioned and generous señorinas, eager to show their appreciation to their liberators. Finally, the thin crust of the German resistance was broken, and engineers were hurried forward in front of the infantry. The top brass was frightened that the retreating Germans would do what they had done in Naples the previous fall, plant delayed action bombs and mines that would explode weeks later. There were none. Not a single mine was discovered. Smiling Albert, too, was conscious of his publicity. He didn't want to go down in history as the member of a Kulturfolk who had helped to destroy one of Europe's most ancient cities. More and more Americans began to pour into the city after the 3rd Division's entry. Upon seeing the Colosseum for the first time, a GI was quoted as having said, "Gee, I didn't know how bombers had done that much damage to Rome." But that was the kind of story that newspapermen were always making up. In truth, in 4 years of total war, Rome had suffered little damage. Now there were girls, and wine aplenty for the taking. American dollars brought vino at 5 cents a bottle, and a prostitute for 12 cents. A whole night cost $1. It was a soldier's paradise. The restaurant opened up and started serving wine and prime cuts of horse meat to the weary GIs who were sick of sea rations. They had been doing the same the previous week for the landers of the Greater German Wehrmacht. After all, business was business. As Iron Mike O'Daniel set up his command post in the University of Rome, and the city was divided into 3 zones of occupation, with Murphy's 15th Regiment taking over the western part of the capital, and Audie Murphy's Company B taking up their position in a public park, the question arose, where is Clark? He had labored so long to take Rome and had, indeed, changed the whole direction of Allied strategy to get there. Now, why wasn't he in Rome enjoying his monument of triumph? In fact, General Clark and his small jeep party were lost. For over 1 hour, they had been wandering about the capital, trying to find their way to City Hall. Finally, they came across a priest in St. Peter's Square who asked in English, "Is there any way I can help you?" "Well," Clark ventured, "we'd like to get to the Capitoline Hill." The priest, who was an Irishman and a leading light in the Allied POW organization that was based in Vatican City, gave the commanding general the instructions he required and then said, "May I introduce myself?" He gave his name and then asked that of the lanky American with the great beak of a nose. With undue modesty for him, the commanding general answered simply, "My name is Clark." The priest knew who Clark was. He shouted to the group of Italians who were beginning to assemble to tell them the exciting news. Dutifully they cheered, and a small boy in short pants, who was the only one in the crowd to possess a bicycle, volunteered to lead the Jeep convoy to the Capitoline Hill. Thus, the comic procession reached the place where, when Clark had been an obscure middle-aged major of infantry, the Italian dictator had thundered to his Sons of the Wolf from the celebrated balcony, which had featured in so many newsreels in the 30s. Here, Clark pounded on the door of the city hall. Perhaps he anticipated that some Roman major in striped pants and frock coat, with the colorful sash of his office across his portly chest, would open the door. Thereupon he would ceremonially hand over the golden key of the city to the conqueror with a dignified bow and a few appropriate words of welcome. After all, Rome had been conquered enough in the last 2,000 years, and the Romans should have been used to doing the appropriate thing. Nothing of the kind took place. The door was locked, and no responsible official could be found to open it. Fascisti to a man, they had fled with the Germans. They knew all too well the temper of the Romans. Clark and his party set off for the Stampa Estera building, where the 5th Army commander gave an impromptu press conference for the eager correspondents, and posed for the press photographers and for those of the U.S. Signal Corps, who had been given strict instructions on how to photograph General Clark on this, his great day of triumph. Eric Severid, Clark's arch critic, watched the conquering hero pose in front of his map for the benefit of the newsreel men, and, turning to a colleague, whispered sourly, "On this historic day, I feel like vomiting." Audie Murphy's mood, now that the Third had finally reached Rome, seemed a little different. He knew just how much the Marnemen had suffered to get there. There had been 18,000 Americans killed and wounded, plus another 15,000 British and Poles, and 11,000 French. And for what? They had captured the strategically useless capital, and the Germans had retreated in good order, while the Allies stood by helpless to stop them. It would take another year before the war in Italy would be over, and the men who would fight their way doggedly up the rest of the boot into the Alps would feel themselves a forgotten army. D-Day and the battle for France grabbed the headlines, and Italy was no longer of any interest. "We're the D-Day Dodgers," they would sing bitterly. "Out in Italy, always drinking vino, always on the spree, in sunny Italy." Murphy wrote, "Rome is but another objective on an endless road called war. During the bitter months on Anzio, we dreamed of triumphal entry into the great city. There were plans, promises, and threats of wholesale drinking and fornication. Now that our dream is an actuality, a vast indifference seizes us. Pitching our tents in a public park, we sleep until our brains grow soggy and life oozes back into our spirits." Afflicted seemingly by the same malaise that had overcome the correspondent Severid, Murphy recorded, "We prowl through Rome like ghosts, finding no satisfaction in anything we see or do. I feel like a man briefly reprieved from death, and there is no joy within me. We can have no hope until the war is ended. Thinking of the men on the fighting fronts, I grow lonely on the streets of Rome." 12 days after the capital had fallen, he wrote to a friend in Texas in that sloping, childlike, semi-illiterate scrawl of his, "It isn't too bad here now. I've had 2 passes to Rome, but was disgusted with the place. It's nothing like I expected. I wonder if Paris will be a disappointment too. Hope I get to go to France. Since I came this far, I may as well see them all. His letters, like all his letters from the front, revealed little of what had happened to him in Italy. His correspondence with his family and friends back home in Texas mostly consisted of requests for cheese, candy, crackers, and canned meat. 5 years later, in his autobiography, he records a different version of the time he spent in that Rome, which disgusted him. He sits with his buddies in the twilight over their Dago Red in the park and sings Swanee. Sitting at night in a foreign land, we are strangely moved by those songs that are so much a part of our background. They call up long-buried memories and a tenderness of spirit that has no place in war. But we sing each night until the order comes to buckle on our gear and move.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. That's where my heart is turning ever. That's where the old folks stay.
But could that young man of that summer so long ago really have been affected by the sugar-sweet sentimentality of the 19th century song? After what he had just been through as an infantry platoon leader for the last 4 months, when most of his men had vanished in the Holocaust of total war, was Rome simply a staging post for him to hurry back to Texas? Back to the hard grind of a poverty-stricken sharecropper? His early background showed no bourgeois tolerance for the middle-class sentiments of such songs. What did the land in Texas, good advice and malnutrition, mean to him? What was the truth of Audie Murphy in that Roman summer of 1944? Whatever innocence remained to him, it was unlikely to have been of the kind his autobiography reported. 16. In the late 40s, when David McClure, Murphy's longtime friend, was ghosting Murphy's memoirs, the writer started to become angry with his subject. McClure found Murphy a very difficult person to handle. He was extremely moody, depressed and nervous. Sometimes he would come to my apartment, stretch out on my bed, and lie there for long periods. He would just stare at the ceiling with haunted eyes and say very little, if anything. Audie made me nervous because he seemed to transfer his condition to me. But that wasn't the only problem for the ghostwriter. Time was running out for their book. The publishers in New York were pressing him to meet the deadline. And though he believed fervently in the book, Audie wasn't cooperating. McClure had come out of the service after 2.5 years in Europe, possessed by an irrational rage which lasted for a long time. I also suffered from acute depression. He felt a victorious America had not understood anything of the suffering of the average infantryman in the faraway battle for Europe. Now, he had the ideal subject, a man who had been through it all and had proved himself the bravest of the brave. But he had to coax every single word out of him. The handsome, young, would-be movie star seemed to have forgotten most of what had happened to him over there. He'd say a word or two, then relapse into a moody silence, leaving McClure to use his imagination. One day McClure had had enough. He put down his pen and cried in exasperation, "Audie, this thing is becoming too damned grim. We've got to find some way to lighten it up." He frowned over his glasses, which gave him his nickname Speck in Hollywood, and asked, "How about girls? Didn't you meet any girls along the way?" Murphy hesitated, and then told McClure a story about the time he spent in Rome in the summer of 1944. During the 10 days, the 3rd Division garrisoned the newly captured capital before being shipped out of the city for the new battles to come. Audie, in his usual charming way, got invited to a dinner by a mother with 2 daughters. Murphy didn't say how, with his very basic Italian, he managed this, but according to the story, he told his ghostwriter he seduced both daughters before dinner and, being very democratic, he seduced the mother after dinner. Naturally, the episode did not appear in To Hell and Back. Audie Murphy wasn't simply an innocent, of course. How could he be, after what he had just gone through? The wartime army was a great forcing school, turning boys into men overnight. Waiting that dawn to go into action for the first time at the Anzio breakout, 18-year-old replacement Private Gunsberg heard the older men talking about the foreign women they had, how the English women preferred it standing up, a knee trembler, they called it, while the Italians preferred it from behind. Then he had wished fervently he wouldn't be killed before he became a man. His case was typical. In war, death, sex, and procreation go hand in hand. Audie Murphy not only became advanced for his years, but he also had heavy responsibilities placed on his skinny young shoulders. He had been in charge of the fate of a score or more young men, who during those 4 bloody months at Anzio came and disappeared in combat with depressing regularity. They came up into the line as replacements, still clad in clean uniforms, with creases in the pants. And then they were gone, dead or wounded, as if they had hardly existed, even before Murphy had really gotten to know their names. Yet he had always survived. So what did he do in such circumstances? His youth and native Texan bravado could not quite hide the fact that he was a sensitive youth. His few letters home, as pathetic and semi-illiterate as they are, reveal that he was a generous boy, concerned about his family and friends, who sent money regularly to his older sister, worried about his $10,000 GI insurance so that Sis would not lose out if he were killed in action. Interested in the fates of his friends who had been hit in other theaters of the war or were missing. To whom could he talk? Could he reveal his fears and doubts to the surviving old heads, older men in Company B like Sergeants Tipton and Kelly? After the war, Kelly, who was invalided home after being wounded in France, never made any mention of such confidences. Besides, what would these basically simple, direct men have made of Murphy's doubts? Was he going chicken? They might have thought. And no young man wants to be thought of as a coward. Or was Murph heading for a Section 8? Another one of the many who cracked up under the intolerable strain of constant combat. And there were many of them at every level, from regimental commanders down to simple buck privates. In the end, it seemed Audie Murphy had to acquire a thick skin and blinkers so that he could shrug off or simply not see the misery, the squalor, the tragedy that was taking place around him day after day. He had to sublimate his fears and doubts, telling himself that this was the kind of life that he had always wanted ever since he had been a little barefoot kid working with the veterans of World War I in the cotton fields. Like the young soldier from Stephen Crane's The Red Badge of Courage, whom he would play one day in a Hollywood movie, his eyes seemed to open to some new ways. He found that he could look back on the brass and bombast of his earlier Gospels and see them truly. With this conviction came a store of assurance. He felt a quiet manhood, non-assertive, but of sturdy and strong blood. He knew that he would no more quail before his guides wherever they should point. He had been to touch the great death and found that, after all, it was but the great death. He was a man. S. Crane, The Red Badge of Courage, New York, New American Library, 1952. Many years later, Murphy told the writer, "I remember we came under artillery fire my very first day in action. That was in Sicily, and I saw a couple of guys I knew get blown up. I was very serious after that. Very serious." Of course he was. Like the youth at the end of the novel, Murphy had thrown off his early romantic notions of war as being some gallant 19th century cavalry skirmish with wind-tossed banners in the background. Mostly, he related to the writer, your thoughts are elsewhere. I mean, the training, the brainwashing, makes you go ahead and you react against the enemy, even though you have so much fear. You become an effective soldier when you get over this fear and you use your training and you try to think ahead. It's a game of chance for a while, but after 2 or 3 firefights, you begin to improve your odds by taking advantage of the terrain and your weapons. You get more polished. Your attitude changes. You get a more professional outlook. Losses are inevitable, he told the writer, so you learn not to get too friendly with anybody. Combat is not like the movies or what you read in books, even my book. Every action is new people. One way or another, people come and go. Your side is just like the other side. People in uniform trained to do what they have to do. There are only fleeting moments of the kind where a unit has the drama of a war movie. Battlefields are empty places. You don't remember the guys' names. You remember that 1108783 is the number of your rifle. But names are too personal. That's really how it is. It's interesting that in 1967, 22 years after the war was over, Murphy should still remember the number of his M1. Later, as we shall learn, the price Audie Murphy paid for this unconscious act of youthful sublimation would be high. Already in the wartime summer of 1944, he was overcome by a sense of loneliness. He felt that he and his handful of remaining buddies were like fugitives from the law of averages. Loosely we cluster together, bound by a common memory and loneliness. The need for reinforcements is desperate, but we are suspicious and resentful of the new men that join us. As June gave way to July in that hot summer of 1944, the Western Allies finally started to break out of their Normandy bridgehead, while in the east, the victorious Russians surged forward across eastern Poland. By day, the U.S. 8th Air Force plastered Germany's crumbling cities, and at night, the RAF did the same thing, turning them into stony ruins. Victory was in the very air, and men were wagering that it would be all over by Christmas. C-44 and end the war, the Marneman's fellow veterans of the 45th Infantry Division proclaimed bravely. It was time for the new and reorganized 7th Army under General Alexander Patch, who had taken over from the disgraced Patton after seeing service in the Pacific, to add another nail to Hitler's coffin. Operation Anvil was the code name given to the new plan, which envisaged an assault landing by the 7th, plus a French corps under General de la Terre de Tassigny, who urged his officers to take great care of the vines during the landing on the southern French beaches around the Perroir tourist paradise of Saint-Tropez. Here, preceded by the landing of a provisional airborne division composed of British and American paratroopers and a naval bombardment, they would attack German General Friedrich Wyss's 19th Army. It was generally regarded as a weak force, made up of one good division, the 11th Panzer, and 7 second-rate infantry divisions, many of whose members were not even German, but recruited from former members of the Red Army, taken prisoner by the Wehrmacht. Allied intelligence had not reckoned with Wyss. However, who would manage his second-rate troops very effectively against superior odds from now till almost the end of the war? The aim of the operation, whose code name was now changed to Operation Dragoon, was to stage a link-up with the forces surging out of Normandy and protect their southern flank, and at the same time capture a major supply port in France, Marseille. For as yet supplies for the Allied armies in France were still being brought across the beaches, and no major port, capable of being worked, had been taken by Eisenhower's forces. Thus, it was that for the 4th time Audie Murphy would take part in an amphibious landing. This time, the assault on an enemy shore would take place in daylight. The 15th Infantry Regiment and its sister outfit, the 7th, would spearhead the 3rd's attack. The 15th would land at Yellow Beach, just east of the small town of Ramatuelle and south of the coastal resort of Saint-Tropez. The 7th, for its part, would assault at Red Beach near the small towns of Calvaire and La Croix. On a balmy evening, August 12, 1944, Audie Murphy sailed from Naples for the last time, but he had learned a lot in Italy. There he had grown up rapidly and become a man. His youthful illusions about war, women, and the American way of life had, in great part, vanished. The Texas farm boy, who on the day of Pearl Harbor had been double dating with another boy at a drive-in movie theater, now 3 years later, had slept with 3 women in one evening. Italy had taught him a lot and would, indirectly, affect the course of his future life until the day he died. Now he was on his way to France. Here, in a period of less than 5 months, Audie Murphy would be wounded 3 times, be promoted to an officer on the battlefield, and win the United States' highest decorations for valor, one of them, the Silver Star, twice. In the history of the U.S. Army, no one had ever matched that record, nor, in the 40 years since then, has anyone come close. Murphy was heading straight for the history books. 3. The Hero. A man never travels so far as when he does not know whither he is going. Oliver Cromwell. 17. 1 hour before dawn, the fog started to roll in from inland. It rolled on down the craggy, barren valleys toward the sea like wood smoke. Suddenly, startlingly, the naval guns thundered into action off the coast of southern France. It was the preliminary bombardment to soften up the German beach defenses and destroy their minefields. Twin-engined Mitchell bombers, flight after flight of them in hard silver Vs, zoomed in low over the anchored invasion fleet to drop their bombs on Visa's forts and strong points further inland. The only reply was a few desultory shells from the interior. It was just as easy when the 11 assault battalions of the 3 veteran divisions of the Italian campaign, the 45th, the 36th, and, naturally, the 3rd, started to streak toward the beaches in their landing craft. They had caught the defenders of the 19th German Army by complete surprise. As First Sergeant Robert Elliott of the 3rd commented afterward, "It just didn't seem right. It was like somebody giving us something for nothing. It was just too goddamn good to be true. The trouble was, we were too busy and too scared to be happy. We never knew when they would start opening up on us from somewhere. So, even though it was easy, you still sweat it out. One thing about war is that as long as you live, you're always sweating it out." R. Martin, editor, The GI War, Boston, Little Brown, 1967. Murphy felt the same as he'd landed with the first wave of the 15th Infantry Regiment at Yellow Beach, known to holiday makers before the war as Plage de Peplon. Under the rocket, barrage scores of landing boats chummed toward the shore. I stand in one, and the old fear that always precedes action grapples with my guts. But as the landing craft hit the beach of the sandy, curved bay, dominated by the heights beyond that were covered with stunted pines, nothing happened. Here and there a mine exploded, and some young man fell screaming to the scuffed sand and stared in disbelief at what had happened to his legs. That was all. The 15th began to push inland at full speed. German shells began to range in on the invasion beach, but that didn't worry the infantry. General Patch had commanded that they should advance rapidly, regardless of fatigue or shortages, because the enemy is perplexed and stunned, and the opportunity for decisive results is ahead of us. For Audie Murphy's Company B, the only opposition that they knew about was an enemy strongpoint located in the center hill of the 3 hills to their right. Here, there was a gun emplacement and some machine gun nests. Now, as the hot Mediterranean sun began to burn the dawn mist away, the khaki-clad figures swarming up from the beaches felt themselves abruptly naked. They began to sweat, and it was not just the heat that made them do so. Bodies tensed. They advanced crouched, weapons clutched to their hips, as if moving forward against a strong wind. The veterans and the greenhorns waited for the first shot that would signal the battle had commenced. The platoon commander was, for once, bringing up the rear of his platoon. He had already lost his rifle squad and machine gun crew in the confusion of the landings. He didn't want to lose any more of his small force. By this time, the leading elements of his platoon had reached the edge of the pine woods. Beyond it lay a stretch of vineyards 30 foot wide, flanked on the right by a deep drainage ditch, with directly in front of the vineyard a wooded ridge that rose steeply at a slope of 65 degrees. To Murphy's trained eye, it looked like a perfect position for the Germans to have sighted a machine gun nest. Sergeant Murphy was right. Suddenly, The tense stillness of the advance up the height, broken only by muffled curses and the labored breathing of the sweat-soaked men, was shattered by the first frightening high-pitched burr of a German machine gun. Tracer started to spit toward the platoon. Murphy paused. He cocked his head to one side to hear better. He was listening for the slower response of an American BAR. There was none. Murphy cursed. His platoon had obviously walked straight into a trap. They had been pinned down and were unable to return the enemy fire. He was needed up there, fast. Clutching his favorite carbine in his right hand, he doubled forward. Above him, the German machine gun fired a wild burst at him and missed as he skidded to a stop in a shower of white dust among his terrified men. He cursed at them to start moving once more, but they hugged the ground and refused. The machine gun that dominated the whole slope had petrified them. They weren't going to risk it. Frustrated and angry, Murphy dropped back a little into the woods where, in the confusion of battle, he never knew where, he obtained a light machine gun. Soaked with sweat, he went up the hill again, dragging the weapon with him up the drainage ditch till he reached the side of the vineyard, where he set it up and prepared to fire. He pressed the trigger. Tracer winged its way angrily toward the German machine gun nest, but it was no use. The angle was wrong, and his slugs flew harmlessly over the helmeted heads of the German gunners. From his present position in the ditch, he hadn't a hope of knocking out the German position. Dashing forward again, Murphy crossed the length of the vineyard under fire, and, with the machine gun in his arms, flung himself down, gasping for breath. Now he was in a position directly in front of the enemy stronghold, and the advantage was his. He had turned the table on them. In order to fire at the bold lone intruder, the Germans would have to expose their bodies, and that was exactly what Audie Murphy was waiting for. He went into action. I judged the range, pressed the trigger, and turned the stream of lead on anything that remotely resembles a kraut. The screams of pain that followed the first burst told a triumphant Murphy that he was hitting the target. Yet still, the counterfire did not cease. These were brave men, a handful of last-ditch defenders holding up a whole company. Abruptly, the chatter of the light machine gun ceased. Murphy slammed his clenched fist against the butt. A stoppage? No, the gun hadn't jammed. He had run out of ammunition. Murphy ran back under German fire to where he had left his carbine. Hastily, he checked its magazine and prepared for yet another crack at the enemy strong point. He heard a movement close by in the undergrowth and swung around, carbine at the ready. Murder in his eyes? It was his old friend Tipton. "What you trying to do?" he breathed in relief. "Buy yourself a wooden cross?" The older man was bleeding badly. After nearly 2 years in combat, Tipton had been hit for the first time. He had most of his ear shot off. Murphy urged his buddy to go back to the beach and have the wound dressed, but Tipton refused. "Come on, Murph," he said with a wry grin. "Let's move up." And then, for the last time, he used that old phrase he used so often before. "They can kill us, but they can't eat us. It's against the law." The two men crawled down from the drainage ditch. Slugs cut the air just above their heads. Straight ahead of them, in the ditch, a German rifleman was stationed. Hardly daring to breathe, they crept closer and closer. Now, they could see there was not just one German rifleman, but two. They seemed to be sleeping in the middle of battle, feet drawn up, heads bent upon their chest. They might well have been dead, and perhaps they were, but Murphy and Tipton didn't give them the chance to wake up if they weren't. They aimed as one. Each German was struck in the head and reeled back. Next moment, a salvo of angry slugs ripped past the two Americans. Judging the intervals correctly between the bursts of German machine gun fire, they raced for a strip of grassland at the base of the German-held ridge. Now, the machine gun was a mere 10 yards to their left. Firing as they could to keep the other Germans down, Tipton and Murphy charged the machine gun post yelling crazily, carried away by the totally unreasoning frenzy of combat. In a matter of seconds, they had slaughtered the two German machine gunners. The hot morning air was full of the pitiful, frightened cries of other Germans, hidden in their foxholes. "Comrade! Comrade!" they wailed in an ecstasy of terror. They were giving up. Tipton peered over the edge of the hole the two of them found themselves in. He saw the remaining Germans waving something white, and he told Murphy he was going to go across and get them. Murphy was not sanguine. He had seen this sort of game before. One German promising to surrender, while behind him, his comrade crouched with a stick grenade or a pistol. "God damn, laddie," he said. "Keep down! You can't trust them." Tipton wasn't listening. Perhaps he had grown overconfident. He had seen so many other men killed, but he had survived. He stood up, and in that very instant, a German opened fire at close range. Tipton yelled in agony and reeled back, shot through the heart. Falling into the foxhole, he choked out the one word, "Murph." The next moment, he was dead. Murphy rolled him over gently and held him. There was a strange little smile on his lips, which were choked with froth. Something snapped in Murphy. For the only time in his long combat career, the young sergeant lost complete control of himself. Half crazed with rage and grief, he picked up the German machine gun and, flinging two grenades to keep the heads of the surviving Germans down, rushed forward, firing from the hip. 5 minutes later, he had taken the ridge and shot down all the Germans dug in there without mercy. The official citation for his Distinguished Service Cross would read, "Closing in, he wounded 2 Germans with carbine fire, killed 2 more in a fierce, brief firefight, and forced the remainder to surrender." In truth, Audie Murphy took no prisoners that hot August morning. "I remember the experience as I do a nightmare," he recalled later. "A demon seems to have entered my body. My whole being is concentrated on killing. As the lacerated bodies flop and squirm, I rake them again, and I do not stop firing while there is a quiver left in them." The German resistance on the ridge line was broken. It had taken 2 hours. As Company B reformed, before continuing its drive inland, Murphy, suddenly drained as if an invisible tap had been opened, staggered back to where Tipton lay dead. He took off the dead man's pack and pillowed Tipton's head upon it. Then he flopped down on his heels and bawled like a baby. Afterward, when he was informed that he was to receive the Distinguished Service Cross for his valor that August morning, he stated, "I won the medal, but Laddie, who was the bravest man I ever knew, won only death for himself. Indeed, after the war, Murphy gave the precious decoration away to Tipton's daughter, who, as a 9-year-old, had seen her father march away to war in 1942, never to return. Now, nearly half a century later, a middle-aged woman herself, she still treasures that medal. Murphy was not ashamed of either his grief or his blind rage. He could break down and weep. Cradling his dead comrade's head in his arms, although when it came to make the movie of his life, the director refused to allow him to go through the scene exactly as it happened with the tough actor who played Tipton. He said that the viewing public might think it too corny. For the young platoon leader at the time, there had been nothing corny about it. He had simply revealed his true self at that moment. Beneath the tough veneer and hard shell that combat had forced upon him, there was still a sensitive person. After Tipton's death, the pace of Audie Murphy's life seemed to quicken measurably, even dramatically. He seemed to court danger. He volunteered for patrol after patrol, even when not commanded to. He would go along for the fight, tagging after other patrols that were no concern of his, just in case. The 20-year-old was always in the forefront of the right. Even in 1945, when he had been awarded the Medal of Honor and had been wisely drawn onto the staff away from his company so that he would not be killed before he received that high award, he simply could not stay away from combat. When his Company B was bogged down during the Battle of the Siegfried Line, who turned up in their midst, spick and span in his staff uniform to rally them? Audie Murphy, of course. More than once in those last weeks in Germany, with every side road filled with hidden dangers, lurking Hitler youth, desperate for some final glory, bitter, hard SS armed with their deadly Panzerfaust, the lone tiger, waiting for some unsuspecting fool of an Ammy to walk straight into the trap, Audie Murphy, alone in his unarmed staff jeep, would be found driving along as if he were back in a peacetime Texas. What was he doing? Why, he was on liaison duty. Was he trying to die? Had something snapped within him after Tipton's death that made him court death so recklessly? We do not know. On that subject, although he made many pronouncements about his combat career afterward, Audie Murphy kept discreetly silent. But if he did want to die, he was unlucky. Audie L. Murphy, however flawed, was destined to become a living hero. Death could wait. 18. What was to follow was called later the Champagne Campaign. For at a cost of 500 men wounded and killed, General Alexander Patch had put ashore 2 whole corps of some 66,000 men. In contrast, the 100,000 odd men that Eisenhower put ashore in Normandy on June 6, 1944, suffered 10,000 casualties, nearly a 10% rate. Now, as the Americans started to proceed inland, virtually all resistance vanished, and the happy GIs were welcomed not by German bullets, but by cheering Frenchmen of the resistance, firing a feu de joie into the brilliant blue sky of the province, and by happy smiling, dark-eyed beauties handing out kisses, fruit, wine, and occasionally something more. Retreating skillfully, General Wyss allowed the Russians, Ukrainians, Turcoman, and half a dozen other Soviet nationalities who had been incorporated into the Wehrmacht to drift away. He had but one aim: to preserve the bulk of his German-speaking units for the battle to come in the Reich. After the fleeing Germans came the Americans and General de la Treize French, fighting their way up the few valley roads, forced by the terrain to stick mainly to the valley of the Rhone River. Maneuver was difficult for the Allies, scenting an easy victory, for the valley of the Rhone was not more than a dozen miles broad in some places. The secondary roads leading down from the mountains on both sides of the valley were steep, winding, and narrow. Little use for the Allied armor. Still, as the Germans retreated, harassed all the time by the partisans of the French Maquis, who dominated the mountains, General Patch did attempt to cut them off and bring Weiss to fight a pitched battle. Time and time again, General Weiss of the German 19th Army managed to slip out of the trap set for him. His infantry he could afford to lose. Without transport, they were becoming a hindrance anyway. However, the German general was determined to rescue his armored and motorized units. So his infantry was sacrificed at place after place along the road that led north to Lyon, while his armor slipped away. Murphy, during this time, as August gave way to September, experienced a great exhilaration, for there is nothing so good for the morale of the foot soldier as progress. Long ago, we came to believe that our only way home lay through the Siegfried Line, and each mile that we move up the Rhone Valley of France is another mile nearer America. It would be another year before Murphy could return to America, but for now, under the broiling hot September sun, the Champagne campaign was easy, save for those at the point. Up there, men still fought and died daily, in their scores. A little further back, it was roses all the way. The Krauts were on the run. The natives were friendly, and the local girls were willing. Half drunk with the good red wines of this bountiful area, which had suffered little under the 2 years of German occupation. The south of France had only been occupied in November 1942, after the Allies landed in North Africa, while the rest of the country had been occupied since 1940. The purple evenings would find the dusty young soldiers sprawled out in the shady village squares, watching the old men in their floppy black berets playing their boule, and eyeing the dark-haired girls in their wooden platform heels and short floral dresses, drinking their rouge and Ricard in the sidewalk cafes. As the historian of the 3rd Division wrote of that advance, it was the longest advance in the shortest length of time that it, the 3rd, had ever made or would ever make in Europe. By the first week of September, the progress of the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division through southern France was little more than a drunken, triumphant road march. Then the 3rd reached Montélimar, some 100 miles or so inland. Montélimar's only claim to fame was that it was the center of the production of nougat, that sticky, tooth-breaking sweetmeat. But for a while it hit the headlines. Here, Weiss decided to make a stand. The French city was ideally suited for defense. It blocked the main road heading north and filled the valley with its sprawl of dingy, stucco bungalows shaded by trees, spreading out to the foothills and the Rhone River. Choked with white dust at this time of the year, the skinny-ribbed dogs lying panting in the gutters, the roads radiating out from Montélimar's medieval center could be easily defended by a determined handful of infantrymen. Iron Mike O'Donnell did not seek a head-on confrontation with the Germans. Instead, He encircled the city and then sent in his infantry in a surprise attack. The 15th Infantry was given the task of attacking from the northwest. Here, Company B was to assault a strongly dug-in German infantry position, which was supported by two 88mm guns. Unable to depress their fearsome weapons sufficiently, the German gunners fired above the attacking infantry's heads. Still, the German infantry fought on, unsupported, until finally the supporting American tanks appeared. Shermans, their cannon twitching back and forth like the snouts of predatory monsters seeking their prey. At this, the Germans had had enough. They threw up their hands and climbed out of their holes. For a day and a half, the 1st Battalion, to which Murphy belonged, continued the struggle for the French city. The Marnemen combed through the smoking city, over which the sweet smell of nougat hung like a pall, rooting out the last-ditch suicidal snipers. Carrying a Tommy gun, which he preferred for house-to-house fighting, Murphy led his platoon cautiously. He hated snipers, and for the most of his combat career showed no mercy when he came upon them. More than once he had shot German snipers out of hand. One day, as he wrote later, he leaped from the sunlight into the dim rooms, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the change. As we stand in one house, the door of a room creaks open. Suddenly, I find myself faced by a terrible-looking creature with a Tommy gun. His face is black, his eyes are red and glaring. I give him a burst and see the flash of his own gun, which is followed by the sound of shattering glass. As always, Murphy had been tremendously fast on the draw, but this time there had been no need for that lightning-fast reflex, for the horrible thing that I shot at was the reflection of my own smoke-blackened self in the mirror. Behind him, Sergeant Kelly, his friend, cackled and quipped, "That's the first time I ever saw a Texan beat himself to the draw." By the afternoon of that same day, the fighting in Montelimar ceased. It had been an easy victory for Murphy's 1st Battalion. At the cost of a handful of casualties, they had killed or captured 1,200 of the enemy, and, as the divisional history records, captured or destroyed at least 500 vehicles and an estimated 1,000 horses. One day later, when the 3rd started its advance up the Route Nationale 7, the progress was slowed down by the debris and carnage that the dive bombers of 12th Tactical Air Command had caused. The bloated corpses of the dead Wehrmacht horses stank in the hot sun, so that the advancing GIs called the stench of highway that led to the next important town, L'Oreal, the Avenue of Stenches. The pressure was on from above. Corps Commander Lucien Truscott urged his men forward to make the link-up with the armies advancing out of the Normandy bridgehead, deep into northern France, commanding, "If you run out of gas, park your vehicles and move on foot." But the steam was running out of the Allied advance, both in the south and in the northwest. For both armies, those of Eisenhower and those of de Veers, General Jacob L. de Veers, commander of the U.S. 6th Army Group, were finding it difficult to bring up the supplies, especially of gas, which their highly motorized army groups needed if they wished to continue advancing. In the north, the Western Allies were still without a major supply port, and the one they would soon capture, Antwerp, would not be opened completely until October. Gas was running out rapidly, and Patton was forced to steal some intended for the U.S. First Army in order to keep his own Third Army rolling. The situation was a little better in southern France, but Marseilles, effectively sabotaged by the Germans, was still not functioning, and the other harbors in American hands were not really suited as major supply ports. Meanwhile, General Weiss was extricating his battered army from the south with remarkable skill, using the Swiss border as a hinge to protect his left flank from encirclement. Weiss swung his horse-drawn columns northeast, heading for the celebrated Belfort Gap in the Vosges Mountains. That would take him down to the Rhine plain and the safety of the Reich. For 3 days he held up the Third Army at Besançon, north of Lyon, while his 19th Army withdrew even deeper into Alsace. Here, in the medieval city, Murphy had a second taste of action during the Champagne campaign. A German truck lumbers around a curve. For a moment, I do not move as the wonderful feeling of relief floods through my body. Murphy and his comrades had thought the vehicle was a German tank. Then I set my sights on the windshield and pull the trigger. The truck lurches from the road and hits a tree. I keep down long enough to see if anything develops. Nothing does. The stalled motor coughs and dies. I pour another burst into the cab and move toward it cautiously. But Murphy had nothing to fear. As always, his aim had been deadly. Both Germans in the truck were dead. I poked them with my BAR, but they do not react. The vehicle is loaded with supplies. I kick aside what appears to be a strong box, grab an armload of cognac and bread for the men, and take off. Later, Murphy discovered that the strong box contained several $1,000s of French francs. But for the time being, money is without meaning to the famished men who sit gulping cognac and bread. Soon, the advancing Americans were reaching the Vosges Mountains and capturing the villages of Promoy, Genreville, and Moulins. It was at Genreville that Murphy received his first wound in combat after being at the front for over a year. He had been on his way to report to headquarters when he came across a bunch of nervous, raw replacements moving up into the line. Suddenly, the air was ripped apart by the obscene howl of a mortar bomb. Thwack! The bomb exploded nearby in a ball of angry red flame. Murphy yelled with pain and blacked out. When I come to, I'm sitting beside a crater with a broken carbine in my hands. My head aches, my eyes burn, and I cannot hear. The acrid, greasy taste of burnt powder fills my mouth. Audie Murphy had still not lost the luck of the Irish. If the shell had struck home a little closer, he would have been as dead as the two replacements who lay only feet away. Bloody, torn bundles of rags, killed before they had even reached the line. But it hadn't. Instead, he had suffered a few splinters of steel and lost the heel of his right shoe. A few stitches, a couple of days in hospital, and a new pair of shoes, and Murphy was back in the line as the autumn leaves began to fall, wondering vaguely which of us will still be alive when the new leaves return to the trees. Sergeant Kelly, his old buddy of the North Africa days, was also struck by a mortar fragment 2 days later. It didn't kill him, but clipped off half of his right hand. Later, Murphy commented, "The wound is sufficient to remove him from combat permanently, but in time will not greatly affect his ability to hoist a bottle." The tone Murphy affected was light-hearted, But that day, as they carried Kelly away for good, for now he had his $1 million wound, the young staff sergeant must have realized that he was all alone now. There was not a single survivor left of the original Company B, save for the supply sergeant, who was not a combat soldier, except himself. Audie Murphy, that skinny, weak-looking teenager who had joined them back in February 1943, had outlasted them all. The feeling of loneliness must have been overwhelming. 19. Victory was in the air. While the 3rd Division faced up to the German defense of the Vosges, higher headquarters far behind the lines were heady, almost drunk with the prospect of victory soon. The Germans were on the retreat everywhere. In Holland, France, Belgium, Luxembourg, they were fleeing back to their own country, a beaten, disorganized rabble. Behind them, they left a trail of abandoned equipment, tanks, trucks, cannon, and dead men. Admittedly, due to the supply position, the steam was going out of the Allied advance. But what did it matter? Patton might complain that my men can eat their belts, but my tanks have got to have gas. But at higher headquarters, the staff officers outdid each other in their predictions. Surely, they maintained happily, we'll be sending the boys home by Christmas. Eisenhower had even wagered a $5 with Montgomery that the war would be over by the end of 1944. It was a bet that he would come to regret bitterly. Meanwhile, at the front, the tide of war was slowly changing in the Germans' favor. The weather had begun to turn. In eastern France, the bitter, relentless fall rains had commenced, turning the Moselle-Lorraine area into a bleak series of muddy fields in which the American armor bogged down. Over the border in the Reich, the Germans scuttled into their vaulted Siegfried Line, on which the Tommies had wanted to hang their washing back in 1939. Behind it, Hitler ordered a massive call-up of his remaining manpower, while the factories worked all out, producing new tanks, guns, and aircraft to replace those lost in the debacle in France. In September 1944, the German output of weapons of war was the highest of the whole war, and in the Vosges, General Patch's 7th Army began to run out of shells. None of this affected the optimism of the top brass. On September 12, the Leclerc's French army linked up with General Leclerc's 2nd Armored Division of Patton's 3rd Army coming from Normandy. The two fronts, the one from the northwest and the other from the south, linked up at Chatillon-sur-Seine, 73 days ahead of schedule. Again, this confirmed the general's belief that they would take the Krauts on the run and bounce their way across the Rhine to final victory in Berlin. Soon, as Montgomery's great airborne force prepared for their bold drop into Holland, they were in for a great surprise. At the start, everything went surprisingly well. In the case of Patch's 7th Army, now massing at the foot of the Vosges, it was planned that first the army would take the spa town of Epinal, securing a crossing over the Moselle River, and then advance northeast and force open the Savarin Gap, which separates the high and low Vosges, into the Rhine plain below. For their part, de Leclerc's Frenchmen, under de Vere's overall command, would use the Belfort Gap, facing the Allies. These had a mere 4 infantry divisions, all under strength, and 2 shattered armor divisions. With this small force, he was supposed to defend a huge front along the Vosges, stretching from the Savorin Gap to the Swiss border at Bale. Patch was confident, like all the top brass, that it would be a walkover for the Allies. Initially, it seemed so. One day before the attack on the Moselle was due to start, 7th Army HQ was informed that the mayor of the small town of Rouen-à-Bois wanted to see a senior officer urgently. It was very important. So, HQ sent a liaison officer who spoke French to meet the mayor, a Monseigneur Griebelin. The latter was a retired naval officer, 60 years old. When he told the American what he knew, the latter was tempted to kiss the ex-navalman, beard and all. Griebelin told the liaison officer that there was a jeep-wide ford across the Moselle nearby, where the water was only waist-deep. The current was slow, and there was plenty of cover at the spot for vehicles, too. Indeed, the man used it as a shortcut to the town of Éloie, on the other side, still in German hands, when he went to visit his married daughter every Sunday. He, Griebelin, in spite of his age, would be glad to guide the Americans across if they wished. They certainly did. On that dark night, with the rain pouring down in streams, the mayor did exactly that, leading a strange procession of jeeps in single file, filled with tense GIs. They crossed the major water barrier without a single shot being fired at them. That was the easy part. Higher up in the foothills of the Vosges, Murphy's battalion now prepared for the tough part. Murphy was back in the line with his wounded carbine, as he called it, its shattered stock bound up with wire. He and it ready for action. The battalion's objective was the quarry outside the village of Clody, a rugged hill mass covered with tangles of spiked brambles and trees, which formed the anchor point in the German main line of defense. It dominated the road net that the 3rd Division needed for its advance, and the Germans knew it. They had covered all approach roads and tracks with machine guns, so that the only way the Americans could attack was over the ridgeline and into the quarry itself, where the German infantry were dug in. Nor could the superior American artillery be used effectively in any attack. It would be too dangerous to shell the area when the 3rd's infantry was close to the enemy. In essence, the battle for the Cleury Quarry, which would last for 6 bloody days, was going to be an infantry fight, pure and simple. On September 30, Murphy's 1st Battalion was thrown into the attack. Probing the enemy front, trying to find an easier way of attacking the heavily fortified place, as usual, Murphy was in the lead when he almost stumbled into a German machine gun position. The Americans reacted faster than the 5 Germans manning the post. One of his men ripped off a shot and missed. Audie followed the shot with a grenade. It hit a tree and bounced off, exploding harmlessly. Now it was the Germans' turn. A German NCO came at Murphy, waving a pistol. Murphy was quicker. He fired from the hip. The German fell down dead. One of the machine gunners sprang up. Perhaps he, too, was going to make an attempt